Hi, beautiful people, and welcome to Lapeef Junior Network. Our panelists today. Hi, beautiful people, and welcome to Lapeef Junior Network. Our panelists today are CC.
Okay, we have a bit of an echo. I think it just might be on Shantae's end. So we're going to let her work out her technical
I'm scared to talk.
I think it just might be on Shantae's end.
No, it's everybody.
Everyone. Oh.
Let's try that again.
I think we're good.
I think we're good now.
Yeah. Yeah, we're good now.
It's safe to unmute. It's safe.
Yeah.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good now.
It's safe to unmute.
No.
You know what? That's God. Are we good?
Yeah, we're good now.
It's safe to unmute.
No.
You know what? That's God.
What is going on? Let's see.
It's like good when there's
How
not.
can we go out and come back in?
It seems okay right now.
I think, are we good?
My check.
I think we might be okay.
I don't hear it anymore.
Shantae, it might be your mic when you start talking that it does that. Come back in.
Well, she left and she's going to come back.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Well, that's not a great way to start. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Welcome to a Chic critique. We're having some technical difficulties. Please stand by. Thank you for joining us.
Get those likes up. We promise it's going to be a good show.
Get those likes up if you haven't got your tickets to the Atlanta live show. It's August 5th and 6th. A Chic critique will be in the building, so make sure y'all get y'all tickets.
That part.
Get all them tickets.
How's y'all's
It's a
Friday
delay.
going?
Does it still feel like it's a delay?
I don't see it. Are you hearing a delay on your end?
Yeah.
It's like, and the video delays, like at some point in time.
Y'all are all on
Mine,
point
you're
for me.
good.
Yeah, everybody's good. Well,
You sound a little underwater, though.
Me?
It might be your earpods.
No, Cece not. Tam not. Mine is good.
That might be Tanya background. You got she like the air conditioner or something like that.
Yeah, I got fan on.
Yeah.
Well, hey girls, how was y'all's Friday?
Oh, my Friday's great because vacation started.
Yes.
she's in vacation mode right
I'm in
now.
vacation mode. My brain has been in vacation mode all day.
I love it.
I'm ready to go.
I'm just getting started, so
Yeah.
I won't be done until about 4 or 5 o'clock.
Oh my.
Well, for those tuning in, welcome to a Chic critique. I'm Tam, aka Just Tamara. We got CC.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up.
Oh, Shantae is back. Let's see if the echo is gone.
Listen, I know what happened. It's gone. Trust me.
It's gone. So it was definitely you.
Listen, look, I heard you guys holding it down. Look at y'all. Look at this. All right. So, welcome to the Lapeef Junior Network. We have CC, Della, Team Della. We have Tam, Maya J, and T-Bomb. My name is Shantae, not to be confused with Shantae, and this is a Chic critique. Y'all did a good job. I was still hearing y'all on the echo because I had the window up like an idiot.
We're just trying to hold the fort down.
Great Friday, y'all. The drama on Friday. All right, you guys, this right here, you know, I thought this would be a great time to have an echo going on just because of the discussion that we're about to have. Are we missing somebody? This might just pop off.
Maya says she'll be right back. Keep the party going.
Keep the party going.
Keep the party going.
Listen, this is all we can do. All right, so I was surfing the internet and I saw on a channel somebody brought up some stats, which made me want to research the stats because I really didn't care for the person who brought them up. I like to always do my own research. And so I came across some data, some information. And even though it was outdated, I went and did research that is more up to date, and it kind of verified the old research. So let me just show you guys this chart. Am I supposed to give him a thumbs up when I'm supposed to do?
I don't know if he was prepared for that.
You guys, he is. You guys, this is a mighty fine day here.
It's my forehead look big. Oh, I'm sorry.
We live, right?
No, it doesn't grow.
It does not. Chat, what y'all think?
They say all pretty girls got big foreheads.
And we do.
And we do.
Girl, I be trying to hide mine with this little bang I got going on.
It's a cute bang. It's a real cute bang.
It is. No, I like the shortcut.
Thank you.
It's
I love it.
cute.
I'm never growing my hair back. Where I live is too hot.
Okay, so while we wait for the sorry, ladies, I know you guys were having a great conversation about hair, right? And I hate to interrupt that because it was sounding so great. But I want, since he's pulling it up right now, but I kind of wanted to pull it up myself so I can go over and we can just wait for him to pull it up. But what I found was basically somebody did an interview. Somebody did an interview. I mean, not an interview, but did research on different apps, on dating apps. I think it was OkCupid, and I want to say Bumble. Do not quote me. But anyhow, the data came back. It's like who it was, I don't want to get it wrong. I hate getting stuff wrong. So basically, when you're on a dating app, you can swipe right to somebody, right? And that means you like them. But who replies? Like, it's one thing to swipe right, but it's another thing to actually have a conversation. So it went off of the conversation, meaning not only did you swipe right, you show interest by having a conversation. And so what they did was they put a list of who was most desirable and who's the least desirable. And unfortunately, us beautiful Black women came in as the least desirable. And so I was thinking, oh, because I know I'm desirable. I know y'all desirable. I know everybody in the chat is desirable. So I wanted to know what was going on. So what are you guys' thoughts on that? Why do you think that Black women were chosen as least desirable on dating apps? Because it's only dating apps. There's no other legitimacy to that dating apps.
Was that all races of men found, including Black men? So Black men, white men, Asian men, not Hispanic, all
of them. All of the ones that were, they didn't put like, well, Indian is Asian. So I'm assuming Asian would be including India. So yeah, they had Asian, they had white, they had Black, they had Latino.
Are these all like Black American, Asian Americans, white Americans, or are these like Black, Asian, Black people from Africa? No, it's Americans who are ignorant like that.
No, it's not. It wasn't necessarily American. It didn't say American. So Black people can think of Black in different ways. It can be of another nationality. So then we're all Black. So it didn't specify, American Black.
Black Americans.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I feel like when you're on an app, you've exercised all other spaces. And so, I mean, I hate to say it like this, but maybe it's like, people that are like left over. And so maybe they are a little bit more, you know what I mean? Like a
little more bitter. Like, I ain't gonna date
Black women are less desirable, but I'm just saying like the apps in general you know, depending on the app that you're on, like you have like apps that you have to pay into to actually be on the app. You typically, those are where you find like your more qualifying people because they're actually paying to have access, where like you find like those other free apps where it's just like, they're really just kind of like the one night standards. Like you're not really vetting for like high quality people. So it's like, would you really across the board find any kind of high quality? And also, like, I feel like Black women have been, systemically made to be undesirable. So it's probably even intensified even more so on those kind of apps where it's just like, this was kind of like the last option.
I ain't gonna lie. I know men who. Well, go ahead. I know men who. You want to go first? I can go. I'll go. I know men who swipe, and I've heard that generally Black women are the most frequently the type to catfish, meaning that they take very strategic photos, and then when they get to the date, the woman doesn't look the same as she did in her photos. And I do know men who can attest to this, that a lot of the profiles that have been seen online, they lie about having children. They lie about their body size, their shapes. They lie about a lot of their information, and it comes out later. So that could be part of it too, as to why on these apps, men are not focused on that race. On us, I should say.
I think men, especially a lot of Black men, think that Black women, we just have this attitude about us that
your mic is a little funny acting.
Damn. Mic check.
1 2 1 2. You want to be with the best. You want to go. That's the worst, right?
Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
You good?
A little bit,
okay.
But it's can go.
No, I'm just saying that I just think that a lot of men think that Black women, we just have these attitudes about ourselves, like we just like yeah. And I think that scares them away, because there are a lot of Black women that are like that, but for the most part, I think they just want like take a white woman. She's not gonna say nothing. She's just gonna listen. Okay, baby.
Talk a little closer to the mic, because I'm a little muffled, Tanya, because you have some great things to say.
She has her AirPods on, so take the AirPods out.
There's a recall on those, boo. I think you might want to take those out.
To the next person.
Oh, there we go.
You sound perfect.
No, go ahead, T-Bomb.
Oh, okay. No, I was just saying that I think a lot of men think that Black women, we just have attitudes about ourselves. So I think that maybe scare them away. Women of other race are probably not going to back talk or have attitudes, or they're just gonna be like, okay, no problem. Not saying all, but it gets me, because it's just like, why would you say this about a Black woman when you have a Black mother, you have a Black grandma, you have a Black child, Black sister? So I never understood why men would be like, especially Black men, oh, I don't date Black women, or I'm not going to date a Black woman, when you have a Black mom. And I'm pretty sure your daughter is Black too.
So we have the chart ready. Thank you, Tanya. You're absolutely right. We're gonna show the chart. It's a little light skin, but it's okay. So if you look at the top left, top right is the most desired. The bottom left, bottom right is the least desired. So if you look at the top, I know it's a little light, but if you look at the top, you will see that from women, Asian women, Latino women, and also white women, y'all know I can't see, all choose white men as the most desired. Black women, of course, the loyal, beautiful women that we are, choose our beautiful, handsome kings as the most desired. As far as the men, Asian men looked at Latino women as the most desired, but Black men, Latino men, and white men. Now you listen, but I didn't make these stats up. They all went after Asian women. And when I did more research on it, they were saying because it was fetishized. I mean, people, it's like a fetish thing. And so then if you look at the bottom, women responding to men, the least desired though, as far as Asian, Latina, and white, they all thought that Black men were the least desired. But Black women looked at white men as the least desirable. As far as men responding, I'm sorry, y'all, my eyes, I can't see. Asian, Black, Latina, and white men all chose Black women as the least desirable. That sucks.
I definitely think that's unfortunate, but I think it's stereotypes. I think they're basing that judgment off of, to kind of piggyback on what CC said, probably most women are on there catfishing. Men do it too, but I think women do it more. You got women, you posted a picture of you that's 5. You used to look that way 5 years ago, probably 5 years and minus 2 babies ago. So you know good and well you don't look like that in person. So this is my thing. Why not present yourself how you truly are? Because wouldn't you want somebody to like you for who you are and not for the body type that you used to be? Like, to me, that it just seems like that would make more sense, instead of you just catfishing to get someone's attention. And then when you meet in public, you're embarrassed, because the first thing I would assume someone would say is, you don't look like your pictures. Is that not embarrassing? Is that not embarrassing to be on a date to meet somebody and they say you don't look like your pictures, and now you're just kind of left stuck there looking stupid, feeling kind of dumb? But then also too, I'm not surprised that Black women, the statistics show that Black women desire Black men higher than any other race, but we're less desired by them. So that's a real question for Black men. Like, why are we less desired by our own race?
Okay, that's not just, we will get to that question, but does anybody else want to answer the question about
so catfishing too, because they be talking about they 5 we be looking for
6'4".
That height.
Well, but we're only assuming. So I tried to find that research. We're assuming that that's the reason why with the catfishing, but we have to come up with different ways, because I'm pretty sure it's not all catfishing. We'd be kind of.
I think it's also, you could generalize the stereotype about this. Well, the stereotypes that are out there about Black women, like you could generalize and say that what you're seeing on online apps is the same thing that you would see in person. Like, when it comes to choices of dating in person, can you generalize the same thing? Like the same stereotypes of the Black woman being aggressive, one that's not cooperative, someone who's going to talk back, someone's going to be combative, someone who's angry, someone who's, defensive all the time, someone who you can't really work with, someone who you don't want to work with. It's all those stereotypes that are out there, that we're loud, we're, not feminine, we're more masculine. There's so many different stereotypes that are up against us, that why wouldn't we see the same thing online?
I agree. And let me just say this too. And it goes back to the image of Black people as a whole, because we can see that we were both, we were both undesirable, the men and the women. So what I take in consideration, because what I did was I did do some research, and I'll drop the link. I'll make sure I get the link to JR so he can put it in the comments under the show once we finish taping. But I did see something where there was a study, but I didn't want to bring the study up because it's kind of outdated, but it does have some merit, I do believe. And so the study was asking people, well, how are people looked? Like they asked white men, how are white women look when they marry or date Black men? And one of the groups stated that women who date Black men are looked at as being promiscuous, or they're looked at as being the hood, they call it hood as well, hood type. So they weren't like the upper class women. And so I sometimes believe that because of the stigma that comes along with it, it's kind of a risk. Even though you're not that kind of person, it's kind of like, do I want to take the risk of being shamed in my community for dating outside my race? And so I think that that's something that we have to take in consideration as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, just to kind of probably piggyback off of what you're saying, Shantae, I think that a lot has to do with communities that you raised in, what you're watching, what you're being exposed to as you grow up, as you get into, you know, your adulthood life. Because if you always saw Black people in a high standard setting and never really associated with people like maybe in a lower standing, you know, it's hard for you to look at Black people like they all from the hood, because you've never seen that before. But society makes it seem like we all came from the bottom and trying to make it to the top. A lot. We are getting better, but I think a lot of times that can contribute to it. But I will say I have male friends that have always been like desirable of other races, and they don't really have a reason behind it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, nobody. Obviously, you don't really appreciate anything. You're just infatuated. It's not like I love you as a person. It's just like, oh, look at that. I'm infatuated with how that woman looks. And that's where I think a lot of it comes from, because these men aren't looking at women like, oh, I'm going to be with that person. They're looking at it like, I'm infatuated how she looks or what she can do for me. That's just kind of my 2 cents.
Well, they say men are visual creatures. So... But still, like black women are still beautiful in our own right.
I'm not saying that we are, but society,
But with men being visual creatures, it's not to say that Black women aren't beautiful in their own right.
But society doesn't put us out there as, I mean, we are getting there, okay? But from my childhood of growing up, society never, like, we just got a Black princess when we got the Princess and the Frog. For the longest, they have always praised a white woman as being this beautiful creature. Why do you think that mass murderer guy dressed up as a woman? Because he wouldn't have got noticed as a white woman, because nobody thinks as a white woman as,
So violent. I think that you're absolutely, I get everything. I do think that it's the person. Okay, so I was going by a chat. One of the chat people saying like the attitude. I do think it is perception, the image that is out there. But I also believe, like in the same chat, I saw one person say, "Bring chaotic up." It's like they want you to be that ghetto chick so bad, because they want you to get out of character, to talk loud and be that person. This is not that show. But it's kind of like they don't want you to be it, but then they want you to be it because they want entertainment. And it's like, what are we doing as Black people here? Like, are we trying to shame each other? Are we trying to bring each other down? Like, what is this whole war thing between Black women and Black men? And I understand it is okay to have your preference. I have my preference, and I'm not backing down on my preference. So that's not the issue here. It's just this. I don't know. I just feel like, I heard what Tanya was saying about the attitude, and I get it. And then I hear what Maya is saying, and I get it. But then I'm looking at the chat, and I'm like, that's what they want to see. So it's like a no-win situation.
But guess what? I ain't giving nobody any satisfaction, because you're not going to make me out to be that type of Black woman. You want me to be angry. You want me to yell. You want me to scream. And if you feel that way about Black women, that's totally fine on how you think and feel. You got to change your own vibe, your own perspective. But I'm not about to sit here and put on a show for you and do all this stuff just because that's something that people want to see. And I think, if we continue to do that, as we embrace like Black culture with people wearing their natural hair, with people just being comfortable with who they are in their Blackness, because we don't have to succumb to the Americanized ways of things, then we are slowly kind of getting used to like accepting the fact that that is like how Black women are. They aren't just ghetto and loud, and there's nothing wrong with that too, because I have friends who are like that. But I just don't choose to act like that, nor will I go there. I used to back in the day, but I have grown and matured.
I just want to say, I love my Black kings, and shout out to all the Black kings that love us Black women the way we are. More power to you. That's all I'm gonna say. For you guys that, I only want to date white women and blah blah blah.
You say kick rocks.
Go ahead and do it.
So back to Tam's question, because that's a pretty good question. The question is, what I found so crazy is, I see a lot of people, and let me just say this. I don't think this is one group of stats. I mean, research. This is little area. Sorry, y'all drink a lot of coffee today. But I don't think that's not my reality. I'm pretty sure the women on here have been asked out by many cultures of men. This is just one group, one set of statistics we're talking about today. And it does not mean it is all knowingly true. We know that other cultures like Black women. We see it every day. We know all other cultures like Black men. We see it every day. But what is so surprising to me is when you see Black men finding Black women the least desirable. Can we talk about that?
Please, let's. That's my question. Like, why is it that Black men, according to those stats, because I'm not going to sit here and put that stigma on all Black men. I think there are Black men out there that absolutely love everything about a Black woman. But if we're basing it specifically on those stats, why is it that our own race of men find us less desirable? And I don't know, it could be maybe they are a product of their environment. Maybe it was the type of Black women that they saw growing up as a child. It could be the Black women that raised them. It could be their mothers. It could be their grandmothers. We don't know why certain Black men feel like that Black women are less desirable. So I think that's the real root of it that we need to get to. Like, why do you feel this way about your own race of women?
Do you guys think that Black women alter their bodies more than any other race?
No, I don't.
I don't.
I've seen so many white girls.
It's more white for me, if you ask me. But I think to answer your question, Tam, I think it's what Team Della says all the time. It's who they're attracting, though. Like when you hear the people who come on here and rant about Black women, and we sit back and go, huh? What women are you talking about? I don't have those women in my circle, or I'm not that woman. So you got to explain to me. It seems like where they are in the situations they're in have created this type of, the stereotype exists. We can't sit on here and say there's not a stereotype about the Black woman. We all know the stereotype of the Black woman, and we're not going to
walk around with the bad attitude.
Because we didn't go sit here in front like that. There aren't some Black women that are not desirable.
Show the ghetto bras.
Exactly. Right. So that's what I'm saying.
The question is, why is it that we still see Black men that fulfill a stereotype as well, but we still give them the opportunity and say, you know what, there's still kings amongst them. So the question really is, like, why do Black men give up on us so easily?
Now that's the question, because that's what I was coming to next. Because I feel
we definitely see the same type of stereotypes where you're angry, you're a gangster, you're violent, you're this, you're that, but we still know that there's good in that community. So I don't know why they just say, I'm just going to stick to a different race. I'm just going to date white women. I'm just going to date Hispanic women. When we talk about just how violent they are too, or, they do the same things that is the stereotypes of Black women, but they're not held in the same, the same accountability, as everybody likes to say that word, accountability. Let's throw it out there. They're not held accountable the same way we are.
Tam, I think you made a good point where it's like environment, like, and I think about like where I grew up, like we have a really big population of like Puerto Ricans. And so you would see like a lot of either Black girls dating like Puerto Rican men, or Black men dating Puerto Rican women. Or you have, on the other end of the spectrum where you see like these Black men that are making it in like sports, and they come from like these private schools where it's like nothing but white girls. And it's like, oh, like why is he marrying the white girl? And it's like, well, that's all he's seen. That's all he's been around. It's who he's attracted to. And then on the other end, to your point, you have Black men that grew up in these environments where they've just seen the most undesirable versions of Black women. And so they may grow up very turned off to Black women because they think that that's all that they're there is when it comes to Black women. And so I think that, it's definitely a multifaceted answer, and there's many, I think environment definitely plays a major factor in terms of attractiveness. At the end of the day, for me, it's okay to be attracted to who you're attracted to. The part that really throws me off is, when you have people that want to throw in, to Cece's point, the stereotypes and everything else, where it's like, just own the fact that that's who you're attracted to and that's who you like. Like, you don't have to put someone else down or another woman down or another ethnic background down to validate what you like. Just like what you like and own it.
I agree, because when my big shock thing came when like Reggie Bush was dating Kim Kardashian, and I remember like saying, why is he with this white girl?
You told me age, girl.
It's okay, I don't care. But I remember, I don't know who told me, but it was a Black guy, and he was like, it could have been my husband, it's been so long, but he was saying that in California, Black people and white people date each other all the time. And that's where Reggie Bush is from. So it's not, abnormal for him. So I started thinking, I was like, oh, okay. Because I grew up in an all Black community, and, I didn't see interracial dating like that. My parents and my family from the South. So, my thought process behind that was very different back then. But as I got older, and like to your point, in different communities, is really normal, because they interracial date all the time, so a lot of that has to deal with your exposure, what you see, and what comes about with that. So I agree.
I'm from a small city or small town in Florida, and that's all I saw was interracial couples, Black men with white women and white women with Black men. So that was just common, and it still is. And there's a lot of biracial couples and biracial babies, and that's just all I saw in this town. I don't know why it's that way.
So Cece, so who are Black? Like, if the Black men are dating the white women and the white women are dating the Black men, who is there for the Black women to date? Who are the Black?
There's not a lot of Black couples from where I'm from. There isn't. And so even my sister and my brother and my cousins, their choice was to date outside their race. I dated outside my race even in high school, to be honest. And then I haven't dated outside my race since then. But it was part of my community. Like, that is what the norm was. Like, you dated outside of your race, and that was the preference. So I won't say like it's uncommon. I won't say there's not Black couples, but it's very uncommon. You are so muted, Shantae, and I know you said something beautiful too. I know you did, but you are so muted.
Did y'all pop on the screen for a reason? Did he? But anyway, I hear what everybody's saying. I think that people are saying, well, take accountability. Listen here. I'm not Ratchet Sally at the end of the street. I don't have to surround myself with those type of people. If that's what you see, you need to pick another neighborhood. Okay? That's not our reality. We talk about the women like ourselves. Okay? Because if you listen, those are a loud minority. If you don't see a nice chick when you walk down the street or go to the grocery store, you're on the wrong side of town. You need to get that money up and move. Okay? It's you. So
it's you.
That whole situation about y'all ain't
y'all asses up today. She is not over
it, thinking that every woman is a ratchet chick. No, those are the women you're around.
This is what the chat wants to talk about, Shantae. We know they want to come on here and talk about
take accountability. It's like, take accountability of what? Like,
just like you can't make the guy down the street pull his pants up and take the do-rag off his hair. We can't make Janae do her nail. We can't make her lashes be a little shorter. We can't. There's nothing we can do about her. If you don't like her, just move forward and go to a person who is more your stilo. But let's not sit here and act like I just say stilo. That's such an old school word. But let's not sit here. They're like there are not a lot of good Black women, because they are. Maybe they're not choosing you because you betray.
I was literally just about to say that it might be the frustration and the anger centered around the fact that you don't have access to those quality Black women, and so you're not being chosen. And so now it's like, take accountability. No, you take accountability, sir.
Like, who are you hanging around? Like, what's your friends, you know, girls and wives look like? You know, like what, like where are you? Like, where do you get your car washed? Where do you go out to eat? Like, those are the things that you need to look at.
And we can only have accountability. We can only have accountability for ourselves. Yes. I am not the hood advocate. I didn't grow up in the hood.
We are not. I can't be the hood like we are all the same. We are not. Y'all know
not twerking at brunch. You better not twerk over my plate, because I'm gonna kick you over. Okay.
I don't even know how to twerk. I twerk right now. Y'all turn your camera off.
Oh, but Shantae, I do want to go to Tuskegee homecoming with you.
I'm not sitting here saying that
I still do snake.
Women don't exist. Those women do exist, and we're not saying that they don't. But that's not the majority of Black women that I feel. I think there's more good Black women out here that represents themselves in a very respectable manner than there are ratchet women, at least in the neighborhoods I've lived in. I can't speak for where everybody else has lived in and what their day-to-day experience with Black women are, but that wasn't my experience.
And I also think it has to deal with how much the women who they're talking about, they are easily more accessible. So most men will go to that because, well, not most men, some men, let me not say that. Some men will go to that because they don't want to put in the work for the woman who has the standards. So you chose this woman to be with because she was more easily accessible, and now you're mad because she loud and ghetto. Like, that's your fault. You should have waited and went on a couple more days with the lady that you thought was nice.
You mean to vet, Maya? Oh God, no, they're not supposed to vet. They're supposed to get to know the person.
God. Y'all better start vetting these women.
Right, exactly.
We're supposed to vet, not them, Maya.
That's crazy. Girl, that's crazy.
Y'all better start vetting these people on that first date.
Please.
Listen, what you doing? What we doing? What are your goals? What's your short-term goals? Long-term goals? What's your credit score? Do you have a criminal record? Listen, vet people.
Vet people.
And
please.
Listen, he said, listen, if you guys are so great, why aren't you married?
I'm married.
Are you married? Because for every Black woman that's not married, there's a Black
man who ain't
married.
Right, we trying to connect more women than there are men.
Let me just say this, okay? It irks the freak out of me when men say stuff like that, because why do you guys think it's our fault that we're not married? You know,
because they choose us. T-Bomb.
I could have been married in my 20s. I could have been married in my early 30s. Okay. It didn't happen. So what makes you think I was the one that messed that up, or we were the one that messed that up? We could have been dating a guy and that guy messed up. So you want me to freaking settle for a man who isn't ready and messing up? And now that I'm in my early 30s, in my late 30s and not married.
You're in your early 30s, girl. It's okay.
Okay. Well, whatever. I'm in my 30s and I'm not married. It's my fault because I didn't want to settle for a man that wasn't ready. Kick rocks.
Not your fault.
I cannot.
Right.
No, I know it's not my fault, but y'all men.
But men are not as smart as women.
I'm not done. Y'all men in these comments, y'all can kick rocks talking about that women that don't have kids and not married in their 30s, that it's too late for us. No, it's not too late for us, honey, because once again, I'm pretty sure all of us that's not married could have been married. But because y'all men was the one that effed up. So I'm supposed to settle because y'all fucked up? Absolutely.
But Tanya, this is how I be feeling. Let me tell y'all, men are not smarter than.
I'm about to go. I'm about to go. But y'all piss me off in the comments. Always talk about. I'm sorry.
She about to drop the mic and go.
They piss me off in them comments talking about, oh, it's too late for us. Why y'all ain't married? Blah blah blah. The same people that talk about, oh, why we not married? Y'all come to my club, buy sections, not with your wife, and then by the end of the night, you get my waitress' phone number.
And it should be like,
he can be mad because he got her pregnant and he only knew her for a month.
And then your baby mama, your first baby mama probably look like a.
Let me just say this. Those are not
T-Mom is not straight. Give it to you, friend.
But did we not listen to what she said? The club that I own, you come to. That was the most important thing of that line, by the way. So
and let's be honest, that's the type of husband that I don't want. So if I got to continue to wait, well, I'm not too far out of a relationship, so I'm not looking to get married right away. For those inquiring minds would like to know. But that type of husband, I don't want that type of husband, honey. So if that means I gotta wait a little longer, then I'll wait a little longer because
Nothing wrong with it. You got people like Ashanti. She's beautiful. She ain't married. She don't got no kids. Who else? Megan Good. Yeah, she was married, but she divorced. She don't got no kids. All these older women don't have kids and not married. So something wrong with them, or was something wrong with the man that they were dating and they was messing up? So, whatever.
And it's crazy, like, why are men so in their feelings? This is what I'm trying to figure out. Well, look at all these comments, how they so insensitive. They're so mad about this situation. I just don't understand.
They like this. They like.
Let's not talk about our.
We love our chat ninjas.
We love
it. Be real.
We have a love.
Oh my gosh!
I'm telling you, and I know y'all gonna talk crap, but I don't even care.
Hi, Congo.
I love y'all. I gotta get back to work. I love y'all.
See ya.
Love you.
T-Bomb. T-Bomb just dropped the bomb and then left.
She did. She dropped the bomb and then was like, bye. I'm not doing it.
That was a lot. I was like, oh.
But yeah, I don't want them husbands that be in her sections doing that with
a lot of these a lot of these guys that go to these clubs, they split in them sections upon multiple different bills, and it's not even cute.
Girl, they get together, they say, oh wait, so how much you got on it?
Yeah, I know
I got 200 on it. Don't nobody want to be with no man like that. Come on.
With their homeboys Louis V belt on.
Well, I think that what T-Bomb was saying had some legitimacy to it, but I think that there are times when women are just in these long relationships and the man just doesn't marry. Like we've mentioned several times before, I'm going to keep throwing that number out until it goes up. Only 48% of Black men are married. So with that being said, if you're not getting on your knees and if you're in the chat right now, you have a woman who's been riding for you and you know who you are, and you have not asked her to marry you, you're the problem. You are the problem. So let's not sit here and act like y'all are all married and you're just picking other people. No, you're not. You're not married. Some of you are, and you did the right thing, and more praise to you. But a lot of men are not stepping up to the plate because they don't want that manly role, which we'll talk about next week because Farrakhan got some things to say to y'all.
Well, that's what I was gonna say, Shantae. Like, why I will say this because I was with my husband for like 12 years or 13 years or something like that before we even got married. You know what I'm saying? So we were dating at a young age, so I really didn't want to get married at the beginning. But after you're together for a while, you had a kid, kind of looking like, well, maybe I should get married. Maybe it's time. And then when I started thinking like that, we still didn't get married, and it took a while, and okay, we were off and on, and then we made, things worked out for us. But I will say I kind of see a lot of men just in these long ass relationship, and it's like, bro, you're like 35 and you've been with her for 2 years. Like, you should know what you want. Like, why aren't you marrying her? She's good. I mean, I was on my brother's ass because I was just like, you're getting old, bro. Like, you need to find a wife. Like, nobody likes you bringing girls over, and that shit not cool.
But I think that's the thing we don't preach. And moms have a lot to do with that too, because they're like, oh, you don't need to find you a wife. Wait until we've all heard that. It's not just men doing it. Moms do it to their sons. They tell their sons to wait it out. So we can't just blame it on men. Sometimes it be the woman.
Would you tell your son to hold out?
Right. No. Okay. Because I have been reading billionaire books, honey, and we're going to spill that tea next week. So everything that these men I've been researching say, that's what I tell my son. And I'll tell y'all next week.
I do think as women in reference to marriage, though, we do have like some responsibility, at least like in this day and age, like we really don't reserve much. I'm not saying like we generalizing, but I'm saying for those specific situations, you could be experiencing a situation where, you know, you're not reserving much for the next stage. And so you've completely built the house and the foundation, but you haven't required anything for the house or the foundation. And so it's just like, okay, well, here we are. Like, we live in a house together. We've been together for this amount of time. Like, the mortgage is in both of our names, the cars in both of our names. We got kids. We basically have everything that would reflect that we're married, but we're not married, versus, you know, at some point being like, yeah, no, I'm not going to put the house in our name. Like, it's going to be in my name, like, unless we're married, you know, like that's something that I do with someone that I'm married to. Or so at some point, you know, everyone has to take accountability when it comes to marriage, especially, you know, women, where it's just like, no, I'm not doing that unless we're at that stage. And especially, you know, in this kind of environment economically where everything is so expensive, people are dating and moving in together for convenience. And it's just like, go find a roommate or go do that with your homegirl. Don't do that with a man, you know what I'm saying, that is probably not going to be the man that you really want to spend the rest of your life with, or maybe even a man that you even know well enough to bring into that kind of space. So, you know, it kind of goes back into that whole vetting process and really making sure that you're disciplined enough to reserve, you know, what is for the next step for the next step.
And that's really true.
Did anybody else want to add to that before we go on to the next? I was gonna go ahead and do the super chat. I don't know if he is listening to me. Let me take this out. But I'm gonna go to the next topic if he's not. Sorry, you guys. Mr. Logic is usually our person, but he is on vacation. So we have somebody else, JR. But JR is in those streets.
The only one that I can see right now is Congo. I know Congo's also said goodnight a couple times to us. So hi, Congo. We appreciate
Congo. Thank you. Congo always shows up and shows out.
And he said, I'm not married, but her and I is not the problem. I'm just not for most.
Gotcha. Her and I, Congo.
What's the most? What's that mean?
He's not for.
No, I mean, I'm asking like for real. Like I'm really asking.
There's a colon. I think there might have been more to add to that, but
somebody said Shantae sure can see when it comes to honey. You don't listen. Let me just tell y'all, I blow my screen up. If you see my letters on my screen,
they say you can't see.
I make them big. That's why.
You know, I saw.
I had to come to Jesus with myself, and I said, Shantae,
get readers.
You have to actually go get that prescription filled.
Get readers,
honey. You have got to. This is not cool at all.
Get you some readers, honey.
Get me some readers. I don't know if it's really thick enough.
Girl, go get you LASIK. Go get LASIK.
Don't get
LASIK. Or go get LASIK. You can afford it.
I could, but that's surgery.
And then you open your eyes and you can see, and you don't have to see in.
I told y'all I was a hypochondriac. Did I tell y'all when y'all was going to have abortions, I was a hypochondriac? So you guys, let's move on to the next one since we haven't gotten the super chats up yet. But y'all gonna hate me for saying this, but the question is to black men. We see that black men are choosing other people besides us, but isn't that kind of like thirsty if they're not choosing you, but you choosing them? Like, isn't that what the word thirsty means?
When they say they prefer another race,
it's not that race doesn't prefer them. But I had to ask the question.
I think it's thirsty if you going after somebody who doesn't want you. So that kind of is the definition, right?
And does your preference prefer you? That's a really good question.
Well, you know what the problem is, Shantae, that I don't have an issue with black men wanting me. And I can't say that I'm personally thirsty, because black men have approached me and want to date me and want to get to know me, and I don't have issues on apps. I think the apps they're actually overwhelming to me because I get so many people swiping. So I'm not.
They are.
They're overwhelming. So it's the opposite.
Let them know, see.
I get it. Look. If I pull up, I do have a Bumble account. Let me just show y'all this.
No, I got rid of Bumble because I couldn't even do it.
Listen, I tried it, but
1,950 people out there navigate through. Do y'all see that?
19, and that's how it is. Like you can join an app, and it literally in 5 minutes, it's like 100 people.
Yeah. Oh, I hope I mean not show these people's faces.
You on
what if you got a wife at home? And she's like, wait a minute, that's not husband.
But that's the thing though, like
I don't like when people are blast.
I can't say I'm gonna go back and scribble it out. Thirsty, but again, as I think Maya said, that group of women are still getting black men too. I don't think it's just the
I don't think thirsty is the right term to use. I think it's your preference. Your preference is your preference.
And like, it's okay for people to have preference.
We just don't want to hear you downing your own race of women because you have a preference and you prefer something else. Like, go have your preference in peace. I don't care. Mm-hmm. It doesn't bother me when I see black men with women outside of their race. I'm still gonna sleep good the same way. Mm-hmm. I just don't like to see when black men are downing black women. Like you don't have to do that. Like you don't.
I really don't care to see them downing any women. It would make me very uncomfortable. Like, you know, if you have to put anybody else down to build me up, it's like a backhanded compliment. Like I don't want it. Like
if I'm annoying, you can always just click off.
Yeah, like black women especially, but you know, yeah, like just like who you like and keep it pushing. Like you don't have to put anybody, you don't have to bust anybody else's bubble to be.
I think people like to down like this. I'm so over.
And you know, but I'll say this one thing when it comes to dating apps. Like I tried it. It's not for me. It's some weird ass people on them dating apps. It is not for me. I got so overwhelmed. And my cousin always like, girl, you gonna have to get out that house because I be in the house. I don't really be outside like that. But I did see someone's comment that says that basically like black men just want to smash and those men on the dating websites just want to smash. Listen, all of my girlfriends that live here in Texas, every last one of them have met their husbands on a dating website. Every last one of them. And they always tell me, they're like, girl, I didn't meet him instantly, but I had to shift through. I had to shift the bad ones out. But for me, I don't have the patience for online dating. I tried it. It's some weird ass people on there. And I was like, I don't have time for this. But there are a lot of people that have met their significant others, husbands married.
Online dating doesn't eliminate the vetting process. You still
have to right. I was gonna say that, Della. Yeah. You still got to vet because again,
you got to vet even harder when you meeting them online.
You do.
So let me just say this because I saw one person say "save black men." You guys, did y'all miss the entire beginning? Black women choose black men. We praise you guys. We chose you. It was the opposite that happened. So how are you the victim in the situation when we chose you?
Because these are the men that are in the group chat that are here.
We chose you. You didn't choose us. So how is it save black men like we?
Because they want something to argue about.
Like, so can I make a comment real quick? I remember when I was younger.
Did you say save as in SAVE?
It's SAVE.
They want something
like Wonder Woman?
Black woman, we're not saving nobody.
Yeah, that's weird. Okay.
We're not doing that. That's what they want these black women to be, strong black women, save everybody. We're not doing that. This is 2022.
Life queen.
But I will say that I remember when I was younger, like my mentor, she told me, she's older. She told me, she said, this is what she told me. She said, it's not about who you like. It's about what man likes you. She said, because if a man likes you, he's going to do whatever to pursue you. And she was like, that's the man you want to be with, who's going to do, like, be your teammate. And so I always kind of kept that with me. And not to say, like, you know, only choose people who choose you. You definitely want to kind of be compatible with that person. But I think that once men know that they want to be with you, and I could be wrong, because, you know, I could be wrong, but this is what I'm thinking. That once men know that they want to be with you, they will keep finding a way to keep choosing you again. And that's what you do in a long relationship. That's what you do in a marriage. You keep choosing your partner over and over again. You keep learning who they are. You want to see them grow. You want to see them get better. Can I help you? Can you help me? And once you get with a person that you feel like you can do that with, that's when you're like, that's the person for me. So if you're not with a person that you feel like you can keep choosing over and over again, then that person's just not for you, you know, regardless of the race of what they are, because that's a characteristic trait. You're choosing a person off of their characteristic traits, not off their race, you know.
So I wanted to make 1 or 2 points. One, on this channel, we always praise Black men because we don't feel there's anybody any better than Black men, period. So let's not get that conversation twisted. We love Black men. You guys are the most high, beautiful. We praise you every episode. You and we're going to have a serious conversation. But at the beginning of each part, we make sure you know that we love ourselves some Black men, first and foremost. Second, I know one person saying, let's talk about everybody. If you have ever met a woman, a Black woman especially, who is into you, she is going to give you her all. That's how you know when a Black woman is really into you. When she bends over backwards for you, when she doesn't care about anything, she's going to do everything in her power to make your problems her problems and fix them for you. That's when you know that this woman is in love with you. And if you've never felt that, I apologize. You're with the wrong person. But all the women I know and the women I've seen, when a Black woman is in love, baby, she gonna
natural nurturer.
Man, girl, you can't tell me nothing when I'm in love. I have to remember
not. Like, I gotta go, y'all.
Forget about myself when I'm in love, because it's in me to just want to be everything and do everything for my man. So
I don't think these men have met these types of women before.
That's
something I believe that because they're not.
It's like saying we're capping, but that means that they have never met this kind of woman before.
Right. Which goes back to the whole vetting part, because they want to just be with a woman who's easily. So if you never met a woman like that, like, you just got to keep going out there. It's like the ratio. Well, the ratio is not that bad anymore in Atlanta, especially, but you know, you can meet plenty of people. It's plenty of people here in America. Like, and you have so much access because you have dating sites and everything. Like, don't limit yourself.
I would actually have to disagree. I wouldn't say that you would just have to keep going out there. Like, you are going to have to change. Like,
okay, yes, I agree with that. Yes.
If you haven't had access to those kind of women,
can we please block Carrie? I can't do it anymore.
Or what?
What?
We're gonna have a block party tonight.
Oh, we're blocking people tonight?
Yeah, we got to keep it respectful.
Oh, Carrie the man.
Did I
apologize? I can't do ignorant.
Let's just block them.
Go ahead, keep on.
But yeah, I was gonna say, like, you're gonna have to change who you are. You know what I mean? Like, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, it's literally the definition of insanity. So if you're going out and you're still the same individual attracting these women that you don't like, you at some point have to look at yourself and try and figure out why it is that you keep attracting these kinds of women. So, you know, if you're trying to level up, you're going to have to level yourself up before you can level up everything else around you. Starts with self first.
So so when somebody said, why are we blocking people? Listen, I know Ratchet America is great, and I don't mind everybody having their own opinion, but we're not going to be sitting, everybody on this panel is sitting here free of charge on a Friday night. Okay? So we're not going to insult people. We're not going to come in here with this bad energy because you depressed and you whatever's going on in your life, you need to go see a therapist. Okay,
we will get through.
We're not doing that. I don't mind people having honest conversation, all the battles. That is fine. But everything else, like, it's just too. I don't understand it. It's like people live off of trying to belittle people, or we're trying to have a conversation among Black people so we can fix some problems around here. If you're not down for the cause, simple.
But we're never going to be able to fix anything if we can't learn to hear each other out and
right, exactly,
perspectives on things. It doesn't always have to be a battle between Black men and Black women. Like, let's hear each other. Let's learn from each other. Let's understand what we need to do to be better for each other. So our statistics of 42% can go up higher to Black men marrying Black women. Like, let's just, I don't get why it just always have to be a battle. Like, it seems like sometimes some people just want to just disagree with everything that women says. It's like some men may pick apart certain things that we say and just zone in on that, and they don't hear the rest of the point. Let's try to hear each other.
A lot of people don't understand communication though.
Yeah, let's listen to hear and not just listen to respond.
Right.
How are we gonna?
That's a learned skill that people aren't being taught. And then especially when you become an adult, if you still don't know how to communicate and somebody's trying to tell you the art of communication and why it's important, you don't know how to communicate. So it's hard for you to listen. It's hard for you to receive that. So I think now that there's a lot of mental health things out here, there's a lot being pushed into trying to teach, you know, especially our youth, like the importance of communicating when you feel that way. Why do you feel that way? Because a lot of people have anxiety and these panic attacks, and you kind of got to get to the root of the problem. So I think that, you know, our younger generation hopefully be communicating better, but I think that, you know, millennials and above have a terrible communication skill level. And I don't know if that's going to ever improve, to be honest, because when you become an adult, it becomes harder to like change your habit up when you've been doing that all your life, because you know everything most of the time.
Yes. And let this just be a learning lesson. And I don't mean to come down on the chat, but it's already, I think that YouTube lacks women who are really trying to make a difference. Everybody, you know, we're trying to show a different face of Black women, but it's so hard to get people to be a part of a panel when people, you know, because people care about what people say about them, whether we like it or not. When you go back and rewind the tape, people care about that. And so it's hard to keep panelists because nobody has to take that, you know? So of course, ratchet people don't care because they live for that. But you often don't see people like us who are trying to do good things because of that reason. So why run them away? You know, you want good representation of Black on the internet. And I'm not saying, you know, question everything we do, call us cap. That's great. I don't mind that, because if you feel like we are saying something that's not true, absolutely tell us what's going on so we can address it, blah, 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 blah. But all the name calling and stuff, like kindergarten, high school, well, they may be in high school. Y'all think they're in high school?
No, honey, they're just
they're grown and have not left their mom's basement.
Yeah, and rude and disrespectful.
Okay, so moving on. So back to the question at hand. We choose Black men, but they don't choose us. So what does that say? Like I would feel like if I'm like, oh, we praising white men, but the white man not praising me, like that would make me feel some type of way.
Okay, let's do this. Let's have some self-reflection really quickly. What is it about us that we feel like, not the ratchet ones, not the percentage that small, even though they like to say that's the majority that represents Black women. We're talking about the ones, let's just speak on us, the women that's on this panel. What is it that we feel like there's something within us that we can work on and do better for Black men to choose us, to want to marry us?
Stop wearing bonnets in public. I saw 2 today.
I'm not talking about those women. Shantae. I said
no, but listen, we can sit here and play like that doesn't bring us all down. It does.
I know, but this is what I'm saying. I'm speaking on the point from, because the majority of men,
for us,
that all women
think about what you changed for you, Shantae.
For you, all Black women, they think all Black women represent that Black girl that wears her bonnet outside in public. We're not speaking to that Black woman. We're speaking to us as to, if we present ourselves as this great individual, why aren't we married?
I've been told I don't have a backbone.
I would say one of the things that I did for myself was literally ground myself in like self-love. So like in other words, like I don't need your opinion for validity. Like how I feel about myself or how I feel about this situation is valid enough. Like I am enough for me. And in doing so, I've been able to step into an era to where I no longer find myself betraying like myself for other people's pleasurable wants and desires. And so it's ultimately eliminated, you know, that that group of people that, you know, weren't supposed to be there in the first place, where, you know, I would have to literally violate myself and things that were important to me in order for you to stick around. And so, you know, I say it all the time where it just starts with yourself. But yeah, I would say like grounding myself in self-love, because when I'm grounded in self-love, now I have the capacity to extend that kind of love to someone else. And in that I would attract, you know, a man or a partner or a spouse that, you know, is the same.
I would say for me, I looked at my relationships over time and realized like the issues that I had. So I had an issue with stubbornness. I'm still working on stubbornness. When, you know, I deal with it's my way or the highway sometimes. And that's something I really worked on. When I self-reflected on my relationships, on how I communicate and how communication should be. Like there's a lot of things that for me, I thought, I mean, once again, I think I've said this, you don't know there's something wrong with you until someone brings it to your attention, right? And if you're willing to listen. So I had, you know, people who brought things to my attention, and it didn't fall on deaf, defensive ears. It fell on, okay, you really need to look at yourself and take accountability. So being stubborn was one of them. How you communicate is another one. You know, not being so defensive when someone is trying to tell you something as well, and being less short-tempered. So there's a lot of things that I know for me, how I was raised and how communication, I think I brought this up on another show too, like communication in my family was like non-existent. We didn't talk about our issues. It was like silence, and then, hey, next day we're back good. No one's talked about anything. It just got brushed under the rug. So things like that, trying to undo behaviors that I got accustomed to from my upbringing. So Tam, that would be a perfect example of things that I personally worked on for me to make myself better in order to be in a relationship with a man.
Yeah, I definitely would have to say, I think for me, I tend to stay longer than I should. Something, you know, sometimes you wake up, you've been trying to stick it out with this one person, and now some years done kind of passed you by, and you just like, man, like I should have been walked away. But one of the things that I've been told, especially when I was younger, is that it used to be for me one strike and you're out. Like you don't get no second, third chances with me. And I had an ex tell me that I tend to just throw people away. And that was a hard pill to kind of swallow, because I'm like, I never wanted people to feel like that I would just kind of throw them to the wayside. But for me, once you have done something to disrespect me and to disrespect the relationship, I tend to just be like one strike and you're out. So I've learned to be able to give people grace, because I would want that same grace, but to also, we not just finna just be out here just excusing bad behavior either. But I have learned to give people grace, because I never want anybody to feel like I just throw them away like that, like they didn't matter. And we're talking about years and love that's been invested in the relationship. So that is something that I have definitely had to work on, is giving people the same type of grace that I would want someone to give me.
I think it's important to always just continue to work on yourself. You know, I think as I got older, like what Della was saying, like I just thought it was more important to make sure that I was good, because if I'm good, I can help any and everybody out the way I want to. But when I'm not good, it becomes harder. It's a struggle. You know, it's a lot of other things that kind of come into play. But when I make sure I'm taken care of, I'm eating right, you know, I have my meditation time, I have my talks with God, all these things above that make me feel better, then I can always be better to other people. And I think that's important, like from youth to, you know, adult into elderly age.
So I think overall it sounds like, how do we get our community to be healed? I think like that's the overarching situation. So when people are toxic and they're loud and they're aggressive and they're combative, it seems like they have healing to do generally. So the question really is that how do we get our community to heal? You know,
people need to go to therapy.
I mean, and we try to tell people to go to therapy, but you know how the Black community is about therapy.
I know people that go to therapy and don't apply what it is that they're talking about in therapy in real life. And
well,
so
then they're wasting their copay.
No, like that too, but it's also like the grandiosity of it all, where it's like, I go to therapy. You know what I mean? Where it's like
the aesthetics for it. It's popular
exactly. We're
so
like,
I go to therapy, but you aren't applying it, so you're not benefiting from.
So you're still having real life problems, like, and so back to kind of forgot where I was going, but yes, you still have real life problems.
So let me just throw some things out. Some people are saying, okay, fake hair problem. And that they're okay. It's okay for them to say, no, we can't listen. If they think that this is a problem, then we can't object to that. They think that's what they think.
Fine.
That's their opinion and their entitled.
So fake hair, Black women do wear fake hair. He's not lying. Long eyelashes. I've seen them. I almost got knocked out by some McDonald's eyelashes today. I was like, girl,
those are obnoxious. Those.
Girl, the Wendy's manager who cussed me out had these long lashes. So I was like, girl.
I'm like, your eyes literally are doing exercises just to blink. Like,
but I think this is a part of the problem, Shantae, is like everything that you've just named is all like physical characteristics of people that just don't even play a part in terms of like longevity. Like, yes, you do have like preferences. I get that. But that's also a part of the problem with people's like vetting processes. Like, you're worried about the wrong things. You want the girl with the big booty and, that's aesthetically appealing.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with having a big booty.
No. Listen, I got a big booty myself, but at the end of the day, I do. Girl, I
wait to see it.
But my point is like you're going after everything that doesn't really build a foundation for sustainability, and so you choose these people that really aren't the best options for you, all because of she's got the weave or doesn't have the weave or has the lashes or doesn't have the lashes.
The long place at the long nails.
And I will rock them all day, every day. And I have excellent credit score. I have phenomenal cash flow. Like,
I said big booties is one.
But I have a great mentality.
It's important to know that men are visual creatures. So what they're saying is the overwhelming amount of women, Black women, are doing these things. And I do see that. We're not going to sit here and lie like we don't see it.
Those women still get chosen and get chosen quite frequently. You know what I mean?
And I think that's the problem.
Like, pick and choose your battles. Like, weave, hair, come on.
Okay. I absolutely agree. So those were some of the things that was coming up in the chat that I wanted to talk about, because I feel like it's cool to ask a man. Maybe we should ask a man what it is that they dislike instead of assuming.
But the thing is that white women wear extensions more than Black women. They have extensions. They wear acrylic nails. They wear makeup. They wear makeup.
They're
Remember attitude.
Specifically talking about when Black women have the multitudes of colorful hair that makes it from like classy to like ghetto. Is that what they say when they say we?
Maybe because these white women have a lot of extensions and fake nails and makeup and
Botox, honey,
Botox,
the whole 9 yards,
surgery and BBL.
Somebody said they don't get chosen; they get smashed.
That's not true.
They get chosen, honey.
They are getting chosen.
You can still chat from another.
So Shantae, when the super chat pop up, we probably should just read them off because they're.
So Harrison Davis says the nails, fake hair, and makeup is no good for you.
We did have a super chat. I
agree. When your makeup, if you look too much, if you take that makeup off and you like a different person, that's too much makeup.
Agreed.
I've seen the videos and you like the woman transform. You like, oh my God, girl, you are talented.
I think a lot of people kind of got caught up with how like entertainers, like I remember when things kind of started changing where like people who are not entertainers start doing all the stuff that entertainers do. Like, you know, they have on a full like face and makeup where they look like they are entertaining because they are entertaining, you know, like they are the center of the show. They have on these elaborate looking outfit costumes because they have put on a show. But people have been infatuated once again by these looks and they want to, you know, like replicate it. And so now we've kind of moved into this thing where it's like, I want to look just like her when I saw her on the stage last night. And I'm like, she was performing. She don't look like that when she go home.
I think that what they're saying is they want you to look in your natural, that they admire your natural beauty. They just want you to just be your natural self and they will admire you as your natural self.
But men get the haircut and they have to make sure that hairline is done. Like that's not natural. So
looks get you in the door, but they do not keep you there. And I do understand that for men, like, you know, that's an appeal for men, the way that women look. And I get it. There, you also have men that will come and say, you know, it doesn't matter what a woman's hair looks like, or it doesn't matter about her weight. So it's like 6 one way, half a dozen the other. But, you know, at the end of the day, when we talk about physicalities, they only go so far and they fade. Like age is a real thing. And so, but what's not going to fade is someone's character. And so, you know, at the end of the day, again, I'll say it, you're vetting all of the wrong in all of the wrong places, which is probably why you struggle with sustainability.
So, but the problem is, but that's men and women. To be fair, men and women, women judge men off attractiveness as well. It's not just a man thing. That's just a human nature thing. So we know it's superficial and we need forgiving for it. However, it's the reality of the situation. So with that being said, maybe if to be more desirable, if we wear our regular hair, maybe not so much makeup, maybe shorten the nails a little bit, get the little gel on top of nail. You know, I have long nails on now. Maybe cut them to like the little gel look where your natural nail with the little gel on top. What are some other things we can do, ladies? Cut the lashes.
I think, listen, do
all the mascara. Like we're trying to make solutions here.
No, I get that, but I have never had, I mean, granted, I don't wear a bunch of makeup where it's like, it's heavy. My stuff is natural. I don't have to wear makeup if I don't want to wear makeup, but I've never had any men that I've dated to complain about my appearance. Like, oh, you wear too much makeup, or
you said baby hair is trash too.
Now that baby hair on them wigs, no,
that hair go like this and it's about to hit
that. I hate that. Like, please stop with that baby.
Let me get my baby hair. Like the chilly edges.
Can we
stop it? The edges lay down naturally.
When I lay my edges down, I put my baby hair out though.
There's a difference with natural baby hair and then about 2 inches from back here.
Okay.
Not them forced baby.
I don't like them.
Yeah, okay. No, not them forced baby.
We did have a super chat that we missed.
Oh, we did? Okay, let me go back.
I can't remember the name though.
Okay, so Razik.
Yes.
Razik. He says, do you women ever ask the men you want what they want from you and then actually do it? Oh yeah, if I want them, I'm ready to take a notebook out. Like, what you need, baby?
But we say that every week.
You're a good man. What you need, baby?
Right.
What is it you gonna do? How
what
can
you
I
get whatever you
whatever
need,
you want to make sure you take care of. Yes.
And that's a part of communication in relationships.
Exactly.
Like, you should be asking your significant other what they need from you, what they like, what they don't like. Like, that's how you stay connected.
The vetting process.
Yes, like,
and you keep learning your partner because people change and you grow, and so you still have to keep learning how to communicate and understand how they're changing, how they're growing. So sometimes it might seem like, all right, so you used to love going to the movies, like, you know, why don't you like going to the movies anymore? And your partner might say, you know what, I just always fall asleep now, so I don't like to. And you know, you have to kind of say like, I can respect that. You know, if you fall asleep because you're getting older, you know, you can't stay up in the movies anymore. Like, am I gonna be mad and start an argument with you about that? No, like, you know, you're 50 years old now, so you don't want to go to the movies because you stay awake. You just always fall asleep because you're getting old. So, you know, you have to keep talking to your partner and understanding who they are.
And one thing that I love about Black women is like, we're so versatile. And so like, I can come up here one day with my hair one way, with my lashes one way, my nails one way, and then the very next day come up here completely differently. And so, you know, at least for myself, who, you know, I'm a very creative person, I absolutely love and adore makeup. Like some days I don't, you know, most days I don't do makeup at all, but days that I want to beat my face, honey, I am going all out because it's a way that I'm able to express myself. The same with my clothes, you know, the same. And so, you know, it's, yeah, I think at some point you have to learn to love people for who they are and just choose the person that's right for you. Because at the end of the day, like, you know, we're women, like we're creative. Like, you know, when you think about like our womb space, it's all driven through that whole sacral center, which is grounded in creativity. So it is our nature to be creative and to express that creativity.
So we have a super chat. It says, how are they getting chosen when only a fourth of the Black American women will ever be married? Did you mean chosen for something quick? Well, sir, again, when you are born, you are so blessed. You know what? Let me just say this. Black is beautiful. But unfortunately, we have the group of men that don't like to marry. We got those group of guys, which is nothing wrong with it. We know that you guys like to be free. Some of you, don't get me wrong, there are some men in the chat who are married. And some people just don't think marriage is their thing, okay? So it's hard to marry people who don't want to marry. See how that works? You got to have the man. He has to want to marry the woman in order for it to work. So that's just my take on it. That's thunder, y'all. It's really getting down. Is it raining by y'all?
It's not raining over here. No, it's not raining over here.
That's over there in Gwinnett County.
Girl,
if my lights go out and my power, I'm sorry.
There was a couple of super chats that passed. So God will spirit. Let's stop comparing what white women do. Black men are saying what they want from their Black women. Black women be the standard.
Was that a super chat? That was
yeah, it's one that passed. So I'm trying to like screenshot.
Oh, good. Thank you.
And then there was another one that said, "Hi, ladies, love your show. Can you please clarify the topic? Are we discussing are Black women less desirable for marriage?
We're talking about marriage here, not
or
smash.
Sexual relations. Thanks.
Not sex. That's not a, you know. We're talking about relationship. Like we're trying to get these marriage rates up. So whatever we have to do, ladies, we gotta do it. Okay. I probably didn't do that right, but it's okay. So any more super chats in there? Somebody said, well, what do you do? Let me just tell you what I do. I never got an opportunity to tell you what my downfall is. And I'm so happy that men have changed their minds on what they want. Because just understand that this was not the thing back in the day. I asked both of my exes, because I was talking to a new guy and I wanted to do it right. So I was like, you know, what can I change about myself? Because I really like this one. And they were like, one, don't fall in love in the first week. I was like, okay. I was like, you think I fall in love in the first week? He was like, yes. And if you do, just keep it to yourself. I was like, okay. Poker face. And the other was like, you know, try not to be a doormat. Like, have some boundaries. It's okay to say no sometimes. So when I'm in love, I am a softie in a relationship. I am a caterer. But sometimes too much catering can be a bad thing. It can be over, you know, you have to set your, you know, I think at a certain age, men are like, oh, I want peace. Obviously, I dated these men at a younger age. But what happened?
Well, I'm laughing at two different things. I'm laughing at Maya.
Sorry,
I'm laughing at Maya. I'm sorry.
What'd you say, Maya?
Maya didn't say anything. But she said everything.
What happened, Maya? Tell me.
She'll have to tell you. She'll have to tell you later.
Yeah, I be catering a little bit too much. You can't do that.
I do think that you need to have boundaries. And one thing that I'm very open about is that I go to therapy. I've been going to therapy off and on since I was a little girl. So I remember one time at the beginning of my relationship, I had talked to my therapist and she told me, she was like, you know, it's important for people in relationships not to be like this. You know, you have to come together and make sure that you hold your own as yourself. And that's why I said it's still important to take care of yourself, because if you take time to take care of yourself, you will make those boundaries that are important to you. So therefore, that will allow you to love on your partner the way you want to love on your partner, and you're still loving on yourself at the same time. And therefore, you don't have to just stop, you know, catering to your man the way you want to cater to yourself, but you are paying attention to yourself and making sure you're getting that same love to yourself.
It is so funny because when we discussed that, the submissive, if you guys didn't see last week's episode, make sure you go back and look at last week's episode. When we looked at the submissive thing, and I was listening to all the things that she had to say, if you look at the whole video, I'm like, she's doing all the things that I used to do. And I'm like, it's going to backfire. I just feel it. It's going to backfire. I mean, it sounds good.
But it just also depends, because my thing is, if she feels like, my thing is, if you're reciprocating that, if you feel like your man is doing everything that you need to feel as whole, and you can pour into your man in all those ways, in that specific way, because that's what your man likes, then that may work for them. You know what I'm saying? Because every man's need is not the same. So when you become submissive to a man, just because she's being submissive to her man this way doesn't mean you are submissive to your man that way, because everybody has different likes and needs and wants. So if that works for them, you know, hey. But I do think that when a man pours into his woman, a woman will pour out to her man, because a woman naturally is a nurturer. You know, we take care of everything. We, you know, like Shantae was saying, sometimes we overly do it. And that's why it's important for women to make sure they take care of themselves, because we naturally will give everything, you know, with no hesitation. And so because we naturally do that, we have to make sure that we take care of ourselves. So
yeah, I would definitely pick up off of what you're saying, where like boundaries is the distance at which I can love you and me simultaneously. And so, you know, when it, you know, Shantae, to pick up off of, you know, kind of like last week's episode, where it's like, if that's your love language and that's what you want to do, that's fine. But you have to make sure that it's being reciprocated for you. Like, you know, you have to make sure that your cup is being poured into as well. And so, you know, it goes both ways. And so, you know, just as much as you need me to pour into you, I need you to pour into me. And so, you know, but definitely I've actually learned, how important boundaries are in recent years, you know, just having like growing pains with like people pleasing and going above and beyond for other people at my own personal expense, and understanding the power in saying no, and you know, just validating myself that saying no is necessary and saying no is okay. And if someone can't understand that no and can't respect that no, that's a reflection on them, not a reflection on me. And so boundaries are certainly key.
So let me say, yeah, the super chat. So Congo says he has a question for us. Go ahead and drop your question. We've been more than happy to answer it for you, because you're our favorite. Razik says, Nas said it best. You just a black girl lost. Okay.
And I love Nas too. You know, he's one of my favorite lyricists. So, you know, big ups to Nas.
Okay. So while we are waiting for Congo to ask his question, I wanted to show you guys this clip that happened during this week. Well, I saw it this week. So JR, can you drop it for us?
The question that everyone wanted to know.
No, because you be going on podcasts saying my name. Who the most hated cast member? Colin. I know we got past. No, we ain't got past nothing. We ain't got past nothing. You on my team. I don't care. My question for you is, you be wearing all these turbans, talking all this black power stuff, black consciousness, black righteousness. Look at these wildin' out girls. Most of them is white. No, I'm not done. Got all these kids, 11 kids. When you gonna have some kids with a black woman? Or for a black woman?
A full black woman. I think that was a shot at Mariah because I think she just.
That's what I was about to say. And I love Mariah. I love her. I'm a super fan.
But you know what? That's a good question though. Like, you know, I find that a lot of guys who rock who are like, oh, I'm blacker than black are the ones who are the most, you know, if you look at them, they have the white wife, or they have the chick the ambiguous chick who's non-black. So why do you think that is? Like, I guess it goes back to that question that I've heard so many times on YouTube. I guess I want to get your opinion. Can you be pro-black?
Can you be pro-black and not date black people?
Or even, it looks like even hiring them because he had all his wild out girls.
We need Nick Cannon.
I guess opportunity though, because the comedians are black. Maybe. What y'all think?
I think you can be pro-black and date outside of black. I don't think, you know, I don't believe that love has a gender or a face or a color. And at the end of the day, you know, if you just so happen to find someone that loves you the way that you need to be loved and they're not black, that doesn't mean that you're not pro-black. Now, obviously, if I was dating a man that was not black, he would have to be fully into and understand my blackness, which, you know, that kind of puts a little bit of the pressure on him. But, you know, So, yeah, I wouldn't say that it takes you out of being pro-black.
Anybody else want to answer? You don't have to. I know I put that on the spur of the moment. It wasn't a part of the questioning, but I just had to throw that out there. Do you think he was right for calling him out for that?
I mean, he wanted to know. I want to know, did he ever respond?
I want to know the answer, right? That's the only clip I saw. I was like, well, what's the answer?
I think he's also just doing a little bit too much out here in these streets. So at this point, anything is up for question with Mr. Cannon.
You know, I and we'll talk more about this next week because it's kind of going into our topic next week. But there's a cliffhanger. I often find that when I've done my research, you know what? Never mind. I'll keep it for next week. Just understand it's coming for next week.
You are super excited. I'm about to log in from vacation. You super excited
because I did so much research, y'all. I put my heart and soul into this, and it took weeks of research because I wanted to get it right. I wanted to better understand the situation. Huh?
Are you writing
who's better for the black man? I know people's like, oh, it's the black one, but I'm giving you reasons why.
Oh,
I dug deep.
Good, but
I became into like a little research stalker on people's lives and their wives and how much they've, you know, what they've done since they've met this woman and when they met this woman, what happened. I was like an investigator.
They're gonna debate that.
You know, you do realize that people gonna come in for you, right? Like,
as long as they come in with their research. Because you can only battle research with research. Don't come in with what you think, unless you know them personally, but you probably don't.
I think we got some more super chat.
We got some super chat.
Okay,
chat.
Nurse Fancy said for $5, Logic says it's nothing wrong with enhancing features. Black women exchange their features for something not similar to the existing product.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Nurse Fancy. We appreciate your support. We
appreciate you guys. Listen, take a few seconds to thank the women who are holding down the chat. Thank you so much, you guys. You guys are awesome. Did anybody else want to say anything about the Nick Cannon situation? Does it make you feel any type of way? It don't make me feel any type of way. I feel like go for who you love. If that's the person who you want to be with, and that's who you want to write your kids, I'm pretty sure he did his research, hopefully, on these women.
Care.
And if they're okay with it, then, you know, I mean, that ain't my situation. Like,
he needed to find a woman who is okay with being a baby mother in the situation of a very blended family.
A very well taken care of baby mother.
Yeah, let's be honest. Like,
so, yeah, you know, there's a lot of perks.
That sperm is worth some money. We do know that.
Yeah.
Do y'all think that we're too possessive for that? We're like, you ain't finna.
They're not.
What do you mean as far as possessive?
You say what? Because you know, black women, we don't like a cheater. We be like, you know, you cheat.
Well, that's not necessarily true because back in the day, they're like, if you got a man of status, it's to be expected. Is that not the conversations that were around in the 90s? It's to be expected. If you're dating or married to a basketball player, it comes with the territory. If you're with a rapper, someone who's in the limelight, it's to be expected that there's going to be somebody he has on the side at some point in your relationship.
I feel like that's such a reflection on the individual though. I don't know. Like I get your point though. See, I definitely get what you're saying. I don't care for it at all. It's like, do better, want better. Like, it's weird to me to think that because of status, you now have the excuse to be,
I mean, I just had this conversation today. It's not even now status anymore. It's kind of like, like right while I was getting ready for the podcast, I was having a conversation with one of my friends who is married. And she actually was having a conversation with somebody who was like, oh, your husband's never cheated on you? Never cheated on your husband? And she was like, no, my husband has never cheated on me. And I have never cheated on my husband. Why is this now a common thing that everybody is cheating and that it's something that's supposed to happen in your marriage?
Some people take that whole swinging thing. Some people take that swinging thing and they're like, you know what? They're like swingers. Like, so then I have a open relationship.
I was just about to say that you would really be surprised at the amount of people that would be okay having an open relationship if you weren't so disingenuous and so sneaky. Like if you just kept it like 100 and told people what your intentions were, you would be really surprised at the amount of women or the amount of men that would be okay with that kind of lifestyle.
My question is, what drives, I won't say men, because we already know men say she stopped doing what she was doing when I first got with her. What drives a woman to cheat in a relationship? Something? Like, what is it that you're not being
emotionally?
What is it that you're not being?
I ain't never cheated, so. And that's never happened. I swear to God.
I
swear to God.
but in all fairness, do you really cheat if you're single? Like if you're single,
it's not cheating if you're single.
But if I'm in a relationship with somebody and I give you my word, I'm a woman of my word.
I will leave before I break my word. Because at the end of the day, if I break my word, that's me breaking my word to myself, is how like I look at it. Like not just to you, because I gave you my word and that's my word and that's what I told you, but it's also what I told myself. So it's like I would leave before I would break my own word.
Yeah. Well, I won't say, I'll be honest. I have cheated. I was 21. It was Tam cheated, y'all. Oh my God.
Tam, not the soft.
I'm keeping it
kidding, honey. I'm kidding.
Keep it 100, honey.
I'm gonna keep it 100 since they always say we capping. Tam
you been funky, Tam.
In a relationship. Okay, granted, I was young. I was 21. I've only cheated once in one relationship. Oh, if he watching right now, I just said my age, so he could probably put 2 and 2 together. Hopefully, he not watching this right now.
Hi, girl. Who cares? Go ahead.
He all the way back when you was 21.
But my reason for cheating then is definitely not a reason for somebody to cheat now at the age that they are. But when I was 21, I found out he cheated on me. I was still in love. I wasn't ready to walk away from the relationship, but I wanted some get back. So I was like, you cheated. I'm gonna go cheat. And because I'm not ready to walk away from the relationship. Did that make it okay? No, it didn't. Am I trying to justify my cheating because he cheated first? Yeah, in a way, because that's what my 21-year-old mind thought at the time. Like, oh, okay, you excuse me, you cheated on me. I'm gonna cheat on you too, but I never got caught. He did.
So most women don't get caught.
I mean,
we cheat better. Isn't that what they say? We cheat better.
They do say we cheat better, and I agree. Women do cheat better. It's more thought out. It's more
wait. No,
it's more well planned. Would I do that now? Absolutely not, because that's not my intentions. That's not my purpose. So if I'm being unfulfilled in a relationship, like let's have a conversation about it. Let's talk about why I feel like my needs aren't being met. And then if we keep trying to figure out a way to make it work, I would rather leave you before I cheat on you now. But yes, young Tam, when she was 21, cheated on her boyfriend when we were in college. So yes.
Let me answer this the super chats.
Shout out to Mistaken though, because she holding down the super chat.
And she's sending the super chats through
sending the super chat. So we have them all the way from the beginning. So we're gonna shout y'all out. Thank you for supporting. We're not gonna miss nobody.
So Razik says, we already did that one, Mistaken. Okay, so Nurse Nancy, did we do hers already?
Yes.
Okay. I can't help it. Mistaken sent these. Okay.
I know. So we started.
Harrison Davis says, nothing wrong with enhancing your features. Just don't exchange it for something fake. Okay.
Harrison Davis, $3. Showing support. That. Hashtag still do not support. Do not negotiate with terrorists.
Okay, and so Congo said, what is the biggest, because he had a question, remember. So his question is, what is the biggest issue with respect to dating other than the norm? I can tell you what I think the issue is.
Oh, with respect to dating. What's the issue with respect to dating?
I know what I think the issue is.
Okay. I would say, like, I don't know, maybe the vetting process.
Honesty, people dating with intention, people sleeping with each other way too fast, no type of that's just my opinion. What else? The intention, being intentional is and the honesty is very important, because if you go on that first date and you're just honest with each other, you get more out of it. What else? I think people being delusional about their dating, what they, what I mean, that's women and men though, the delusion, you know. I think that some guys always say, well, a man will smash you, but will he be with you? And so I guess the honesty, if people were honest and were dating with intention, not intentionally sleep with you, then okay. But
we talked about this week after week. There's a funny medium. Men are not going to wife you or be in a relationship with you without smashing you first. We've heard this.
I think they saying too fast,
right? But we've also heard that timing doesn't matter either. Wasn't it Trill who said, "If that's my intention for you, whether I wait 8 months or wait 2 weeks, if all I want to do is have sex with you, I'm going to have sex with you. That's it."
But Trill's been married.
No man is going to invest time and effort for 8 months just to have sex and leave. Like, and you know,
we're not saying logic 8 months. I didn't say we didn't.
No, I'm not saying logic 8 months. I'm just throwing out a number. I'm just saying, like, that was just an example. He did say that if that's my sole purpose of wanting to stay around you is just to have a physical situation with you, that's what I'm going to do.
But the whole context around that also, which I feel like is really important, is the effort behind all of that, where in the intent, the actions behind it all, where it's like, you know, to your point, C, you are right. At the same time, as a woman, you can tell when he is or is not giving the energy and giving the effort that's needed, where it's reflective that his intentions are, I want to be with you, or his intentions are, you're just a good time.
I agree with that.
Well, I talked to some of my single friends, and I feel like some of my single friends, when I listen to the conversations that they have about these guys they're dating, it's almost like the guy comes off like they want to be in this relationship, but then somewhere down the line, that's not really what they've been saying the whole time.
Oh yeah, they got that.
And so I don't really understand that concept. And I'm like, why would you do that? If, you know, like, why don't you just say the truth? Because most women don't really care. Like, if you really just here to smash, then, like we said earlier, then you should just say that. Because what if I was down for that? You know, and then
go ahead. Go ahead. You're right. But we hear this over and over again from the people in the chat, the men in the chat. They always say, look, you it's a delusion, because I think women get mixed up with a man who is intentional and a man who just wants to sleep with you. A man who just wants to sleep with you is going to.
Oh, so the woman is like making that up in her mind.
No, what I'm saying, he is going to play the role until he sleeps with you, and then he's going to have what's
called. But if they've been sleeping, like they've been sleeping together for like 6 months, and then like
he ain't gonna stop it.
And then 6 months down the line, it's like, I guess, women are trying to get serious, and then the man is like, oh, well,
she's a booty.
Maya, I think it's a part of the vetting process. To Shantae's point, it's like, you didn't vet this man properly. So had you asked the right questions, had you actually tapped in and really not only ask the right questions, but observe the behavior, you would really be able to vet whether or not this man was going to dip in 6 months. And so, to Shantae's point, having sex so soon, you end up veiling all of reality with these emotions. From my perspective, feelings and emotions are one of the most powerful forces in the universe. And so now you start putting, you put sex in the equation, which intensifies the feelings and the emotions that are shared between people. And you put that factor in between you and another person too soon. Now you're accepting things from people that you would have never accepted. You know what I'm saying? You're ignoring red flags. And now you're not really vetting this person because your coochie's throbbing. You over here fantasizing. You've made attachments to these fantasies about this man, about this scenario, and it's not even real life. You're not in real life. So the whole vetting process and being disciplined, women, we really do have to take accountability on our end where, like, no, sis, like, you knew 6 months ago that this that this was probably going to be the outcome.
And I don't mean to be funny. We just had a whole conversation with a guy just 2 weeks ago, said that he slept with a woman for a whole year and she was nothing but a booty call. So that's 6 months, 7 months.
They gonna hold on to
it.
Don't care.
They can separate.
They gonna make sure you stay single too,
because it's convenient for them.
They're gonna make sure you stay single too. They're gonna say the right
thing. They're gonna say everything they need to say to keep you on. You are called a placeholder.
So at that point in time, it becomes like, me as the woman, do I choose to continue to go through? Like, I need to be, like you said, notice the red flags and call out to it, which I agree with. I totally agree, but I'm just trying to understand because I keep kind of hearing these stories with different people.
It's rough when you marry, girl, and you hear these single stories, honey. Honey. I talk to my married friends all the time, and they're like, girl, I know if I'm back out in them streets, it's gonna be rough.
It's just like, and my thing is, I feel like men are like kind of handle themselves differently than the time when I was single. Like, back in the day, I feel like it was just like a whole nother vibe going on back then, and compared to what's going on right now. Like, what's going on right now is like, especially in Atlanta, maybe it's just Atlanta because I'm like born and raised here. And it's like this whole Black Hollywood thing. And I grew up like in Atlanta with like real Atlanta men, so I'm just kind of used to that type of, and I hear these conversations and I'm like, who are these guys? I'm like, but I don't know. So I'm just like questioning, that's all.
But also too, why aren't they requiring better for themselves? Like,
well, that's what I mean too. But I'm just like,
they're getting what they're getting what they want. So they want sex. So you're just giving it to them. You're giving them what they want. So why would they? You're giving it.
And not requiring anything in return, because the second that you put that you hold your standards in place and you hold your boundaries in place, and they have to show up respecting that, that's when they start falling off, because
the standards should be there from the beginning.
Those kinds of people weren't going to your point, Tam, honor those standards or boundaries from the beginning. So, it's important to have them in place from jump, because
and follow through with them. Follow through with those standards that you set in the beginning, because if you kind of just lean, and I think that comes to like healthy boundaries.
You can't complain.
Right, and I agree. Like, because my thing is, you have to kind of accept, like, if you're accepting things, and I think we as women, and me, like, just being in a relationship, I always think like, is this something that I'm willing to accept? Is this something that I feel like we should work on? Is this something that, like, because like I said, people change, things happen. I've been with my man for a long time. So it's like, you go through all these different things in life, and you have to figure out, like, that's why I say you have to understand who you are as a person. You have to feed into yourself, because you have to be like, this is my boundary, and if I go beyond that, it it makes me bad. It makes me a whole nother person. What I don't want to do, I work so hard to be a good person. If you have those boundaries and you set them and you follow through, then yes, that's great. But maybe women are like saying, well, this is my man, then I'll drop this boundary. So then at that point in time, that's when it's important to know what boundaries are you not going to break, you know, what's unhealthy and what's healthy.
Non-negotiables.
Yeah.
What are your non-negotiables? What are you willing to compromise on?
But then it still comes down to mental health, how you're being raised, what you grow up and see around. Because my thing is, I see kids like just raising a child. I'm like, it's so important for me to have him in, you know, different environments and exposed to different things, you know. But I see some kids who don't have, I get it now, like some kids who don't have a choice and they're growing up in the projects and they mama and they grandma, they all live in that same house. Nobody cares to get out. Nobody cares. And I see it like, and so that kid is just seeing that and that's just a part of their life and that's how they think. And so that's hard to break through, you know, and see past that and learn something that's healthy for you because you don't know what healthy is because you think that trauma is normal. So, but I'm just really big on mental health. So sorry.
I love it, Maya. So am I.
No, I am too. I lost a friend last semester from mental health issues.
We have some other super chats. Hold on.
Okay.
Thank you, Mistaken. I didn't even know you was out there in the chat, but we appreciate you. So Lioness, this was a long time ago. So y'all bear with us. Lioness, good night, ladies on the panel and Black women in the chat supporting fabulous Black women. So thank you for the $10. Congo, sorry Tam included. How are you doing? That was from Congo hours ago. He wants to know how you
Hey, Congo.
Congo got a favorite, and it is Tam Tam.
Oh, stop.
Razik, ladies with Black women attitudes are not inviting and likable, to be honest. So he's probably talking about why Black women are not chosen.
What did he say again? What was the question?
He said, ladies, Black women attitudes are not inviting and likable, to be honest.
And listen, we talked about that before. Remember how we talked about how when you go somewhere, somebody gives you a compliment and then you did some because maybe you're not attracted to him? That's not... Like, imagine a person coming to you and give you a compliment. It's going to make them not want to give anybody else a compliment because that hurts your feelings a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So I get that.
Congo said, hello, team, and see Tina. Hi. Where's Juice? Oh, Juicy J. He asked where Juice is at. Hope y'all are well. Godspeed. Congo, we love you. Congo again, Team C, Tina and Tam. What is the common denominator of what men is getting wrong with respect to dating with sincerity? I think, did we talk about that already?
What was the question again? Say it again.
What is the common denominator of what men are getting wrong with respect to dating with sincerity? That's a good question.
You know, what I honestly think though, I think the men who are sincere and who are intentional are often overlooked. I think that women don't go for those men. And it's not the man's fault. He's, putting his best foot forward. But a lot of times women go after that guy who's just not good for them. We talked about that before. People like toxicity. And it's unfortunate because it's putting us in a bad situation. Because here's a great guy who is ready, but you want this guy because he's a runner. So
I think with age comes wisdom too. Like when you're dating with a purpose and with intent and you find a like-minded individual, I don't think that's going to be an issue. I don't think that there isn't going to be success in that if you're finding like-minded individuals. So I think that's where that vetting comes from. Like you gotta ask the right questions in the beginning. And if you being intentional, like, hey, this is what I'm looking for, this is what I want, and they're looking at you sideways, just get up and leave. That's not the person for you. If they're not engaging in that conversation, like they're not aligned with you and the things that you want, you have to find someone who is also dating with intent.
Because I think a lot of times women get in situations and they feel like they can change the man. We're not changing men in 2023.
You're not changing anybody.
He ain't never changing.
I totally agree with that. Exactly.
Man, you can't change anybody.
Right. But that comes with women naturally trying to give. I'm gonna help him get his stuff together. I'm gonna help him do this because I think this is better for him. That comes with healthy boundaries, because if you're not worried about how he got to get his shit together and do his stuff right and become this and get things better and plan this and all this stuff, and worried about yourself, then you would be like, why can't you do these things like how I'm doing these things for myself? And you look at the situation differently.
You have to look at yourself, you know, especially as a woman, and ask yourself, what is it in me that is attracted to that kind of lack of in you, that I want to be present there for that, where it's like, you know, I think it, you know, goes beyond saving. There's an attraction that you all have to those, to, you know, that space. And so why is it that I'm attracted to it? Because, for example, if, you know, to Maya's point, you know, a man is struggling or a woman is struggling to provide for themselves in certain areas, and you all just started dating, that should be a red flag. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, okay, so if you can't provide for yourself in that area, how would you be able to provide for me in that area if you can't do it for you?
The problem is trying to change people, period. You cannot change anybody. People have to want to change themselves. So we go into these situations thinking, whether it's sex, whether it's I'm going to do everything for you, whether it's I don't even know, you're going to bend over backwards, we're going to be super nurturing, I'm going to show you everything that I can give you so that you will see me as a prize. If they're not willing to change or willing to want you, it's not going to, no matter what you do, it's not going to make a difference at all.
Facts.
And that's even outside of a relationship. That's just people in general. And I think that's what you're trying to say. See, because like I'm like, that's just people in general. Like, so especially at this age.
So one person stated, it was a normal man, and I agree with this though, a normal man. He said that a lot of times women overlook the intellectual guy, the nerd. But I would also argue, and we've talked about this before, not only that, but the intellectual guy overlooks the intellectual woman. You know, he wants toxicity too. So he wants the woman to change for him, but he's also feeding into that as well because he wants the toxic woman.
It kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier, Shantae, where you were saying how, like, you know, when you were reading through the chat and people were talking about, oh, they want women to not have all of this hair and to look like this and to talk like that, where it's just like, those aren't really characteristics that are grounded in sustainability. So it's, you're vetting for the wrong qualities.
It's just very, you know, the chat is very interesting because you can see like the experience.
So he said he doesn't want
the experiences that people have. I think it's very comedic to me. Like, it's just very comical to me, honestly. Like when you see like people's different experiences of, oh, I think someone said, I don't want an intellectual woman, or, you know, like Black women aren't intellectual. It's like, well, what women are you basing this off of? These statements that are not facts at all.
The ones in their neighborhood and their mama.
You know,
I'm sorry.
It's just
a product of their environment.
The experiences that people are having, it's really interesting to witness, personally for me.
So I think that too. I think he said that it's not true. They want an attractive woman. I've seen attractive, smart women, but I think that that's the problem. Women want attractive men. I think that men think that women don't want attraction, and I don't know who put that narrative out there. But when we're doing that, when we do this, we overlook really great people who may not be like the god or the goddess, you know, who may be great for us. They just are not like, you know, the Instagram model or the what's a good example?
But the question is, what's intellectual? Because you hear this all the time. Women who lead with their degrees.
That's true. Y'all do say that.
Degrees, right? You don't want that woman. So what is the definition of intellectual? Are you talking common sense? Are you talking she's able to hold a conversation and we could go back and forth and talk about different ideas and different topics? Or are you just saying a woman who is educated? Like, what is the definition of intellectual?
I think we should start there.
I think that's what's most important, because when a woman says, hey, I have a master's degree, or I have a doctorate, or I have a PhD, or I'm a doctor, you then turn around and say, well, I don't really care about your degrees that you have hanging on the wall. So what is considered intellectual?
Girl, because my professor in college, she was like, you're going to call me a doctor.
Right.
Where it's like, for me to be like intellectually stimulated, whether you spent whatever you spent on, you know, to have a degree or whatever, you know, whatever titles you have, like to your point, being able to hold a conversation, being able to, you know, sustain conversations with others, like versatility, you know, or, you know, having a diverse background and being able to talk about different kinds of topics. Like for me, you know, I'm personally intellectually stimulated. Like I like to have conversations. I like to talk. I like to chat. That's one of the ways that I can, you know, ground in connectedness with other people is through talking and communicating. So I want someone that is able to communicate.
So then again, we're going back to your vetting to see if people have commonalities with you so you can have a conversation.
For sure.
So it's not really about smarts, right? Like, so you talk about intellectual. So it's not really being intellectual. It's just you have commonalities between the person you're having a conversation with.
Well, I mean, I think that would be intellectual.
Most of them don't care. They just want to know if you can cook. Can you cook?
That don't matter. That don't matter because we would have been married a long time.
Can you shut up? And can you just do what I told you to do?
You know, somebody made a point a long time ago, and I kind of do want to address this. I think that, you know, times have changed. I think a lot of things has interrupted dating and getting together, marriage, and it has a lot to do with social media, easy access to the internet, always thinking the grass is greener on the other side. People think that everybody's replaceable and all of that stuff. And what I find is some things that are natural to women. For example, somebody mentioned we're nurturers, and that's being used against us because we do love hard. And so you, like Team Della said, when you give your body, you know, now you turn into that emotional creature, but that's being used against us. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like they're using that, but we do things too, because there are women who are playing men for money. Men play women for vagina. Women play men for money. There are women, you know. So how do we get past that? So everybody's on the right page. Not necessarily the same page because we look for different things, but the
people need to go to therapy.
I think sometimes too, when men lead with money, you got to think about the type of women that you're going to be attracting when you're leading with your money. Your money is your main talking point. So you shouldn't really be surprised at the type of woman that you end up attracting after that. But some men, that's a way for them to get women because they maybe can't really hold a conversation or really know how to have a woman intrigued by them without that. And most women out here, let's just be honest, want a man with a bag. That's most women. Like, let's just be honest. Most women want somebody that is, no woman can sit up here and say that they wouldn't benefit tremendously from a man that was rich or had a bag. However you want to look for it. No woman on this panel would sit up here and say, I wouldn't, that ain't like, that is a benefit.
Even you know what, that is a benefit, but I'm gonna say something, Tam. I was talking to a friend, a single friend. She makes a lot of money, right? And she was saying that because she does make a lot of money, she does have to consider that she might be the breadwinner in her family, you know. And she was saying that the CEO of her company is a woman. She's a Black woman, and she is the breadwinner of her family. And so I listened to this lady on this podcast, and she's the breadwinner of her family. And so I'm starting to get an exposure to these women who are the breadwinners of their family. There is a large market out there of women who are the breadwinners of their family. Now, I just, this is all new to me, but as I keep hearing it more and more, I'm getting more intrigued with it because I'm like, women are making a lot of money, you know, and so maybe some women who are making a lot of women either have to understand that maybe you will be the breadwinner. I'm not sure, but I'm just hearing more conversations about women who are making a lot of money and they are typically the breadwinner in their family.
Yeah, Shantae, just to kind of touch back on like your point, I would say like transparency is important. Like at the end of the day, there are a lot of men, Maya, that would be okay being taken care of. There is a lot of women, to Tam's point, that would be okay with being taken care of. And, or there would be a lot of women that would be okay with just it being casual and vice versa. So I think when you lead with transparency and you're honest with what your intentions are, you avoid that whole gray area and you avoid all of the issues in between. And so, leading with transparency is definitely the easiest way to eliminate the issues that come up where it's like, you're leading with money, but you want a wife, where it's like, okay, you're going to have to present other, more than just your money to, attract a woman that's wife material. And so, just being transparent with what your intentions are.
Or marrying that woman who only likes you for your money and understanding that's why you marrying her because she likes your money. Like you have to be honest with yourself too. Like, if you are honest that you like her because she likes you for your money, then maybe it could work, And if that's something that you like, that's something that you like. But that comes back to what, like Shantae said too, honesty. Like if you're honest about the situation, then, we can kind of just keep moving forward.
True. Anybody else wanted to add? So let me ask you, so this is off topic, but I wanted to know, so if you're talking about ladies and money, is it a bad thing to call a woman a gold? Like, is it a bad thing for a woman to be a gold digger? And when I say gold digger, I'm not talking about the kind of, because there's two definitions of gold digger. I wish Juicy J was here because she's like the definition queen. I think one is a woman who's only pursuing a man just because he has money. To use him for the money. But then there's somebody who just dates certain men, meaning it's not that she's choosing him necessarily for the money, but she won't date anybody who doesn't have that status or money. Does that make sense?
Meaning, I think it makes you a gold digger when you are specifically targeting a certain caliber of men and you're requesting them to make a certain amount of money, have a certain level of status, and you yourself don't make that type of money or hold that level of status. So those women in particular, yes, those are gold diggers. You are specifically looking for that type of man, but yet you can't even provide that for yourself. So how can you request it from someone else? Now, there's a difference in a woman that is making a certain amount of money, that is of a certain status, and she wants to date someone that's her equal. That does not make that woman a gold digger. That's a woman that can provide a lifestyle for herself, and she wants somebody that complements her, I guess, well financially. But if you're going to be the type of person that is specifically just you money hungry, you just want to be with somebody that has money, be upfront and be clear about your intentions. Because like we said, there are men out here that lead with money. They might be okay with that type of arrangement because that's what it is. That's an arrangement. So be honest, lead with that. But most women aren't going to be honest about that. But it's like,
I think you do find a lot of women that are honest about it, Tam, and men are intimidated by that because, it's like at the end of the day, yes, that, she would be like, that's what I want. This is where I want to go. These are my standards. These are the expectations that I have of myself and anyone that's going to come into this space. And that can be
they intimidated because they don't fit the criteria. Or they do.
That's a possibility as well. Or maybe they do fit the criteria, but they don't want to just be vetted for their money. I think there's,
which is why they should vet the women, especially if they're being upfront and honest that this is what they want. They want financial stability in a man, and that's it. That's it only. That's why you still have to vet them women if you are those men that come from that wealth, that come from that status, and you want somebody to truly love you and be with you for you. So it all comes back to the vetting. You got to vet people, but be honest. Be
but
honest.
Men often say that there are a group of men who often say that a woman's, and we're gonna talk about this next week too, but who often say that they don't look for women based off of what they have. They say that a lot on the internet.
Well, it's mostly because, and that's mostly because they can do what most women can do. So I've heard this too. I had recently had this conversation as well. I have a lot of conversations about relationships, but when a man is, especially if he's alone and he is cooking, cleaning, managing his own household for himself, he's not worried about money and those things that he could do for himself, right? Because he's already doing those things. So he's looking for those other attributes that could work in his household that he already has. So yeah, it doesn't matter in that sense. You know, she'd say like, I'm not, if I could cook and clean for myself, then you cooking and cleaning for me really isn't a huge deal.
But wouldn't he want his woman to know how to at least clean because he like a clean space though?
I'm not saying that.
I would hope.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. But if he's able to do these things alone, if you're leading with that, you know what I mean? Like if you're saying I have my own bag. Most men who have their own bag are not looking for a woman with a bag. Is what I'm saying. Like if he's able to do it himself, it's not per se something that he is targeting to look for. Yes, he wants someone who's going to complement his household. I don't want a messy woman if I'm clean. I don't want a woman who I have to cook for all the time because she doesn't know how to boil water. You know.
But does a man with a bag want a woman who at least knows how to make money, or is a man with a bag okay with being with a woman who
we're gonna talk about that
doesn't want to make money?
I think it's more so about financial stability, but we could talk about it next week. I think that's more so financial stability because you can make a lot of money and not be able to manage it.
I also think that it depends on the man.
It depends on the man.
It really depends on the man. There are some men that literally want to provide for their women, and they, you know, whatever their woman wants to do, they can do, but it's not out of necessity. It's out of her want and out of her passion to want to do it. And then you have other men that, you know, would prefer to have a working woman. I think it just depends on the individual.
We have a super chat, Teddy KGB. By most measures, I can be described as a successful man. And I and other brothers are looking elsewhere because we have experienced a brand of femininity that we don't desire.
They want ladies to be ladylike.
I mean, that's what it boils down to. They don't want all these other. You're right. Sorry, Maya, I missed it. I love my little heart.
Somebody asked, was Maya married? Yes, she's married. She's been
Maya is married.
Like 15. She's been with the same dude like when she was 15. She's like in that Anton Trill category. But you know, I agree about the you know, men want women who are feminine, you know, now. So I think that that's very important to teach people how to be ladylike. Go to etiquette school. A Southern Belle, as we call them. Teach you how to be a Southern Belle.
For men to be gentlemen.
You know, I think it should go both ways.
Yes.
Well, you know, let me just say this. I'm going to give you a sneak peek. Some men want traditional women. I think at some point they do want traditional women. Nobody just wants to argue you're just older. However, there are certain characteristics in the women who have married successful men when they were going through the success process, which we'll talk about next week. Okay. And not all successful men want the same things. I think that it's important to find, when you find a man, to see, like somebody said, how you fit in their life, what they need. For example, how can you make his life easier? If he is an attorney, maybe you're a paralegal, or maybe you know some things that can help him out. Men look for things that are going to make their life a little easier. You got to be able to fit right on in their situation. That's for not the guys we're talking about next week, but for, you know, maybe attorneys or men who make $100,000 or above, like that high earning guy, so to speak. Please correct him if I'm wrong.
You're not.
You just said that is not it. That's not the research I found. I'm going to bring my research, but I looked at billionaires. I didn't look at 100,000. You know, I looked at the big money. You know, not to say 100,000 isn't big money. It's big money, but
it's more than that.
That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard on YouTube. Don't know how true that
is.
YouTube
University. Not YouTube University.
YouTube.
Yes, we're talking about the helpmate next week, Shamar. Thank you for putting our thing. We are going to talk about the helpmate next week.
Hey, those YouTube University degrees matter. They matter.
They certainly do.
It is called the helpmate.
Help your intellect. So yes, it does, Tam. You get intellectual off of YouTube University.
Yes. Be able to hold those conversations.
So there was, I'm still going through the super chats we received. So Razik said, let women talk long enough and you'll see the problem with them. Shaking my head. Men have been telling you ladies for decades what to do and you just don't listen.
Back at you, King.
We kind of been talking to each other.
Yeah.
And ain't nobody listening.
That's what he's talking about right there. We don't listen.
Nobody don't listen, ladies.
Everybody thinks they can change the other person. And it's
Damn
like,
it, we don't listen.
And it's like, it kind of like goes back to like basic communication where it's like, it would have been more helpful for you to actually specify what those needs or maybe the areas that, you know, we are not maybe tuned into right now so that we could actually tap into that specifically versus this broad generalization. You don't listen. Like,
you know, most times it's generalized statements that are said though, Della. It's never specific. Or if it's specific, it's that's why you're not married. That's the only specific.
The gaslighting
out there.
Yes.
So Harrison Davis said, nothing wrong with enhancing your features. Just don't exchange it for something fake.
Oh, we already did that one.
Yeah.
Oh, did we? Okay, sorry.
I think it was two. It was two. I think they both did a super chat on behalf of Logic. Because Logic said something about he can't super chat.
Logic tapped in from the Philippines?
Yeah, so he can comment, but I don't think he can super chat. So thanks.
Oh,
Logic.
I didn't see his comment. Sorry, Logic. We're not reading all the comments. Thank you for joining from the Philippines.
Oh, yes. I hope you're having a good trip.
We hope you are having a good trip.
Somebody said black men and women don't listen to both. Yeah, I agree.
Somebody
don't listen on both ends. Sorry, you guys. We were trying to get the male's opinion. We dropped the link. We wanted some men to come up because it's a ladies' talk, but we do like to get the male point of view on things because we know that we're not men, nor are we trying to be, and we are really trying to understand so we can fix the problem.
But the key point is
our regular men that came up.
What's important is to fix the problem. We don't want men who are just going to come on and berate and talk about the stereotypes of Black women and repeat the same stereotypes about Black women. If you're coming on to have a productive conversation, by all means.
Oriented, grounded, understanding, and yes.
So I mean, there's definitely a lot of people who have a lot of things to say. So why not cam up and come on and have a conversation?
Absolutely.
We're willing to,
you know,
talk to you.
Is that JR?
It is JR.
Maybe somebody about to cam up.
Somebody said they suck. They don't suck. I mean, I know everybody's not comfortable with camming up. People like to just talk smack in the chat. I started out in the chat. I understand.
Well, you can't be talking that loud in the chat and you don't want to cam up.
What is it? The Twitter fingers?
Cam up. Let's have this debate.
Let me ask you a question. So why is it, this is another question, and it kind of goes with my gold digger situation. I know that women like men who have money. We've always said that women like men who have money. And I know that men like women who, when it comes to beauty standards and everything. But why is it, okay, I can understand beauty standards are important to men, but it becomes a problem when women go after men with money. You understand what I'm saying? So we all know how about how women and men are wired, so to speak. But why is it a problem if a woman says, oh, I want a man with blah, 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 blah amount of money, then it's a problem. Because I know one of the things in the chat was like, oh, you have a problem when you want a man who makes more than you. Let's just be real. But that's normal. Every race of women, that's what they do. But it's a problem if we say that that's what we want. You understand what I'm saying?
But can we say men do it too? How many women got men on their couch or moved in with them, or that they're supporting or they're paying their car note? It's the same situation though. Like, not to say like, oh, we're deflecting on men, because I know that's going to be the next comment or something.
Well, it's not about the men in this situation. But we're saying is, if everybody knows that it's normal behavior, if you look at all races, it's normal behavior for women to go for security provision. Why is it not normal behavior for Black women? We're excluded from that. We'd be like, oh, she just going after his money. Oh, she, we're looked down upon because of that. But every other race of women, it's kind of like the norm. It's like, that's just what it is.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with culture and the same breath. I think a lot of it has to do with culture. In the same breath, I also think that for men that have the capacity to be able to provide for a house, for themselves and a woman in a household, it's not an issue that women seek them. I think more so it's on the other side for men that don't have the capacity to provide that, where it becomes an insecurity to where now it's a problem. Also, culturally, here in the States, it's done very differently than it is in other countries where, culturally, women, for the most part, stay at home and they are provided for. So when we talk about men wanting women to occupy this space of femininity and being able to hold this space in the household, that space has to be created. And so, I think there's multiple factors that play a role here. Definitely culture, and then accessibility, for men that have it, that they seek women that want to be provided for because the masculine wants to provide.
But there's also, like, as Della was saying, there's caste systems in different countries where, I went to Bali, you marry in your caste. Like, you don't go outside of it. You don't date below you. So it's interesting that these other cultures enforce that you're supposed to marry on your level. Like, you're not having someone come to marry your daughter who is not in the same level and the societal level than your own family. So it's interesting that when you say Black women want to date men that make the same amount of money they do, that's kind of like, oh, well, Black men make less money than you need to date down. So it's very interesting that in our society, we don't, we like to reference other cultures, but now, like in our study, they don't want to like reference it. It's like, why do we have to date the man that makes $34,000 a year, but you make six figures because that's the man?
And then they'll say, you date a pookie.
Right.
And then I think when you really think about marriage isn't
not to say somebody 35,000 is a pookie. I'm sorry.
No,
you gotta get that out because I knew it was gonna come for me. Go ahead.
But it's like, when you think about, marriage, it's not just comprised of love. So there are other, requirements needed in a healthy marriage for sustainability. And so, to your points, see, when you look at, those systems in other countries, they don't marry down because it doesn't make sense when you talk about, again, sustainability. It doesn't make sense to do that. And so, I think in many ways here in the States, we don't approach marriage, more so from a logical standpoint. I think there definitely has to be a balance, but we really do away with the logic. And we're like, oh, I like him, I think it'll work.
Yeah, it's true. Like, it's more than love. It is more than love. You have to, but we're emotional creatures, right? Like, we tend to overlook a lot more just because of a feeling we have, right?
But that goes the vetting thing. That's why it's important to have men to vet for you. Men know men, Right. So if you have a father figure in your life, whether it be your father or just a father figure, it's important to have that man. That's another thing we need to talk about. Women of other cultures have a father to vet for them. And if you do have a father, it's okay to go to your dad like, Dad, I need you to check this dude out, you know?
They also have women mentorship too.
Right. And I think that's something that we don't do enough of, and we need to do more of that, having our dad meet our mate and get a good look at them and give the okay. We need to go back to that. That's
I think someone in the chat just said that too, where they were like, you know, in other countries, you have families that vet the men as well.
Right. No, there definitely is. And I mean, culturally, especially for me, I can only speak for myself. I only speak from my experience. If you bring a man home, I have uncles and, you know, parents and, you know, that will sit back, and I have a large family that will sit with that man and ask them questions. And they'll come back and they'll tell you, he's not a good dude, or yeah, he is, or he's, you know, that's a quality man. Does that still happen across the board? I don't know. But in my family, I have a large family, and that does happen. So it, you know, it's true. You have family members, you have grandparents, which most people, I don't have my grandparents anymore, but you have lineage that is actually to sit back and be like, okay, who is this coming into my family, and actually care who you're bringing into the family, versus nowadays you just get married and it's just riffraff just joining the family. It's not really vetted as much. You went to, you know, it's not wrong with going to Justice of the Peace, but people go to Justice of the Peace and show up at the family reunion, and it's like, who's this? This is my husband.
That
right? And no one even, you didn't even bring him home for us to talk to. What is happening? Like, generations are changing.
Right. Which, you know, is definitely speaks volumes to the dynamics of, you know, home, where, you know, if that home was solid enough, you know, you would definitely want that kind of opinion. But obviously that kind of dives into a whole other, you know, aspect of it as well. So
I agree. Anybody else wanted to add? Tam, you just left the building. What was you doing? What was you doing?
I went to the restroom.
Damn.
I mean,
break.
You asked me on live, so I was like,
I'm like, girl, made me some cookies, you know, brownies in the oven. Go get them. Something. Shit.
I can use it.
But anyway, so I just think that that's so important. I think that we look at things differently, and sometimes we have to look at other cultures that do things a little different and wonder. I mean, I don't know. I'm just talking right now. Mm-mm. Dang, we have no male callers. Everybody has so much to say. Because they like, you know what? How can we argue with that? I mean, desirability. Like, what can we say to that? Maybe that's what they're saying.
Maybe
they say we capping all day. We're trying to get it right, but it's kind of hard to get right when you don't have their opinion. But you know, it is what it is. I was trying to see if there are any opinions in the chat that we
can tell us to stay out the chat, but then it's like that's the only place that we could find the male response though.
Let me just tell you this. Everybody who's in the chat, we are so thankful for you for being here with us on a Friday night. I know we talk smack back and forth, but we are ever so appreciative of you. We absolutely are. And especially our moderators. You guys are the bomb.
Somebody said we scared. Don't be scared.
I wish you had the phone number that Logic had. You know, he's like, you can just call on the phone. You don't have to show your face. Just call.
We don't bite a lot.
Don't be scared.
If you put an asterisk in front of your question, we will read it. You know, a little asterisk.
Put a symbol. We'll read your questions and answer them.
We don't mind if you're nervous, because I understand. You know, everybody's not like a online kind of person. You know, so.
Yeah, don't be scared.
Why are you laughing, Della?
Where's Billy? Where's Mike?
Where's
right? Lauren said 4 women versus 1 man. It's not enough.
Well, we won't tackle you. We will not do that.
Going to just sit here and jump on you. We really want.
Somebody said, "Why are y'all so delusional?" And they put the asterisk.
All right, we have you jammed up.
Thank you for joining us.
I have 1 minute.
People like he coming with something serious.
Right. You guys,
No, not. Thank you so much. That's so
with
sweet.
the smoke.
You got 2 golds in your mouth, honey.
Real fast, because I promised, and then we're gonna get to you. Okay, thank you so much for coming up, because I did promise, and he did put an asterisk in front of it, and I'm a woman of my word. But the question was, why are y'all so delusional?
Delusional.
The women be getting played. I don't think they in their mind they don't know that they're delusional. They really think the man cares. I don't think they're delusional. I think
you got to be more specific on what you found that we discussed in the last 2.5 hours to be delusional. Hi, Billy.
Hey, guys. Is that Logic showing his air mattress?
Logic is in the Philippines.
Look at that.
Oh, nice, Logic.
That is so shady.
Listen here, Logic would show up with a view, honey. He gonna have a view.
Let me go ahead and log in next week.
Do you agree that women should marry?
Cora, our BFF.
19 because they're the least anyways, in their husband. Oh no, not 17 or 19. I mentor kids 17 and 19. They're not ready. Not this generation.
Those are babies.
I will say, Cora, I will say young, but not 17 and 19. Young. I would say more of a 24, 25, 26, that young.
Yeah, I also don't believe in the concept of like training her. I think at the end of the day, you need to vet who it is that is going to be,
that sounds like
that sounds very R. Kelly
with your lifestyle to where, she fits in, how Logic and the rest of it, your plan, you know what I mean? Versus like,
somebody pause their chat.
If you have your thing up, just mute it. Like bring it down, like turn the volume down. If you have the
if you have the chat up.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hi, Billy.
Hold up. Well, I'm finna go. I can't stay long.
You leaving us already.
Don't be paying that $4 for that.
You leaving us already.
No, I was telling the chat ninjas, man, y'all better hit this link. These ladies said a lot of stupid stuff tonight, and y'all better not let them get away with it.
What did we say that was still Logic? You have to bless us with your knowledge.
You better come with
what did we say that was
you read the super chat. Y'all just ignored it.
What did you say that was annoying?
Y'all, I said no. Y'all ignored it. Y'all pick and choose what y'all want to discuss. When y'all was talking about.
Well, that's because you're not here, so we're not catching all the super chats.
All right, so look, this is what it is, right?
Okay.
Is that black people don't mind about enhancement. See, black women exchange things out. And I think that's the biggest thing that probably men have problems with when they exchange things out. They exchange their body parts, they exchange the texture of their hair, they exchange their eyelashes. Black women don't enhance shit. They just exchange. You know what I'm saying? It's like y'all see this. Hold up, buddy, mute up. Because you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got an echo.
You echoing, player.
Yeah,
but that's it. And then the thing is I don't know how many. I mean, what black men got to do besides telling y'all that they like y'all how y'all is. You know what I'm saying? And then as men start evolving and start traveling, start seeing different, you know what I'm saying, women, they see women that's comfortable in their own skin. And even though they love black women, y'all just got to be comfortable in y'all own skin. Y'all got to say, you know what, fuck it. Because I'm telling you, more black men will be attracted to you with your natural hair, with not no eyelashes falling off. You know what I'm saying? I was talking to somebody the other day, and they pulling out their eyelashes. I said, what the fuck is this? This shit, shit like it hurt. The installs, I know them shits hurt, don't it?
They hurt.
Yeah. I'm just saying, it's like, the thing is in no other race of people is beauty pain but black people, black women. I'm sorry. I just look at my sister.
Some people don't know how to be subtle with it. Because I'm not going to sit up here and say, yeah, there's nothing wrong with enhancing the beauty that you already have, as long as you aren't switching out parts. But I don't think there's nothing wrong with subtle changes. Like, for instance, eyelash. Like, I haven't had any physical work done on my body or anything. But when it comes to eyelashes, it's like, I'm not talking about the ones that look like fans on your eye. When you blink, you like... but subtle enhancements where it's like it makes your eye pop a little bit more. But I do agree, black women tend to get carried away.
But them enhancements, though, see, black men don't care about enhancements. They care when you start exchanging shit. And I'm serious. It's like, think about this. Look, I got sisters, right?
So switching out your boobs and booty, that's a problem.
No, well, that too. But I got sisters, and then it was a pain for them to be black women. From my mom combing their hair, perms, hot combs, you know what I'm saying, all these braids, you know what I'm saying? They got to the point where, you know what I'm saying, they needed goddamn what you call that shit? The hair replacement system because of the braids and the perms and all that shit they was putting in their head. So now they turn like 35. Now, you know what I'm saying, their hairline looking like Yo Gotti. I'm telling you. But see, guess what? Nobody speaks out on the hazards of that. No other women on earth is beauty, is pain. But our women, and then men will tell y'all to y'all face, no, look, we don't care about that shit. You know what I'm saying? You thick, you straight, you know what I'm saying? Lose the attitude and we'll be cool. Y'all don't want to hear it. Y'all will still get them things that y'all will tell a man to his face. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for me. So then that's why men just, for the most part, said, fuck y'all.
But how is it any different now with men that get like the man weaves though? Or
the man weaves?
Or the fake beards, yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know who get fake beards and I don't know who get man weaves. If you talking about that,
let me just tell you, if you have a one of those and it come, oh my God, no.
The Bengay.
That Beijing.
Okay, and then I'm asking you this. Wait. Okay, so since we're gonna do that, then is Beijing, is it an enhancement or is it an exchange?
It's not an enhancement. Beijing is altering.
No, baby. See how y'all do? It's a straight up question.
I'm answering your question. It's not an enhancement, but you are changing the color of your hair. It's not an extension. You're just
he doesn't. So he doesn't care as long as your hair is what's going on.
Yeah, see, and you see how y'all are trying to do? It's ideally you can see that that's only an enhancement.
The way you worded it, Logic. You asked.
No, I worded it that way, and y'all trying to get. I'm telling you, them is enhancement. Look, if LeBron James get a hair system replacement, right? And guess what? Long as he don't be trying to look like Brad Pitt, that's an enhancement to what he originally had, or you know what I'm saying? It's something that he originally had. Here, not trying to. If he get like a little pullover like Brad Pitt or something like that, then y'all can say that. And the men who get these little things that y'all talking about, you're talking about a small percentage. If you're talking about women that's getting these installs and shit, you're talking about a majority.
You know what, Mr. Logic?
We don't want to look at those numbers.
But the thing about it is, look, you guys, you can't be mad at that. He's just saying we want you to be your natural self. That's kind of a compliment. We want you as you, not.
No, it's not that. It's also making sure that number is accurate because they're in the movement today, and I'm not offended, by the way, but in the movement today, there's a lot more women who are being more natural. I've already talked about why I wear wigs. I've already talked about it. I heard your response, Logic, about me wearing wigs too.
No, forget that response. Look at this food, nigga.
Fuck your food.
Yeah, I know, nigga. You can't. Ooh, they do good. Good. Look at that. They got caviar on that bitch.
I bet it's authentic too. Let me see it. Move it over.
I ain't let you see shit.
Fresh
type of fish.
I can't see it. There's a comment there.
They don't play. See, look, when you got a crab sandwich, you put caviar on that bitch. You know what I'm saying?
I think what's really important though, like getting back to the topic.
Did you just drop the plate?
Billy, you all right?
Oh, that was Billy.
Billy been drinking. We know Billy been
grab some of that shit. My bad.
hey, Billy, that's slide.
But let's be
about to grab that bitch. You hear me? You better put that bitch off there.
Mr. Logic, can we get back on the let's be
my germs?
Can we be back on the let's be natural topic?
So I think that what the women are saying is, so I'm not going to disagree with that, Logic.
No, but hold on, Shantae, hold on. Normally when it's, we want the woman to be natural, that woman's hair is not that 4C tight curled hair. It's not the It's not the woman who has certain features. It's not, and there's a reason why women are changing their features. There's a reason why women are bleaching their skin. There's a reason why women are wearing wigs. Now, Shantae, I'm gonna be honest, you're the anomaly because your hair is very different from a lot of the hair that's seen normally culturally. No offense, but it is something that most men will be more attracted to a woman that has hair like you.
But
well, no, my woman got hair like me.
Mr. Logic, but I can remember Mr. Logic when you wore your natural hair that one time. He gave.
No, I'm not saying I'm not, but again, I'm very versatile.
You are.
I have a very pretty. I will say I have a pretty face.
Okay, so watch this.
Different.
So watch this. Shantae, can I like shit CC up?
Sure.
CC, the day you wore your CC, the day you wore your natural hair, did I not just say, damn, keep that up, right? Did I not say that on the panel?
I'm not saying. And
wait, ma'am.
I started this conversation. I said
you acting like a black woman right now. Now hold up, let me get to the point. Now then, I also DM you and said, rock that shit like that again. Is that not true?
It is facts. I'm not.
So now, and wait. No. Let's get to the meat and potatoes. Yes. You women are full of fucking shit.
Let me find out Logic in them DMs.
I think you know me,
y'all.
Logic.
Look at Tam, you have a natural short hair cut. Team Della, you have a natural.
But I think it's different when
it's different forms of natural.
It's about confidence. It's about confidence.
But I've been told though.
Listen,
but even
I don't like hair.
I've been told I have
but it's beautiful, Tam.
Right, I've been told that.
You get me in the chat talk about Tam. Oh, it's Tam, heart attack, Tam.
We just want y'all to be confident in your own.
But it's not even that. But if you naturally have an aesthetic beauty, I'm gonna say, like, I've been told I can wear multiple hairstyles. My face allows me. I've had locks. I've had short hair. I've worn wigs. I've worn my hair naturally.
Okay, Tam.
Hold on, Logic. Hold on.
No, but you're talking in a circle. Who told you this?
But I'm just saying, like, in general,
but no, who told you this? See, ain't no men. You talking about some dust assholes. See, look, men don't care. Ain't no men told you that.
But no, honestly, right. Logic, go to your chat, people. I've had people compliment. Nope. Whoop, let's go.
Ma'am, you're trying to make an argument.
But I'm not making. But I'm
wait. They just hear what I'm saying though. See, listen to this right now.
Go ahead.
You're trying to make an argument to men about conversation you had with dusty hoes.
That's not true. I'm only going off of chat responses.
They gotta be dusty.
But no, these are chat responses though.
You know what? Let me just say
I've gotten compliments with me wearing. Hold on, I've gotten compliments with me wearing braids. I've gotten compliments with me wearing this afro, saying tonight. I've gotten compliments with me in my natural hair. I've gotten compliments with me in different wigs on this show. This particular show in the comments by men.
Your hair, I do love the versatility, but I'm a female. But let me just tell you this. Let me put Christina in her place because this happened before. Christina and I, we met on a show, right? And remember, you made this comment to me, Christina. Remember, on the second day after on the reunion, you said I should have worn my hair natural.
Oh, so when he met me, that's true though. When he met me, he was a person who preferred natural hair. So when he met me, I wore my natural hair on the first episode. I did. And I was told by producers after he said, yes, I want to go on another date with her, that the reason why he didn't want another date was because I wore a wig on the second show. That is absolutely facts. And I'm not saying there's not a preference.
That was a smart brother.
I'm not saying there's not a preference, but if you see his fiance,
she's natural.
You will see like the natural hair and what he prefers, and her natural hair is huge and beautiful.
Billy said he's here.
Okay, Billy, I'm sorry. I'm gonna put myself on mute.
I mean, honestly, do y'all want a man's opinion, or did you? Because you called the guys up.
I loved it.
I'm shutting up. I'm gonna go ahead and
looking for you.
Let me turn my camera off.
I mean, y'all did say my name, and I showed up.
No. Hey, Billy Kid, you come to Atlanta, right?
Of course.
All right, we're gonna go to CC house, and we're gonna have a bonfire with all her wigs.
See, hey, I'm
not. No, you're not, because
yes, we is. We gonna burn them motherfuckers like we in Afghanistan.
CC, who gonna stop me?
You ain't coming to my house and burning nothing.
Well,
we coming to your house.
You ain't coming to my house and burning nothing.
If you care about, look, baby, look.
I live in Bacon.
Look, I can't holler. I'm trying to keep my voice down.
Letting us know where you
shit,
live.
I'm down here with these good ass Asian people and shit. They don't like all that nigga shit. You know what I'm saying? They playing music and shit all in the hallway and shit. I'm like, God damn, nigga, shut the fuck up with that music. Look, baby.
Put you in Massage Logic and leave us alone.
I just came from it though earlier.
Look, he'll never leave the table.
No, look, all
Billy,
I'm saying.
we want to hear your comments, Billy.
Look, but what I was saying is look, Logic. Am I right or wrong, Logic? Do you think that wigs on women from a young age, cause women start wearing wigs around that 16, 17, and then they wear the weave at least, and then they start to wear the wigs, into their adulthood. So they kind of get used to it, and then that shit changes their mentality, their psyche. Like they tend to depend on it. They feel like they're not pretty unless they have it. Like I can't leave the house unless my hair is a certain way. It's real. It's so real, and I've learned to not, before I got with my woman, I've learned to stop messing with chicks like that, period. Because they are the ones that are the terrorists, really. Really, they be the ones that be the most terrorized. Them glorilla.
Billy,
them,
we have
them glorilla.
I'm
telling you, them glorilla. Look at that video. Go back and look at that video. All them had that same Brazilian yaki. That Brazilian yaki.
The 29 inch.
Right, that 20. All of them had the same uniform hairstyle, just in different colors. It was some of them had the black 78. Some had that Auburn 42. Some of them had that crimson 75.
But you know what?
Billy, you feel familiar with the colors and textures.
Because let me tell you, I had to learn. Look, I done spent too much time in them stores to start to really.
But Billy,
you the ones that be wearing the workout clothes that ain't never seen a gym.
Billy, you missed it. Billy, you missing one thing. The reason it is, this is what happened, is they make these mistakes when they're younger, and then they got to keep it up to cover the mistakes. They gotta keep up the weeds, to cover up the scars, to cover up the hairline lossage, to cover up the gaps in their head, the patches. That's why they gotta keep it up. But see, this is what they don't do. They don't advise the younger generation of the hazards they went through. So what the younger generation do is continue to hold that torch, and then not to look. The not to sit here. Have you ever saw one of them motherfuckers take off them installs, man? I be feeling sorry for them. I just be wanting to just sit there and rub their hair and put some baby oil in their shit and some cocoa butter. Look, I be like this. I be want to treat I be want to treat them like a little crackhead. And I be like, baby, I love you.
Like them ducks.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish though. Let me finish. I'm just like this, baby. I love you. You ain't going back. You ain't going back. Just stay here, baby. We're going to go through this hard pain. You know what I'm saying? She ain't not shaking and shit. I can't go out to the movies with your baby. It's going to be all right.
Looking like a burnt
koala. You and your fantasy little monologue, your little dialogue you have with yourself, your little fantasy world. But
I want to hear 651 Mitt or Janae.
So let me ask you a question. There are women while I understand the Black women do it the most, but there are other women who are part of other races who do the same thing, but their men don't turn on them, that they still marry them. Like when Africans have braids, but African men are loyal to African women. They love their women, And so, I mean, the same thing.
Because it's an attitude, I think. I think it's more or less not about a look. It's about an attitude. It's about if you are 100% about your man, I have no reason to not be 100% for you.
No, I don't think
that's
the
give and take.
Logic is specifically talking about women embracing their natural selves. Am I right, Logic?
Right. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So yeah. Well, can we get there you go, come off mute.
Yeah, 651 Mitt. Come on.
Yes.
I'm gonna drop down, ladies. Thank y'all for having me.
Thank you, Billy.
It's always a pleasure.
All right.
We love you, Billy.
We love you,
Billy. All right, Logic.
All right, see you later, player. We're gonna have that bonfire.
Now you might somebody
needs to mute.
We're gonna have a bonfire. Yep.
Somebody needs to turn their
volume
down.
Bonfire, we're gonna make s'mores. You ain't burning my wigs.
No, we're not gonna burn your wigs.
How y'all doing? Good afternoon. Well, good night.
Thank you for joining us.
I got to agree with Logic. I agree that, natural look, the braids, the ponytail, the afro, no lashes. I'm a simple dude, so I prefer my woman just to be simple, not too like the long weave and all that. But I do understand at this point that's what's in right now. So that was something I would have to deal with. But if I had to choose, I would probably, ponytail. I love the braids. I think all women of color look good in braids. And I hate the lashes. A little bit of makeup, not too much. But I think some women just be overdoing it and they don't embrace their natural beauty.
Have you ever funded the cause?
Yes. When I was dating someone, I specifically told her, braids. I would tell her I like braids. Get them braids, but a couple times she bought the loan or full $500 weave or whatever. But it's something I have to deal with. But again, I like the natural hair, the natural except like with braids. With braids, you got to put the weave in it. But eyelashes, I just completely hate altogether.
Most men hate them too because they, especially the strip kind, because they be finding that one little lash randomly.
Oh, in his bed, he wake up like, what the hell is this? A roach?
Or you wake up and it's stuck.
I think it's a spider.
It's them eyelashes, especially the cheap ones. Like the cheap ones, them aggravate me a lot because
maybe a little mascara.
It can be a nice woman, nice looking woman I'm attracted to, and I just see the eyelashes and I just see the glue or the just hanging off. It just irritates me.
Oh, baby, no! If you can see the glue, she didn't apply her lash right.
Yeah, it just
apply it right.
Just
they have gotten out of control, y'all. Even if your
lashes
look small, the problem is even if your lashes look nice because you got the mink ones, you went and got them done like the individuals, and it looks so nice. Men are so over it because people have taken it from 1 to 10 that they're just like, I don't want any of them because y'all just would done way too much. So I don't think the mink ones are bad, but because people are just so irritated because people have gotten out of control with it, it's like I just don't even want to see it.
But you know what? A lot of women that are getting them done, and I'm knowledgeable about it because I am in the hair industry part-time and I do know how to do all of that stuff. But a lot of women don't even understand that
somebody just tried to call me on FaceTime. They tried to FaceTime me video call.
But ladies out there, a lot of y'all, the ones that really get the extreme lashes, the individuals, a lot of y'all don't know it's math. It's a science behind that. So a lot of ladies, when they get those individual lashes, they tend to have a lot of lash loss of their own natural eyelashes because you're putting too much weight on one individual lash. It is a science behind that. So when you're seeing these Instagram videos of these girls that literally the lash is just, they can't even like open their eyes. It's like it's too much weight, and it's also making your real eyelashes fall off. But some girl, they don't care because now your real eyelashes done fell off. So now you gotta
wear. You're sticking. Yeah. No,
Hey, look, but see, why y'all, when I said that earlier, y'all didn't listen because that's what it goes through. Y'all go through that. Y'all put yourself through that to where
I agree.
Y'all, and you do the same thing with y'all hair.
I don't get individuals.
Y'all will lose y'all natural hair when these extensions and all that shit. Then you get mad because now you ain't got nothing, and a man will look at you like, hell no, I ain't want to fuck with that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's almost like a transgender. Let's keep it funky. That's why transgender can look so close to similar to black women. Because they use the same. They use just listen what I'm saying. Because they use the same techniques. They got long eyelashes, long ass fingernails, long ass wigs, and then a whole bunch of makeup. That's why they can look so similar. And then guess what men will tell y'all right now? And guess what? Y'all still wake up tomorrow and put all that shit on your face. put them eyelashes on, put them installs in your head, and make sure you go and spend goddamn $150 for some fucking fingernails. You know what I can do with that? I can buy me a bottle of 1942 for that.
Because it is expensive.
It is.
It ain't cheap.
But I don't have.
So let's let Janae. I just want to clarify.
Hi, Janae.
Ever Facebook FaceTime somebody and you don't know them like that. That's just not good at all. But Janae, thank you for coming up and thank you for being so patient with us.
You are so pretty.
Hey,
I
guys.
like the pink in the background.
Thank you. Thanks. Can you guys hear me? I'm wearing my AirPods.
Yes.
Okay.
Yours don't need to be recalled. There's a real recall on AirPods, by the way. But go ahead.
Is there really?
Yeah.
Oh no.
You can return them, like you can exchange them for free.
Did you
Until
hear the
October.
beginning of the show? Our friend needs to go ahead and go to Apple and get some new ones.
Oh, I might do that. But mine are fine. But anyway, I really like this.
Yeah, we ain't talking about iPods. We talking about weaves. Shit.
No.
I was trying to give people
really
a plug.
Well, she better Google. Hell, don't be giving no free game. Get your ass on Google and
We
get a
don't want
recall.
anything harmful to happen.
Jeez, Logic just making some
a recall is
small
pretty
talk.
serious. But go ahead, Janae.
Right.
Trying to make her feel comfortable.
Janae understands.
But yeah, this topic is like really awesome. I'm glad you guys touched on it because there's been a lot of opinions about Black women. If you guys see me in the chat, you know how I feel when I feel like Black women are being bullied. But I also think that there's
what the
valid.
Fuck?
Some people
Logic, can you please let me? Can you please let me finish?
Let her finish, y'all.
Can you mute, please? And
No, look, she ain't gonna allow
I'm
me.
about
I
I
didn't state
respectfully
opinion.
allow her to finish.
Yes, I'm finna
about
let
to
her
tie it
finish.
in.
But
I'm
at
about
the
to
end
tie
of the
it in.
day, she not gonna allow me. Name
I
one
don't think
opinion.
it's you.
It's not you.
Logic.
Did
She's
she
trying to
single
give
you
the
out?
example.
No,
Let's
because
just
I've been.
See, look,
let's just let her finish.
I'm gonna let her finish. You know what I'm saying? Y'all just want somebody to harbor a terrorist. But
Okay,
I'm saying she need to
that.
call a name on it because I'm not finna be on the panel. Because if she said that I said an opinion, name one thing that I said that was opinion. But go ahead,
It's
man.
not
I'm sorry.
you. Go ahead, Janae.
Logic.
Go ahead,
No,
Janae.
Logic. I've been in the chat like pretty much since the beginning of the show, and so
Well, thank you.
And yeah, I love the whole network. But anyway, I've been in the chat, and also just like it just seems like every time we talk about Black women, it's just constantly Black women do this, Black women do that, blah, 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 and like just constantly just beating us down, like everything that we do wrong constantly. But I will say there are valid things that people have issues with. For instance, like the makeup, the weave. You know, I understand why that's not very favorable, and I understand why it makes it seem undesirable, especially with the Logic was saying earlier about how other races of women, like they present as comfortable with themselves because they do tend to embrace their natural appearance more. But I also think to our credit, Black women have kind of been like programmed in a lot of ways to Logic. We have been.
I agree, Janae.
We've been programmed to by, and not just by media, but like by our family, by our mothers, by men growing up. I mean, I was going to ask the ladies on the panel who have like grown up with their natural hair or wore their natural hair, how well was it received, especially if you have a kinkier texture. Like my hair is like pretty kinky naturally. I straighten my hair, but it is like naturally like very kinky. But and a lot of that is not as welcome. It's like made as a joke, and like we're constantly joked about, even with our skin tone, our hair, everything. So it just seems like we've constantly been beat down from the beginning, and then even now up to this point we're like being beat down because now we're not embracing our natural hair, and we're not like just. So I just feel like there should be grace, you know, because while there are valid criticisms, Black women have been put through the ringer about everything that we do since the beginning of time. So that was just my thought on it.
Oh, now can I ask her something based on that? Because y'all can't let her get away with this.
Well, hold on, Logic. I kind of want to pick up off of what Janae said because she made a really good point when it comes to Black women and just the societal programming of how Black women are perceived. And she made a really valid point, because we have been so conditioned that we've been really whitewashed when it comes to, you know, perming your hair, when it comes to lightening your, you know, your complexion, when it comes to doing all of these kind of enhancements to make us more desirable in society. I do think that we are transcending through those limitations for sure. But they certainly have played a role on, you know, why Black women feel so pressured to have to live up to a certain stigma. I mean, it was just last year that we were able to wear our natural hair into professional spaces. And so then you wonder why we put, you know, we have this weave, or we continuously have to step outside of our own natural anatomy. It's because in many ways we were also forced to. And so, you know, we definitely appreciate the kings and, you know, like yourself, that come on here and tell us that you love us naturally and you love how we look when, you know, we are natural. That conversation helps, and it makes a big difference, but we can't negate why you even have to embed that into our consciousness to begin with. And so, you know, Janae, I think you made a really good point.
All right, so now let me total just destroy everything that she said besides one point. First off, you're not being honest, Janae, because it's no Black man that's running around here calling Black women Black. It's Black women running around here calling Black women Black. It's no Black men running around here saying that Black chicks got nappy hair. You guys say this to each other. That little one girl, Gabby Douglas, when she got flamed up by the Black women, that was Black women. Black men were probably, the most Black men would kill for a woman like Gabby Douglas. You are the ones, you are your biggest enemy, and you trying to put it on somebody else when you sit here and you live everything you say. So, like, if we want to be honest, you know what? I think your complexion is beautiful. Haven't I told you that multiple times, Janae? Now, if another nigga or another woman gonna tell you different, and you accept that, then guess what? That's your fault. So we gotta.
She's a really pretty girl.
What you say?
But I was thinking,
she's a really pretty girl.
Thank you. I was speaking more so about like growing up, right? Like even in my mom's generation, she has a dark complexion like me, and she was heavily bullied about her complexion by men and women. You know what I'm saying?
But see, no, Janae, listen to what I'm saying. Men don't care. See, when you're telling these problems, is that men don't care. I'm telling you, men don't care. I never talked to a dude and he said, "Oh man, I loved her hair. Her hair, shit. I'm finna get her. Look at that hair."
It doesn't make her statement any less true if she's saying her mom experienced men and women. Maybe not majority, but I don't think anybody is lying when they say that a man has told them their complexion is too dark or their hair is too nappy. So you might feel that way, but it does not mean that that wasn't her experience. Reality.
Well, first it could be her reality because
colorism is real, and let's not act like texture. People don't care about texture. Let's just be honest. That it's not you, Logic. We know you love Black.
Are we talking?
We know Logic love Black.
No, I know he loves natural, but
I ain't loving that. As soon as I get off this phone, I'm gonna go on a tour and I'm gonna get me a Filipino. I ain't dealing with y'all terrorists.
Oh my goodness!
Y'all
that
damn
was
terrorists.
a terroristic comment.
No, when I had locks, I had a man said, "I wonder what your hair would look like permed." So it's a true thing that it happens. So you can't sit back and Logic. We appreciate the fact that you love women as they are and Black women as they are. We appreciate that, but you can't negate that Janae's life or her mother's life ain't true, or things that I've experienced about my own natural hair is true.
And the thing is that we really do need that community of people that, are super seeking that kind of love into us, because when we step out into other spaces, we don't get that kind of love. You know, Shantae just did a whole presentation earlier of how Black women are literally the most undesirable, you know, like on these apps. And so, you know, it really does make the difference, you know, having that love and having that confidence being reinstilled into you in those spaces. They're very much
But
so
T-Dale,
because
why
they're
is it
not
undesirable?
we don't know. That
What
was
the-
that
No,
was
I'm tell you why they undesirable. Because you got men that's telling you on a panel right now, and you're still saying it's like you always have an excuse for everything. I can see here and look each one of you women in the face and say, y'all look good. Guess what though? You'll still have an excuse. Oh well, he don't think I look good. It's like y'all want to please everybody.
But that's not an excuse.
Nobody said that.
That's your
Logic.
opinion, and we appreciate your opinion. But that's not every man's opinion. You can't speak for every man, and you can't tell somebody that what they experience is not their experience because you don't live by that code. It doesn't make their experience any.
No, I think that what happens too is people look, unfortunately, people who are upper echelon date does make a difference, which I'm gonna debunk that next week. But when when people look at celebrities, they choose women who look a certain type of way. And we can say, well, those are celebrities. But at the end of the day, men look at other men to make money because they want to eventually be that person. Women look at the women because they want to eventually be that person. So it's kind of like something you look up to. And if the people that are in front of us saying, this is the kind of guy who likes this, they're going to want to be like that female because they think that that's the kind of female you have to be to pull that type of guy. Does that make sense?
No.
Yeah. So basically, if you saw more of, so when we see people who are, we call the upper echelon choosing women, they are not normally the natural women. Or women who are beautifully Black natural.
You know what? Look, the men in my circle are pretty wealthy, right? And you know what they look for in women they choose? They look for cooperation. Like all this extra stuff that y'all be doing. Like I said, and then we're if y'all talking about a sample size, if we be really getting a sample size of Black people looking at these entertainers, that's not true. Because if you really look at it, I got a Black friend that.
Oh, I know.
You know
I'm
what?
going to debunk that next week, but I'm just telling you.
Okay, but yeah, ma'am, you can't debunk nothing I said because I'm Mr. Logic.
Not
you. Know what
I'm going to agree with you, meaning debunk that myth.
Yes, because it is, and people think that that's what it is. No, look, my homie, his wife she probably about a good 180 pounds. You know what though? But when we go to the house, she just love for us to come there. She have shit set up, all kind of shit. She make a nigga gift baskets. What kind of shit is this? She make a nigga gift baskets. Every time I go there, she got gift baskets for niggas. And I be like, this is crazy. And you know what? He sit back. He's happy. She's come through, and then now, because she's making him happy, he will go and above and beyond and make her happy. And it's this simple thing of just being cooperative. That's what Black women don't offer men. And I see it every time I see a cooperative Black woman, I see a happy one. And then she knows she fat because she be eating, she be cooking like a motherfucker too. And then guess what? Ain't nobody ever looked at that lady and said, damn, your wife fat. You know what everybody say? Your wife is amazing. Nigga, look at this gift basket. I be having like Hershey Kisses and shit like that. Shit I ain't never heard of. And she be putting them in there and she get to a bunch of niggas. And have us them little shot glasses. Man, look, I ain't gonna need to sit here and talk about it. But that's the difference. She cooperative. But guess what? You can go ahead and you can have the weaves, you can have all that shit to install, then your hair gonna go bad. And then what you gonna do? Now you're gonna be an uncooperative goddamn motherfucker with a bad hairline.
No edges. Hey, listen, so let's check this out. So my Logic, I promise to God, you and these jokes just be throwing people off. I can't. But oh my God, he just threw
We
me
have
off.
super chats while you think about it.
Yes, let's do super chat. Can you to my thought? Because it was somebody said something in the chat and I thought it was very interesting.
KGBs, thank you for the $5. It's the ease of engagement, attitude, and confrontational energy transcends social economic status.
I'm so glad you just said that. Okay, so that's what made me think. So what I've noticed, Mr. Logic, is sometimes I think that what we've noticed is, I know sometimes our attitudes is not the best. I'm going to claim that, okay? Because I see that as well. But what we see is that some people of other cultures also have bad attitudes, but they're still chosen. So it seems like the attitude is only a problem when it comes from the Black female.
Not true, man. And if you're talking about, like, look, I'm not talking about the minority. You got the Amber Heards out there, but that does not represent a majority. What we see, a majority of our women have attitudes like a motherfucker, and a majority of their women don't. So I mean, we just got to get to that.
You talking about white? Are you specifically saying white women?
Well, I'm saying other than Black.
Okay.
Can we unpack
other than Black?
that,
And then
though?
look, the last thing I'm gonna say is this: watch this, right? Black women will want all these other things from all these other races, but can't look at these other races and say these men want them because they're cooperative and submissive.
Well, I talked to many white men that say that they're not that at all.
Say that
That
again?
is a myth. So I think the grass is greener on the other side. So that is the store, because I've actually tried to do research for my next week.
In what way, Shantae?
I went out into those streets because I was like,
Shantae's doing her research, y'all.
I'm gonna ask these men.
Shantae, in what way?
Bob and Blake are not happy either. Everybody's got complaints. They just don't complain out loud.
Shantae, in what way is the grass greener?
I mean, let's just be honest. They're caring. I mean, you have people who are set a group of people who are Karens for a reason. We see the woman on the side of the road, and everybody, has sassy. Feminism started with white women. Those were women who were the strong, masculine women. And guess what? They're all married. They didn't just disappear. They're still there. But they're all married. So that's not like they're just these cooperative individuals. Maybe the ones that Black men choose, I don't know. But let's not play like all white women are just these.
We didn't say that. We said a majority. See, this is what you're not hearing, because you're hearing what you want to hear. A majority.
I don't know that.
Okay, well, look, that's what I'm confirming.
Okay.
This is the problem. A majority of our women have attitudes.
Okay.
A majority of their women.
Where's the statistic, though? I'm sorry, I have to ask that. Where's the statistic that majority of our Black women have attitude?
Well, just look at every goddamn panel in Lapeef. What is wrong with you? Just do the math on.
It's not. No, so Lapeef is not the majority, though.
No, listen. In any circumstances you go into, right, you will see. This a fact. So for you to sit here and act like, oh, a majority of our women don't have attitude.
No, but I'm saying though, no, I'm not trying to say it's not a fact. I'm just saying we like to talk in. This is where we got this information from. Like, if you're gonna say that majority of Black women have attitudes, I honestly and truly want to know where that statistic comes from. I'm not trying to be, trying to be combative.
It's no statistic. They're just like, if you do a poll and you say, hey, Black woman, check this box if you got attitude, and you think they're gonna check it. Well, I guarantee you, if you look at their life, you'll see the dude running out of there.
I would say, in my opinion, most Black women have attitudes. That's what I would say. In my honestly logic, you can't sit here and say that most Black women have attitudes, but you don't have.
It's not an opinion; it's a perspective, and every Black perspective. Every Black person shares the same perspective. Even you could look. I see now, for you to derail this conversation, knowing that a majority of Black women have attitudes, right? You're showing the problem. That's why we can never fix it.
No, but now you're trying to flip it, because it's just.
You saying Christina got an attitude?
No. Now
Christina, Team Della, Tam.
We're not gonna play like some Black. I'm
not saying, but Shantae, I'm not saying that. But when you say majority of women have attitude,
I agree with that.
I don't agree with that statement. I can say I agree, get what you're saying, Logic, and I'm not trying to be combative, but if you're gonna sit on here and say something as fact, just make sure that you just say, in my opinion, because
I'm not going to say my opinion. I told you it's my perspective.
Then say my perspective. Then we continue. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm
oh
done.
my fucking God. See,
I would say
and this
rather than maybe it being, you know, grouped in, they have attitudes, more so we can be perceived to not be as agreeable as other, you know, women. And so us not being as agreeable and being, you know, very straightforward with, you know, oh, I don't feel that way. Oh, no, I'm not okay with that, can maybe be perceived as having an attitude. Obviously, you know, I feel like everyone, no matter what ethnic background, you have people that are going to not know how to effectively communicate and be controlled by their emotions and that come out. So, but yeah, I would say, sure, if you want to say that we may not be as agreeable in that way, certainly.
Absolutely. Like, I just want to real fast because I don't want him to leave. JS says, Shantae, you're not talking to white men, so stop the cap. Brother, I don't put white men on a pedestal. I want to walk up and talk to anybody I want to talk to. So the fact that you don't think I talk to white people means you think they're on a pedestal and they're untouchable. Yes, I talk to white men all the time. I don't mind having a conversation with white men. I go to St. Regis at the bar, and guess what? It's white men who walk up to me, and I have a whole conversation with them. Lots, and I question them all the time.
Well, with that, we can
Logic, can you pull up our super chat?
Panel. I don't get them on a pedestal. I talk to them like they're men, just like I talk to any other man.
Tam, I copied and pasted them. So Kevin Hartley, thank you. When did being desired by all men become a thing? I don't think it's.
I don't think it's about. Yeah, I don't think it's a thing.
Uncle
I
Luke.
think this was.
Oh, go ahead, Della. Sorry, I don't want to cut you off. No. Go ahead, Della. Go ahead. You muted yourself.
I forgot. No worries.
Well, thank you for the super chat.
Thank you for the super chat, Kevin Hartley. And then Uncle Luke, 1980s. Interesting name. It's not about how you look. It's your attitude and the act / how you carry yourself. So how you act and carry yourself.
Yep. And see, you know what? Multiple men will tell y'all the same thing. And you know what you'll do? You'll still go put them installs in and them eyelashes. I hope y'all eyeballs fall out. Fuck it. I don't even care no more.
So let me tell you about my lashes. I have a friend who's trying to.
You ain't got to tell me about your lashes. I hope your eyes fall out.
Now. I have a friend who's trying to learn to do them, and she experimented.
Ma'am, I don't care. I just said it. I made a statement. I hope your
eyeballs
fall out.
Somebody in the chat care. Let her talk.
Well, guess what? I don't care about your eyelashes.
You know, I don't wear lashes all the time. I supported my friend in her black-owned business.
Feisty in the Philippines.
I know. Go get a massage again. Meditate. Look at the wall.
Yo, look, I'm see my dedication to black women. All these old freaking Filipino chicks, and I'm on a panel with my black queens.
You love us.
I was put myself on blast, but I'm not.
Nigga shit. I'm gonna give them head tonight.
What I will say.
You always gotta always ruin
by some Filipino. And go ahead, Logic.
What I will say though is, and sorry, Magda, you've been on. You haven't said anything, but just really quick, I will say that just being around a lot of people and like being in customer service and just talking to a lot of people, I do realize that there are other races of women who are just more open. And I've noticed that Black women aren't as open, like to like casual interactions or just like, hi, hello, how are you doing type interactions. And I think, I don't know where that comes from. I definitely have a little bit of that in me, but that's just because I'm like shy, not because I'm rude, but I'm always going to talk to people. But I've noticed that other races of women, it's specifically, I don't want to say every woman though, because some women aren't as open, but I will say just like en masse, if I were to just like look at a group and make a judgment, other races of women do present as more open and more like willing to talk to a stranger, especially white women. Like they'll talk to anybody. Like white women will like start a conversation with anyone, start talking about their day, start talking about what they made for dinner last night. Like they'll do that. Black women are much less likely to do that to a random person. And so I do see in that regard, like we're not as like open and like, so we just don't present as nice as
But
others.
they open to suck a nigga dick on the first night.
Oh
So
Lord.
ignorant.
Hey, it's true. It's true.
Wow.
It's true. Why y'all see? Why do facts make y'all cringe?
We didn't say
Janae,
it wasn't
to
true.
pick
It's
back,
So Janae,
women
you
that's
respond to
ladies,
that.
you're not going to entertain
They, look, she right. They
We're
don't
taught to be
speak.
less trustful, so we kind of pull ourselves away when it comes
Yeah.
to. I'm very opposite. I talk to
Some
everybody.
black women just aren't approachable.
I talk to everybody.
It's the
And
vibe
Janae,
and the attitude that they give off. So I get it. I know black women that they could be sitting at a bar. I like to think that I'm an approachable person. I'm nice. I go to the bar. I'll go to a bar and have a solo date by myself, sit at the bar, and I'm conversing with the people that's sitting next to me, also talking to the bartender. Some people just aren't sociable. They're not approachable either. But that's something that they should look within themselves and say, maybe they don't want to be approached. That's something.
But you
else.
know what?
Got some women that's like, don't talk to me. I'm here just to be in my zone. Leave me alone. But I mean,
I agree with the energy comment. Some women, that energy, you can feel it. If you're like a loving person, you're an inviting person, people feel very comfortable coming and talk to you. But some people are just
don't talk to
me. I don't feel like bumping you or even touching you because I might get smacked. I'm like, oh.
Do you guys think that black women are just, and this is gonna sound kind of like not good, but I'm gonna say it.
Girl, go ahead.
But do you think that black women, I'm only saying this because I relate to this. I've had to like actively come out of my shell, but like socially lazy. Does that make sense? Like just like we don't really care about sharing. Like, okay,
not
so
me,
but well, what I mean is like I work at
I actually kind of like that though. You're socially lazy.
I work part-time at bistro. I mean, like bartend, right? And so I work with a bunch of white women and a bunch of white married women, and like they're older than me and stuff. And one in particular is just way more like she wants to talk to people and like tell them about her day and like be extra and like, you know, just talk. And I'm just like, I personally, like, I'm more reserved anyway. Like, I don't really have to say that much, but you know, it does make a difference to people when you try to include them in your life and be like, oh yeah, my day was good. I did this and I did that and I did that. And then like, just kind of doing like adding more info about yourself as opposed to the normal, like, hi, how are you? Oh, I'm good. Cool. And then that's it, you know? So even I've tried to like start implementing that and like telling people about my day and like ask them and like connecting with strangers. And I feel like maybe black women, I don't know if it's like our social conditioning or just like how we were raised, because we are culturally different than other people and we have been through different things. And so maybe it's just that we haven't cultivated that like personableness as much as
hospitality. I think like if you were born and raised in the South, that's a normal thing. You speak anybody that comes in your path, you're speaking to them. Most of these small towns, everybody knows everybody. It's just like a naturally normal thing. Whereas people from up north, like I'm born and raised up north, like that wasn't a thing, but my family is from the South. So I still was taught that, but it's like sometimes some women you smile and they looking at like, what's she looking at? Like, damn, I can't smile. I can't do a friendly gesture without you getting an attitude thinking like, oh, she's staring at me. What's she looking at? B, do you know me from somewhere? Like, girl, relax. I think your hair was cute. That's why I smile. Like, it's not that deep. But I think some people I think it's about how you were raised too. And that Southern hospitality is a real thing. Like people are just naturally just nice.
I think it's also people who up north in the major cities like New York, Chicago.
Yep. Be rude. They're rude.
I gotta debunk y'all again because it's really not that. Because I know chicks,
all my New York, Chicago people. I kid.
No, but see, chicks in the South, they do the same shit.
I
they
think
be
it's
like
a generation of chicks that are not raised the way like we were.
Or they weren't born and raised. They migrated here because most.
Okay, all right. Let me just finish though.
He's referring to women like this new generation. Are you talking about the new generation of Southern women, Logic?
No, I'm talking about a majority of black women, period. Just let me finish. Look, Who do you know that you sitting at a bar and a chick come in smiling and then say that fake bitch smiling, acting like she happy. So look, come on, just be honest. Black women not only is not happy, they hate to see other people. The perception
they used to want to beat me up, Logic, in high school.
Like
they sure did for no reason at all.
Hold up, you said why do I think like that?
They did. They used to want to fight me.
Anytime you have
y'all acting
somebody,
like that's not real. Y'all know y'all had them people who used to just
they know it. That's why.
That's what I literally just spoke on. You got something you can't even smile at a woman without. What's she looking at? Like, damn. Like, why are you always on the defense?
She thinks she this. She thinks she that.
No, look. This is the difference, though, right? See, black women compliment their friends. White women and other races compliment all women.
I compliment.
They're walking.
All women.
Okay.
I like it. I'll
all right. See, there y'all go. See, y'all being uncooperative right now.
Logic, you just gotta say most black women.
Most black women. You can't come on this panel. You know that we're
okay. And guess what? And I can say right now, most of the black women is showing the signs of being a terrorist on this panel. Is that a fact?
It takes a terrorist to know one.
Oh no, is that no? I'm trained to go kill terrorists.
Oh, somebody came for you in the super chat, CC.
Oh, I saw it. I copied and pasted it to read it. Don't worry. I saw it.
Y'all can't even cooperate to let me finish. See,
go
like
ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
We made a collective vote for CC to read the super chat.
We just
Logic. You gotta pull our super chats up.
I can't.
Okay.
You know, I can't even.
I
can't
was
even
about to be
myself.
a jerk and say jizz man, but I'm gonna say shiz man. So shiz man said that lady with the wig has run her mouth more than anyone up there. Combative as hell. Imagine coming home to that every day. Tam is such a fucking lady.
No.
Why do you have to throw me in the mix?
Because Tam is such a lady.
He has to give an example of the lady.
Such a lady.
But let me educate the brother who did the super chat. Brother, terrorists wear masks. Just let that sink in.
Don't let Logic fool y'all. Logic loves this terrorist.
Just let that sink in, my brothers. Listen to Mr. Logic. Terrorists wear masks for a reason.
Yes, those are devil's eyes.
They don't want you to know who they really is.
Della, someone just asked the eyes were real, Della. Della's eyes are real.
Sometimes it's completely camouflaged. You don't even see it till it's too late.
Mike talked. Hi, Mike.
I'm waiting on y'all. Now, someone was talking about me before that's why I jumped on.
Yeah, we said where are our regulars that normally cam up? We needed some men.
Listen, y'all. Keith said.
But that's why the men don't come, because y'all women don't listen.
Because this is epic. This is big news. I had a black woman buy me coffee today because I smiled at her.
Listen, we will do
we
it.
do exist.
Yeah.
That was sweet.
Thank you for letting us know that.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, Keith, for giving us a little hope on the channel.
That bullshit.
651 Mick, you haven't said anything, honey.
All right, hey, well, he gonna share experience. I had a black woman. Oh, somebody might. But I had a black woman give me head yesterday because I dropped my ATM receipt and she saw the number.
She's not even in America. She was an American black woman.
Right. It might have been an American black woman. On vacation.
You really think he's funny?
Come on, 651 mate. You got some background noise though. You need to cancel the chat.
Listen, the first person who's in the chat who comes August the 5th and 6th, I will buy you first shot on me. The first person. I'm not.
Wait, you gotta get out the chat. 651 mate. If you're gonna be on YouTube, you can't be on the live because we can hear the echo.
Yeah, turn it down. Just turn it down.
Just mute it or turn it off because you can't be on both.
Is this the only platform I can listen to?
No, you can look at it, but you just have to turn it down.
Oh.
You can't listen to it on there. Because one, it lags a little bit, but two, we can.
So you might have to go down if you want to watch.
I'm gonna get off.
Oh, thank you for coming, though.
Yeah. But
we see you with your uniform on, protected.
You know you at work working hard.
I feel safe just with you on the.
Hey, but I don't think black women are combative. I just think they just as combative as how much they like the guy. I experienced that women that really like me, I don't have an issue with them like doing what I ask, or they do like I'm doing what they ask. But the ones that like on the borderline is like have an issue, like they don't know if they like me or not. Oh yeah, they'll fight back, they'll be combative or stuff like that. So for me, it all depends. From my experience, the women that were like really into me and wanted to get to know me, I never had a problem with them submitting whatever y'all want to call, or me asking them to do whatever I asked them, or they asking me to do a favor. So that's just my experience. All right, let me get off this. Y'all have a blessed night.
Hey, before you leave,
Go ahead.
Hey, before you leave, drop your number in the back chat for these women, and we're gonna see which one I bite. That's first. And second, I'm finna have a Mr. Logic.
You don't even know that man relationship status. Why you trying to pawn
I do know him. I talk to him on multiple
panels. Whole wife looking in the chat. No, sir, we're not.
Okay, so look, he wanted to chat niggas. I know him. I done spoke to him before. So quit playing with me, Tam. You know what I'm saying?
He's worried about Tam. He's trying to see a Tam. Let's just be honest. He's just trying to see a Tam gonna bite. He's trying to see a Tam.
Look, and look, y'all can these women just let me talk? Y'all acting like Janae, a feminist. Look.
Leave her alone.
Look, and then hey, I want you to be the first member of Mr. Lodge's School of Pimps. I mean, we finna be on point. You know what I'm saying? So I give you a free membership, brother. You know what I'm saying? Hey, thank you for the Chic critique. We love you. Throw them hard. I'm throwing a heart right now. I'm sorry. You can't see, but I got
it. Y'all have a blessed night. Good night.
Good night. Roger, what's with this bottle of curve in your
Because come on, Tam, that was because we're curving. He's curving everything we're saying.
I thought that was like his favorite cologne.
I mean, you got the wash rag the last time. He's curving everything.
You guys, we have Mike. Like Mike, put your cam on. Is he here? Or did he walk away?
Actually, that's the cologne I wore when I was like 16 when I first got me a piece of pussy.
What cologne are you talking about? I'm gonna ask you a question, Mike.
Yes.
Get out of
here.
Here.
The best cologne is
do not
Tribeca. Bond Tribeca number 9. Bond number 9 Tribeca.
Sounds expensive.
Janae, if you are working in hospitality, I was going to say this.
Number 9.
This is what my friend used to do. I learned from her. You just come up with a story. She had stories for everybody. She talked about a dog that she didn't even own, honey. She was like, oh, my dog, because da-da-da. You just come up with something to talk about. You got to talk to them, and they will tip you awesomely. I used to be a bartender. We had lots of conversations about whatever.
Oh, I love that. That's a good idea. See,
come up with a story. Come up with stories. You don't got to talk about yourself for real. She had a dog named Rainbow that didn't exist, but they loved that dog named Rainbow.
So listen, okay. So I want to ask Mike a question because he is a Caucasian man. He married a sister.
Listen, he's a
minority. He's on here with sisters every Friday. He don't miss a beat, and we love him for it. So,
but I'm curious to know if that was his demographic of women.
That's so. Let me.
It was. He's in the military. A lot of military guys. You know what I'm saying? They smash because the black chicks are freaking in the military.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying.
And he caught on. He was like, I want that one.
That's how he got his wife?
I want a black one.
Hey, whatever works. Dusto, let me just brag on Dusto real fast.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I am, because I know you be trolling, but when I showed up at a mirror or whatever that episode was, I was in the comments like, tell him, Dusto, get him, Dusto, lay them facts out there, Dusto. Dusto showed up and showed out. Y'all gotta go watch that episode. I think it was like maybe 2 weeks ago. And I was
what was I trolling about? Well, that was when we was talking about the YouTube talking points.
You weren't trolling. You were speaking, in my opinion, you were speaking facts. And I'm glad you stood your ground and you said what you had to say. And I was cheering you on in the comments because I love every minute of it. And if you want to know what he had to say, go watch the episode.
What episode? I can't remember the episode.
Like 2 weeks ago. It was you didn't come. I was going to tell you that last week, but you didn't come on last week. But I just wanted to make sure I told you to, because I want to praise you.
Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
Dusto's been really representing well. He's been just shutting down the talking points and cutting the BS because we're all tired of it. Thank you, Dusto.
No, you
tired
tell
of
you why
talking
though,
points
because
too?
hey, Dusto, we might as well tell people that Dusto is the vice president of Mr. Logic School of Pimping. So if y'all don't know,
Yes.
you know now.
You know now.
Well,
I'm
honey.
gonna be branching off. I'm running for president of the Dustosphere. We're gonna have Dustathons weekly. I'm running for president. No
And he
YouTube
that
talking points
piano out
allowed.
for the shenanigans. He was like, I was like, give it to him, Dusto.
Yeah, no
This is the
YouTube
time
talking
to
points.
troll.
Dusto, are you coming to Atlanta?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I lived in Atlanta before, so enabled 6-hour drive from Tampa. So
Oh, okay.
You better come up and speak to us, Dusto.
I ain't gonna
We're
be
gonna
there.
find you.
Now we not be able to because we're gonna have a bolo list for a lot of y'all women. Do y'all know what a bolo is?
No.
Damn.
What is that?
Y'all don't know what a bolo?
Be on the lookout.
What's that, y'all?
You
Tell
want
us.
security?
It's like a list that we do in the. Well, I think it's not just in the military, but it's a list that you like label terrorists. You said be on the lookout. You see this person, you know what I'm saying? Proceed with caution. Yeah.
yeah, government does that. TSA does that. No fly list.
Be on the lookout.
Airline.
Just pass out risk.
But ladies, because I've noticed myself doing this now because I've been like watching these panels probably for too long. But now when I see a black man, I feel like I gotta be on my best behavior because I feel like he's already judging me. He's already expecting me to be this and that and the third. And like he's been on these panels watching, YouTubers talk about women. And so I feel like in real life, I'm like hyper aware of it because I'm like, oh my God, he probably thinks I'm ratchet. And some men, like especially black men, they're like, they act pleasantly surprised when you're nice to them.
Say it, preach, baby.
You know
Keep
what
on going.
they really do. I've even gotten sometimes that like when people they're like, man, I didn't know you was that cool. And I'm like, why would you think anything aside from that? Is it because, and I don't know, but I guess sometimes women tend to get that stigma of like, oh, sometimes they like, oh, she just got an attitude. I know she got an attitude. And it's like, I didn't even open my mouth to even speak
Tam,
yet.
you know why that is.
Why
you know why that is.
Why?
Okay.
I would like to know from a man's perspective.
Okay, I'll say it this way. And I don't sit and bash and beat up on black women. I think the gender war, I hate you women, we hate you men. I think it's rather useless. Usually when they're doing it, I just start trolling everybody. But unfortunately, a very high percentage of black women are failing. They decided not to take care of their fitness and get to 388 pounds. A lot of them are mean, masculine, they have too many kids, and they do what they want to do, and they don't listen. So therefore, let's be real, that's what it is.
So do you think they expect that from all women, even if they don't fit that criteria that you just explained?
I'm saying what happened is, okay, in the black population, because I refuse to call it a community, there's so many men that you're looking at. Some of them are all the way done. They're just MGTOWs, and they just hate everybody. It was a patriarchy, then it went to a matriarchy, and now it's a hatriarchy. They hate everybody. This came from trauma. One of these dudes got burnt in college, then they got burnt, and Raw Dog Ronnie banged out one of their girls they thought was somebody. That's what's happening. Some woman greased, and men you see in the chat are some dudes that still left with some kind of hope. They're one trauma away. One more time they get burnt, and they hate everybody. They're gonna start shooting off of buildings and yeah. But that's what this is. But a lot of women, they've done this to men, and men are responding. In the jobs and whatever, just like me personally, most of the time, single black women in jobs, I can't talk to them. I can't tell them nothing. My personal business, nothing. Can't trust them. I got to evaluate them for 6 months, 9, 12, 14 months, just to be able to say, yeah, I'm single. I got to come up with something fake, because if I tell them I'm single, they're going to try to hook me up with somebody. Oh, man, I know Wiggatisha Jenkins on the first floor. If I tell them I got somebody, they're going to start asking all my business. So I got to come up with all these deflecting lies and funny stuff. This is what they didn't become. And it's not like it's only two. Oh, there's just some of them. This is a lot of people to the word it comes.
Oh, did y'all hear that? I'm sorry. No, they delivered my coffee.
Captain Crunch.
Good. No, I'm sorry. No, I got my coffee, man. They make this coffee with alcohol in it. This shit delicious. I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, last thing I was gonna say, going all the way back to the topic, because I heard some of the what y'all was talking about when the show first started. Are black women the least desired? The answer is yes. That's what they said. Accept it. Just like the most desired is white men in America. I just accept it. That's what they desire. That's what they desire. I'm not gonna cap. Well, see what it is. What blah, 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 blah. No point in doing that. If you want to know why are black women the least desired, ask the men. They'll tell you. Well, some of them will tell you. Some of them just won't even talk to you. But that proves to you that you're the least desired. Why? Number 1, fat. Number 2, attitude. Number 3, kids.
Big girls need
Number
love.
4.
They don't need love. Why big girls don't need love?
Men been saying what they wanted.
Biggest big girls out here that is married.
Black women are the first ones that said, no, you can't have that. We want cooperation. They said no. We want somebody to work with us. No. We want loyalty. No. So that's why.
See, I don't know.
All black women agree. No. I didn't say all.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing with Dusto. He's absolutely correct, but it's like a merit list. Like you can't be fat with a badass attitude.
You can't be both.
And with 5 kids, and goddamn, you know what I'm saying, on Section 8. So you can't. All them things can exist at the same time. But you could be fat, or I ain't gonna say fat, just, you know what I'm saying, overweight, little chunky, with a great attitude. It's like always we see so many black women that they have the worst of everything. It's like, look, what is good is about you. The only thing you find out is good about them when they open their mouth, and not that way they're talking.
So I think that Miss Parker had a good question. She just wanted to know from the guys, if these women are so undesirable, then why are you continuing to sleep with them? Because it gives into that delusion.
I can answer that. The truth is this, and this isn't me. There are dudes who don't want the woman. They'll take the vagina and bring that into the bedroom and leave her in the lobby if they could. Mm-hmm. They don't desire the woman.
So most men don't care about a woman's size if she's giving up the vagina, if she's easy.
Some dudes are opportunists.
I put it this way. There's a hierarchy. There are men who have their option. They can go get whatever woman they want. They're not picking these women and sticking them, spending their time over there. It's a safety hazard. There are dudes who don't have any options. There are dudes who don't have any discipline. Then you got Raw Dog Ronnie. Now he just needs a dark hole to stick it in. And the easiest one might be Wigatisha Jenkins over there. So he goes and grabs her, tells her oh man, I love them wigs, all 6 of them. Bends her over.
No, but see, you're not right.
He's already putting the shoes in his teeth dingling. And he Ubers her right back to the streets.
You missing points. Look, Wigatisha will get fucked by the pro athlete because she got a fat ass, she got some nice titties. She'll get fucked by that. She get fucked by anybody. The whole difference though.
Hold on. The NFL athlete is different because they don't have any discipline either. They just can run fast and jump higher.
Ain't no man really got this, but I'm just saying the whole I like that Wigatisha, right? See, Wigatisha got attributes that men like. They know she can goggle. They know she got some nice ass, nice titties. So men will see her as being attractive. But this is the thing. They will only use her for smashing. That's it. It will be nothing else that comes out of that.
Yeah, I don't know. Me personally and some of my friends, we don't even deal with it because it's just not worth it. I'll just take dry meat for the night. It's not worth it.
All right, go through Wigatisha phone right now. Wigatisha got everybody in the chat on speed dial. I'm telling you, Wicked Teacher.
That's like the realest thing you've said tonight. They all smashing Wigatisha.
Yeah, and I ain't gonna lie and say dudes aren't knocking them down or at 3 a.m, but her Uber is already ready at 3:15, already waiting on her. Drop her off right back to the streets where she came.
The point is, you're still smashing her.
Right. Smashing doesn't mean desire.
You're not saying desire. You're still smashing her. So,
but I think his point is, he's just saying you don't want to be that person in the lineup of getting smashed. Unless you just want to be smashed.
That's fine, but like you're talking so negatively about Wigatisha, but you're still smashing her.
Right. I'm not.
That's my point.
No, but see, that's
really?
No, but as soon as they finish smashing, they get rid of her. They're not taking her to the beat.
Exactly. So why would
she gotta go?
Being disingenuous, CC? That's
and
crazy.
They don't want
I'm not saying that it's disingenuous.
You want to know why they smash her and they dip out? Because that's the only time.
So again, I appreciate your sentiments, but we try to come up with solutions. The problem is still smashing Wigatisha Jenkins. I'm sorry, that's still a problem to me.
They gonna keep smashing Wigatisha because Wigatisha's still gonna be giving it up.
That's fair too, but it's like, well, where do we stop the cycle?
You're a damn terrorist.
It's very simple.
I'm just asking a question. How is that a terrorist question?
It's pretty simple.
How do we solve the problem?
It's pretty simple. Pretty women, regardless of color, can pick men of all races. Hillary Banks from Fresh Prince, Ashley Banks. There are probably white, Asian, Middle Eastern, even willing to slide off of there to get to these women. And there's very few of them. Am I wrong? Hillary Banks actually she married a white dude.
No, he's black. He's just mixed. She met a Rodney now.
Yeah, but if you're pretty and if you're doing the thing, if you're unwigified, if you're in shape and you're smiling, you're nice and you're giving men what they want, there's men scrambling to get to these women.
Mm-hmm.
They're willing to marry.
No butt.
They want to take them on trips to Jamaica and the islands and stuff. They're flying up and down the interstates. They're willing to fight me, Logic, and Mike Dub in the parking lot to protect these women.
Mm-hmm.
They want to marry these women. They want to keep them.
Scam Likely, you the president now, bro. My nigga Scam.
The problem is
clutch.
The problem is where these women at, because most of these women ain't these women. And the chameleons, eventually, when you find out, all it does is piss dudes off.
Scam for president.
That's a fact.
But we know y'all be reading them scripts. Yeah, I see you are on your purpose. I am very feminine for you. You know. I hate them damn talking points. I hate them.
All right, wait. Now you got to give me my credit. Now, who came in this bitch destroyed the YouTube talking points?
Since I came on, you were the first one telling people, "Look, man, come on with your original thoughts, bro." You were saying that on Fight Club at the beginning. I didn't know they were gonna get out of hand to the point where it'll be a new dude and they just parrots. Well, if a man is on his purpose, if he's a 6-figure, 6-pack, like, dude, this dude a couple days ago talking about Russell Wilson's sexual marketplace value. Dude, are you serious? Just stop.
Oh my goodness. The Russell Wilson.
Like, dude, are you reading the script? Come on, man.
Hey, look, these chicks be starting a new channel with the same damn talking points. I want to be submissive on your purpose. Like, I never heard a black chick say purpose or high value until the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
I can't with that. I literally can't.
Yeah, like it's a dude just walking around with a suit on, walking real fast. Excuse me, where are you going? I'm on my purpose. Going nowhere. Where are you going? Why are you walking so fast? I'm chasing the bag. Like, come on. And I'm like this. I can't talk with so much because I'm single and I would like to be married. So I don't have all the results. But I see the dudes. I dust off. I'm equal opportunity duster. I dust men off and women. The dudes, they're sitting there dangling this bag around. I got the bag. I'm a 6. I'm like, dude, do you know how to talk to a woman? Do you know that women either like you or they don't? If they don't like you, Then they're gonna sit there and ragdoll you around in circles. Oh, this take me here. I want to do this. Oh, well, they'll sit and play the game and you'll be the attention validation guy, but you're not the number one option. They really want somebody else. And they'll treat you bad because you're not that other person. But dudes keep thinking, well, it's the bag. Well, feminism did it in 1826. No, she just don't like you.
Hey, look, you know what? This how you can tell a true feminist in the chat. Look at Miss Parker going nowhere. Say, hold up. What have Scam likely said that wasn't true? Miss Parker is a true feminist.
Wait a minute, you're not gonna talk about Miss Parker.
We love her.
Yeah, I am.
Why does thing keep?
Miss Parker show up every week
me.
and she be in that chat holding it down.
We love you, Miss Parker, and you get the likes up.
She is the chat Chic critique.
Miss
Parker,
she
are you
don't get
coming
no
to
likes
Atlanta?
up. You
Are you
think them
coming to
dudes?
Atlanta?
She be one of the first people that tell people to get their likes up.
Miss Parker,
Okay,
are you
look,
coming
do
to
you know
Atlanta?
that these chat niggas do not listen to her? These chat niggas don't care about her. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about her. The chat niggas are chat niggas.
We love you, Miss Parker.
We love you, Miss Parker, for holding down the chat.
Miss
We
Parker,
do
are you
have
coming
some
to
super
Atlanta?
chats, though. Andre Williams, men are not wasting time with women who don't listen to understand anymore. It doesn't matter if she's black, white, or Asian, as long as she's nice.
Unfortunately, a lot of them are still wasting time. I had to disagree. There's a lot of dudes still signing up, running in the same circles with the same women, and it's the same thing. There's a lot of stemp dust out there.
What was that comment?
Andre Williams. Girl,
Andre
it was at 12:51. I copied and pasted it. It was at 12.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not
But
the
men
feminist
looking
Miss
to marry
Parker.
shouldn't
I'm
be doing
sorry.
that.
Look, it's two Miss Parkers. I'm sorry. That's not the feminist
Look
one.
at you calling out the wrong Miss Parker.
Then we got Sir Chi 87 or Sir Kai 87. Lizzo sized women eat all my snacks. Makes me mad. Why do you have Lizzo sized women around you to eat your snacks, Mr. Sir?
What we were just talking about.
Well, some dudes are told, okay, it's like, look, it ain't but 7 wives out there per state. And you got me, Logic, well, not Mike Doug, he got out the game. Smart man. And he already know. Mike, do you want to come back out to these streets?
Hell no.
Smart man.
It's ghetto out here, Mike.
But
don't come
you
back.
got us scrambling up the East Coast trying some decent spouses. Shit, I forgot my point. My bad.
It's okay.
But that's so.
Oh, the Lizzo women. What it is, there's people. Some of them can go get the top women. Some of them go get the next level women. Some of them can't get no women. Then they're like, look, man, I'm tired of this. Well, I'll just take anything because I'm getting a little lonely over here. Then there's somebody in their ear telling them, man, well, you know what you got to do? Just grab you a 386-pound woman. If you're loving her right, she'll change for you.
Are they really saying that?
Where did you get this information from? Like,
I got family.
Who's saying this?
I got people telling me all kinds of
I've never heard that. Who is this?
I got family who tell me that.
Maybe
and I give them hell.
maybe he knows people
What
who
did they
date
tell
bigger
you?
women, and that's what they say to him. I don't know.
Certain family, they tell me all kind of dumb stuff.
Wait, somebody in the chat,
hey,
wait. Somebody in the chat said Lizzo is short full of lasagna.
Lizzo, what?
Lizzo is short full of lasagna.
Wait, Scam, are you saying that they're just basically telling you to settle for an overweight woman? Because they know, like, that's your thing. And they're like, listen, if she loves you, she'll lose weight.
Yeah, they're trying to sell to Disney from 1826. Well, you can change. I'm like, look, you don't grab somebody who isn't and try to force them to what is.
That's true. We
So
already
it's like,
talked
look,
about
I took the time to do the things, work on discipline, fitting all the stuff to try to be me and create a good space for a wife to come into. Then I'm expected, and wives cost the same price. Actually, the Lizzos cost more. You get expected to provide, pay the bills, and do stuff around the house. You know, there's things you have to do. And in order to be a husband, there's things you have to compromise. So it's not like you get this woman and you get a discount. No, now I got a 300-pound woman. She can't get in and out of my car for one. I got a Mustang. I can't get help carrying the groceries. I got to walk slower. If the house catch on fire, she's done. Can't get her out the house. You're talking about protect and provide. The health insurance $800 a month.
Not $800.
And she wants to have a kid.
They do put you on a penalty if you have some issues. They do put you on a penalty. Never mind. Let me shut up.
Yeah, you right though.
I mean,
and then if she dies early, I get Social Security. No, I ain't trying to think like that.
Listen,
but no,
this is my thing.
You
Love,
gotta think against,
everybody needs love,
women.
and also too, these overweight women have men and are married, so somebody like
we get it. That's so you don't prefer overweight women, but somebody does.
Here's the question.
It's not just overweight.
Did they start off that way, or they ended up that way?
I don't know.
Overweight?
I don't know if it's a health thing, if it's a
because
if it's a gene thing.
No, it's not. It's the real thing is people got comfortable. They feel like they got the ring, they got the baby. I'm done.
Yeah.
Well, when you marry them, you enable the behavior.
On those women, I'm speaking on the women that they come from a long line of bigger people in their family, so it's genetics. Those women are still getting married and have men, so somebody like it. To each his own, but somebody
that's like a
no, Tam. There's so many men.
Somebody still like it though. They still
there's
get
so many
married.
zombie marriages and zombie relationships. These dudes are miserable.
You just
what
never
if you
hear
did
it.
too?
You
Who
just
said that they miserable?
You'll never hear it. You will never hear it.
So do you guys have?
I think
Also,
what's really
some dudes are
important
broke,
is
and that is their best option.
Things as fact. Make sure you have facts to prove it.
Say
Do
what?
you guys have?
I just think like if you're gonna say things as fact, just make sure it really is a fact. That's
Okay, what you're saying. Okay, what you're saying is this: a woman can have a bad attitude, be 400 pounds, maybe have 3 kids with 4 different men. All of that is acceptable. But I know tomorrow, next week, you'll spend an hour talking about everything that the men have to do.
What we said is that big women have.
No, that's what you're implying because you're saying, "Oh, they get men too." Oh well,
somebody is smashing them.
That's a fact.
Somebody is marrying them. That is a fact.
That is a fact, though. They are getting married.
But you're saying the men aren't happy. So
the
my
name of
question
this thing is "Black Women and Least Desired."
So
there's
let me ask you a
desired
question.
and there's most.
So let me ask you a question. So
Why are Asian at the top?
All other black women, but I'm not least desired.
Are Asians really at the top?
Asian women are at the top.
Yeah.
Now we can teach you at the top.
They're also like 10 to 12% overweight.
We could
where
teach
black is like 80.
So that was gonna be my question.
They're the most feminine.
You better. We could teach you. Like the girl I never had.
So let me ask you a question. So I understand that these other races of women are more desirable, as you guys would say. But why is it that when black men date marry these women, the divorce rate is the highest? Even more, it is higher than when black men marry black women.
Hey, I can't tell you, but black men, as far as marriage rate, is very low also. It is what it is. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, well, because of the white man, no. Okay.
Yo,
that was going to be my question.
What me and my girl always
I got 2 friends that married out. They're still married.
Look,
I got 2 friends that married in that are still married.
What me and my girl always talk about, and last week, her dad was here. He was in town visiting, and me and him had a really, really good talk about like the talking points that we were having and what is necessary to maintain a relationship. And everybody's case is different. It's case by case basis.
That is true.
What works for me may not work for you. Nobody has the answers to this shit. Ain't nobody gonna have the answers to it either. Like God made it to like everybody has their own math answer. Like life is a problem, and you have to work it out and figure it out. And God gave us all an individual answer, so we can't cheat. What's my answer ain't your answer. So sometimes when we try to cheat and this, that, and other, we sound crazy because it's spiritual math that we trying to cheat and break, and you can't do it. God set it up where you can't. So what you're gonna have to do is do the work and figure it out what works for you. And,
I agree.
And there is no set amount of money that you're supposed to make
I was gonna bring that up because that was bad last week.
Right.
It was horrible.
Right. Like, there is no set amount of money that you make to be a good man. There is no role that a woman plays to be a good wife. There is no, like what works for y'all's relationship works for y'all's relationship. Like every woman is different. Every man is different. Some men aren't that masculine. Some women aren't that feminine. Like, it's about a, who fits where, you know what I mean? Like you need to get with somebody who plays with your demons well. Y'all's demons have to work well together. And that's why crackheads stay together for like 40 years. Like 40, you can't break them up. You know what I mean? Because
we can't heal our demons before we go and project that in a relationship. Listen,
everybody's gonna have demons. Ain't nobody perfect.
Everybody
got flaws. You're not gonna enter a relationship flawless.
Everybody's
Hey, Billy, the demons do matter though. Let's be real.
But that's what I'm saying, that they have to work well with your demons. Like if you have a sexual demon inside of you, you need her to have a sexual demon inside of her. Like
I think you got to start with the halos before you.
Wait.
The halos start before the demons, though. Let's be real. It starts with the halo.
Whatever. But
you had me with it.
I don't know. So some of these horns these women got be piercing that halo they got too.
True. What? But look, I forgot to say this earlier. Today, I like to do like little spontaneous shit with me and my girl. So today I rented a little 3-wheeler motorcycle or whatever, and we rode around downtown. But I didn't tell her that's what we were doing. So I always tell her, I'd be like, get dressed, get ready. She'd be like, where we going? I'd be like, I don't never tell you, you ought to know that. And I was just like, just wear some pants, don't wear a dress. So she gets dressed and we go downtown. And so we were talking earlier on the panel about Wigatisha. And I was thinking to myself, if I was with Wigatisha, I could never have brought her on a motorcycle. You know what I'm saying?
She like to ride?
No, because that wig would have been gone. We would have had to turn back around. She would have been on that thing like this.
Secure, don't play the Wigatisha.
Look, and you know when we at the red light and I take off real quick, you got to have both of your hands wrapped around me. You can't hold me and the wig. You gonna fall.
Tell sis to secure the wig.
That wig ain't gonna fit in the helmet either.
Right. That wig ain't gonna look. We're gonna have to get you airlifted out of here, and we're gonna put your wig on your.
So you started off so good, Billy. Now you don't
give her hat. Don't forget her hat.
That's if she can fit on the motorcycle too.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
400 pounds can't get on a motorcycle.
So now y'all trolling. Shantae asked.
Ain't nobody trolling. I'm just saying.
I want to go back to my original question about
right.
I don't know. I wanted to get clarity from Sean Gates. Were you saying that I can't date outside my race? Or are you just saying women, black women in general? Just say yes or no. Just I need you to wait for that.
Oh, I'll ask a question. Y'all won't like it either.
What's the question?
Most women have kids. Do you see other races of men coming over to black and saying, I want to be a stepfather?
I don't know. They said it was stepdaddy season.
Oh, what? Okay, so
those women are still single.
So I'm going to give you a real example. Okay?
I ain't got kids, but I heard it was stepdaddy season.
I have children. I'm 44 years old, so I have children, and I'm not having any more.
Shantae, hold on. I honestly, when I first saw that twerking senator, I thought that was you.
Oh no, you didn't.
I did. When I saw the twerking senator, I thought it was you. I was like, "Don't that's Shantae. She got them yams like that." I knew she had them yams.
First of all,
I knew she had them yams.
Y'all, I can't twerk, and that handstand was unbelievable. I would never even try it at this age.
Oh my god!
But then I saw she had dreadlocks, and I was like, "Okay."
You said dreads? I don't have dreads.
No, I know. That's why I knew it wasn't you.
Not it, but geez, dreads.
That's why I knew it wasn't you.
Miss Parker said Asian men are. That is super cap.
Asian men are what?
I hope she's not saying Asian men are as in trying to go be stepdaddies.
Let me just
to
say
black
this.
women with black kids.
I ain't
never seen that.
I can only speak on my experience, okay? Because I don't know.
I'm talking about as a whole. Do you see marriages and they're saying I'll take on your black 5 and black 13-year-old? Is that what we see?
Oh, no, I don't see that as a whole. Okay. I'm just gonna give you
like average at best girl. Where's the white man? Where's Brad Smithers and Ned Flanderton? Where they at? Because she said, I want a white man now. Where you at?
How am I thirst trap, and what does that mean? How did I thirst trap? Give me an example.
Because you got your girls out. You got the girls sitting up.
Women can't even have boobs, huh?
Yeah, y'all can have boobs, but you know you gotta hide them things. You just can't have them all in the nigga face. I was telling my girl about this. Look,
y'all get on my nerves.
Look, my girl like to walk around with the workout shit on, and I was telling her, I was like, look, you can't be just walking around with all that spandex on and shit like that. Niggas is fucking is perverts. They looking at your camel toe. They looking at your breasticles. They looking at all that. You need to wear some, you know, regular clothes when we go out. She got all mad and shit. And she was like, I can't have titties. I can't have ass. And I was like, no, yeah, you can. But, you know, I don't know. Shit. God damn.
My wife loves those workout leggings.
I love workout
That's
clothes.
what I'm saying. She always wearing that shit. And I be like, you ain't tired of wearing your ass out? I be like, yo, I got them, you know, them little Nike workout track pants that I got. What if I walk around with my dick print out just all the time? Just all the time. You'll be worried when I walk out the house.
I have literally got stopped before I went out the house. Say, where the fuck you think you going with that shit?
Right, exactly. We can't do that shit. I won't walk around with my dick swinging too.
Shantae trying to get a stepdaddy. No, I'm good.
Stepdaddy sees.
I'm very particular about who I have around my.
Hey, Billy, especially wear the gray sweatpants. I don't know why the gray sweatpants do it, but or the gray joggers.
Right. Well, she will do it, but she won't let me wear them without no underwear.
I don't feel
What you laughing
walking
for?
around with
That's
drawers
true.
on.
She ain't gonna let me wear them without no drawers. She be like, boy, I will fuck you up. I will.
Billy, you be walking around with your drawers on?
Yeah, I don't go around drawers.
Look, let me tell y'all something. I live in South Texas, and it gets real hot down south. You get what I'm saying? It get real hot down south.
I
And
thought you was in
like
Houston.
using baby powder. I don't like using all them chemicals and all that type of shit. Just take your drawers off. Just take your drawers off. Free
sweat more.
falling. No, I'm on my own.
Oh Lord, Chaotic want to come up. Should we let him up?
Hell no.
Chaotic,
Keep that Uncle Tom in jail.
are you going to behave, Chaotic?
Of course he's
I
not.
need to
Behave.
know.
He like them the
You
homie
going
people.
to behave?
He like them the homie people. He ain't gonna behave. He gonna sell us into slavery.
I mean,
Come on, Chaotic, with your punk ass.
It's too early in the morning to be going back and forth with people. I'm just
Right.
trying to chill, honey.
Cause y'all got a good 30 more minutes.
Keep
30 minutes later, they're gonna be.
Right. Keep
30 minutes later.
30 minutes later, there'll be a dusty argument.
I'm not scared. What I'm scared
So,
of?
honestly,
First of all, I'm not scared of
Keep
chaotic.
his
Chaotic is not
rainbow
scared of me.
ass in the back.
You guys, so if Black women lost weight, didn't have attitudes, and were feminine and nice all the time,
They would be
wouldn't
married,
they-
Janae.
Wouldn't
They would
be
be
the
married.
most desirable? Wouldn't you say the Black women are the most desirable?
Give us a 2 o'clock, Christina.
Janae, they would be married.
You begging me. Talk about something
These
productive.
women
You
are
usually
married. They're gone. They're off the market in all
Bring
races.
Chaotic up, but he better be talking about something productive because I'm about to sign off. You
got it.
But
I'm gonna protect you, Christina. You
Cam's
don't
just
worry about it.
texting
I
me
got
like
you.
you
Very
on board. I most definitely
Say
am.
what, my dub?
We're not going to be on here all
Very
night. It's
very
2 o'clock. We
Is
want
that-
answers.
Dang,
I get it.
We want to know what
Black
Chaotic's
women
got
are
to say.
sad. They're not getting on their motorcycle. We got Wigatisha.
At least they can start married.
But
Somebody started at least.
if they fit
But who's the
those
one
You know what,
four-
Janae? You know what, Janae? Ask your question. That's a very valid question.
Janae, do you see these women fixing? Do you see them fixing these problems? Be real.
But I'm just saying,
Are they
like,
fixing it?
Do you know what?
hypothetically-
Again, she asked a question. You're answering a question with a question. That's not answering the question.
Go ahead. I can't
No,
hear
she
the
already
question.
asked, but
Go
I guess
ahead.
y'all didn't hear it. Go ahead.
No, I did ask. She did ask her question. If we change the wigs, everything else you complained about, what would it change? And you just answered a question with a question. So,
No, she answered it while y'all were talking. She asked it while.
Like,
Go ahead, Janae.
Would Black
start back
women
over.
go from the least desirable to possibly the most?
The most
like,
desirable.
Say if we just did drop the attitude, drop the wigs all the time, because I think wigs look good sometimes. I feel like if it's a like special occasion or you're on camera, I think wigs look good, but maybe not wearing them every single day. or like if we were just like the way that men are saying that they want, because it's not about our looks, it's just about everything else that's wrong.
Yeah, but you're talking about asking
She ain't
people
gonna
to
have a choice
change who they are. And the number one thing, and you see it all throughout the dustosphere, the women said no. Everything that men asked for, they said no.
That's that I'm
And
the
they're
prize
getting worse.
mindset. That's that I'm the prize mind concept.
But again, you guys are not
Like
answering
your
the
head.
question. You're
The
saying
answer is yes.
Yes,
There will be more.
black
There will be
women
more
would be
marriage.
the most desirable
then
if
that's
they did
the
what we
answer.
said.
Then that's the answer.
No, I'll say there'll be more desirable.
They would be the most desirable if they did what we said.
But then that's the answer. So as you can see that instead of answering the question, y'all then said, well, black women aren't going to change. You didn't.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, no, I'd answered it, but y'all were still talking. Me and Janae were talking. Y'all were still talking.
Look at
So
this
she'd asked
back,
you the
man.
second
Look at that.
time.
Who put up
Mr.
the
Roe
back?
versus Wade.
But
I like
he
the
was
the
name.
main problem is that they said
chaotic.
Chaotic, you look real clean. What's up, Chaotic? That suit look good.
you know Saturday Night Live.
Hey, Chaotic got a new backdrop.
Hey, Chaotic, you
Salute,
look
salute my nigga.
clean.
Salute to
You
my
look
nigga
clean.
Chaotic, man.
Thank you. I
Hold
would
up,
like to
let me
see.
talk. Wait, you speak. Wait, hold up.
Your blue black skin do look good in that light.
This is
Thank you.
my nigga Chaotic.
Thank you so
Hey,
much.
nigga, let me talk to my nigga Chaotic. This
Go
is
ahead,
my
sir.
nigga. Y'all put a one in the chat
Shut
for
your
my
drunk
nigga.
ass up. What was in
The
that
Chaotic
coffee?
Truth. He's the Chaotic Truth.
What the
There
fuck
ain't no
was in
coffee
that
no more.
coffee?
There's something different now.
All right, let's let Chaotic talk.
That's
You
that
guys,
good
let's
shit.
I would like, before I talk, and salute to everybody on the panel. Logic, what's up, man? Everybody in the chat. I just got done doing a members only live stream, so I'm a little bit tired. But I would like to sing the first stanza in Phil Collins "In the Air Tonight." I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord. And I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air? Okay, that's it.
listen. I love 80s.
Okay, and I would like to drop the beat, the drum too. Bump, 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 bump. Okay, guys, salute to all you guys. I cannot sing for shit, but I do like singing for you guys. I saw the title here, and I had to jump on the panel. Black women, I've always said this, and I'll keep on saying it, are the most beautiful women on the planet, and particularly the Black American woman. But what makes the Black woman undesirable is her Jezebel nature. If a Black woman mastered the art of shutting up, if a Black woman mastered the art of being thin, if a Black woman mastered the art of being domestic, learning how to cook, clean, do chores, the Black woman will be at the top. At the top. Black women age the best. Black women have the best skin, particularly the darker blacks. Black women do all types of beautiful things with their hair. And I have said this and I've made videos about it. But what Black women lack, what they lack is femininity. Not all Black women, but a lot of them lack it. And yes, I have made disparaging comments about being with white women is like being in heaven every day. Sure. But they practice femininity. They practice domestication. You can't even get a Black chick to wash the damn dishes when you ask them to. I ain't got to wash no dishes. See, that's your problem right there. See, when I was dating, I'm married now, guys, but when I was dating, I dated one girl in particular. She was a lawyer. Well, actually a prosecutor. I will never forget. I went to her house. She asked me to do some greenery, and I did. I mowed the lawn. I built a retaining wall for her, and she did the most beautiful thing for me. She bought me a sandwich and a ice water. I remember it to this day. It's the little things like that that make it look 10 times better. So you Black women out there, listen. Wash the dishes. Stop speaking when men are talking, when they're fraternizing.
Chaotic. Let's do this. I got a Filipino man right here. And I want you to interview him about the questions. Hey, he gonna ask you some questions. Let me cut him up some.
Now, Mr. Filipino man, salute to you, sir. Now, you being a man from Asia, Are your women domestic or not?
Are your
women domestic or not?
Yeah.
Nowadays, no.
Nowadays?
Oh, nowadays, no?
Okay.
Yeah, they all like whatever they want.
Whatever.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so
Logic is spreading everywhere.
It's spreading, yeah. That's everywhere.
It's spreading everywhere, bro.
It has already hit America.
So are you telling me that your women in the Philippines are becoming more
wait,
westernized?
we got another one. Hold up. We got a question for you, man. Yeah, go ahead, Chaotic.
Ma'am, do you practice or are you domestic at home with your man? Do you wash the dishes? Do you clean? Do you mop the floors? Keep it real. I knew it. See? I can't hear.
Let the survey notice that she's about 110 pounds.
At a Filipino?
She is not overweight.
Okay.
I want to hear the men. She can easily be.
Well, we can't hear, but you saw how she did. She says yes. Thank you so much.
Anna, you're beautiful.
Thank you so much. And you notice how thin she was.
Exactly.
Check that out. She's about 100 pounds.
Wait,
no tattoos. She is
I
not
want to
very
hear more from
spectacular.
the man.
Asians are naturally more slender.
We don't care. We just want them thin.
So are African people
Get it
too.
done.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. See, you have a preference. Again, you guys have a preference of slender women. Like
Yes. 105 to 125.
Do black women have a preference for broke men?
100. No, what was your weight limit? 100 to what?
My weight limit. Okay, so realistically speaking, it depends on how tall you are, but 135 pounds is probably the max limit.
A chaotic.
Yeah.
Only thing I can think of why it's like he said what he said is because Filipino, especially in certain areas, because I was there, has a lot of American influence.
Yeah, it's very
okay.
domestic.
Well, you know what? Hold up, Chaotic.
Yeah.
It's a win, Chaotic. I'm gonna let you talk to this man right here. All right,
Okay,
hold
go
up.
ahead.
I got a question
Go
for
ahead.
you, sir.
Yeah.
You speak English?
No.
Oh, yeah, you do. All right, why
Who do you think this is, Jeff?
All right,
Yeah.
why you taking shots at me? My name Chaotic, but my name is the Chaotic Truth.
Let me Logic, calm down. Ask him.
All right, and my name. No, I got a question for you, right? All right, go ahead. What's the question, Chaotic? This is my brother.
Do you prefer domestic women?
So is women in the Philippines domestic?
Do they cook, clean? Do they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No?
Well, it all depends on where you. Yeah. Do you think we are domestic?
No, I'm just saying, like, do y'all like clean? Y'all like do just like what, like house duties? Yes, y'all do. Oh, okay.
Hey, notice how thin all of these women are, guys.
These women are not overweight.
What about the new generation, like her? You clean up your own shit? Oh my God! How many times you been to America?
I think it's a generation thing too.
Yeah.
Don't go there because you acting like American right now. America is bad. You clean up for you clean up for your husband? You from the U.S.? Oh, so see, because we got a problem in U.S. women. They don't listen to me. No, they don't.
I don't.
Why don't they listen to men?
They chaotic. So all these people that all black women don't cook, clean, and do domestic.
They don't listen to no
men. Why?
They say listen to no men. They say men better clean up, better cook, and work.
Those are lies.
Stop lying to them people.
Lies.
Well, these women, 110
But she
to
said she
120
clean up.
pounds.
Is she a maid?
No.
These women are also wig free.
Her husband is worth the cleaning, but listen, she said she do it if he worked. But see, women in America don't want. I can see here. Look, I work, I pay all my bills, and I come home, and she said, "Cook for me." She been at home all day.
I can see that.
Yeah, I know.
And you see how pleasant, and guys.
So I
It's her name. It's her name.
Listen, look, I have something to say when he's done.
And I have to leave.
No problem. Thank you,
Oh, they're not like that. Okay.
And I have to leave.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh,
they're gonna work. Thank y'all.
And guys, I have to leave real quick. Well, to be honest with you guys, I'm really about to go to sleep. Did you also notice? Thank you, Logic. Did you also notice how peaceful and calm those Taiwanese women are? Did you notice that too? They're calm and peaceful. That's another trait. So yeah, black women. Just to answer the question, just you're already desirable based on your looks. I mean, I will admit, black women look good and they age really good, but be like those Asian women. Be nice and calm and not loud. You didn't hear any yapping with them. You didn't hear, yeah, girl. You didn't hear none of that there, did you? See, and that's what men really don't like. We don't like that loud shit. Yeah. But salute to you and 06 to Shantae. Thank you so much for allowing me on the panel. Salute to you, Dusto.
Chaotic, don't leave. We got more women to interview. We got a whole hotel.
I got a question for you, Mr. Logic, because this is what I noticed. When they didn't give you the answer that you wanted to hear, it was like, oh, then you emphasize the other things that they had. The woman clearly said they're not like that generation is not like the old generation. Am I missing something? Did she say that?
No. She did not. What she
All right, guys. I'm out of here, guys.
Peace. Chaotic.
Peace, chaotic.
Thank you for coming.
I like that new background.
Okay, what were you saying, Mr. Logic?
All right, she wasn't saying that. I was trying to get it. It was kind of because she's hearing multiple things. The man was saying something that was next to me, and plus the old women was saying something. But I really wanted to focus in on that younger generation because I noticed since I travel, I do see an American trend with a younger generation.
Yep.
And so that's why, and I think Mike Dub, because he's probably see the same thing. They're picking up on these trends that we have been living in forever.
Influence.
But if I need to talk to that man he'll say he hated. And then, but I'm with y'all. I'm with y'all to the point that if that man provides, then you must provide everything to him.
I don't think people have a problem with that. Let's be honest, okay? The reason why, let's be honest, we're gonna have a real conversation here. While you may be providing for your household, the majority of women are not in households where they're not paying bills. They're being provided for. They are having to go, not saying your situation, but let's be, no cap. Most women are helping to pay the bills. This is not a situation where these women are in marriages and they're not helping out. So you're talking about an ideal situation where he's working, she doesn't pay anything. Yes, she needs to do everything. We absolutely agree. I don't think there's one person who doesn't agree with that. But this is not our reality. Most of the time, we have to pay the bills. We have
to. Do y'all want to debunk another thing on YouTube? Because I got an expert right here that actually he work in a nuclear sub. We could debunk that one little thing that was running around YouTube about that guy making 6 figures. That was a nuclear physicist or whatever he said he was.
Not that one.
I mean, hey, I know people, so I can debunk. You know what I'm saying? I got somebody right there that. Well, you want something to drink, brother? All right, I got you. Let's go. Let's get fucked up today. All right, yeah. So he can debunk everything. See, Mr. Logic say, I wish JB come up though, but we can continue about the latest though. So I'm sorry.
Hey, Logic. Yo, about that nuclear physicist.
He was joining the Navy too, wasn't he?
No, my whole point about it was this. There's a woman over here. She was young and pretty. There's a dude over here. He's talking his game. She didn't like what he was saying and how it was presented. So she wasn't interested.
It seemed like she wasn't interested from the get-go. It seems like she wasn't interested.
Now, if she picks Del Quan or Thug Johnson or Raw Dog Ronnie, then yeah, she deserves to be dusted off. But if she can go get with Johnny Post Office or Abs Jenkins, she might be all right. But she just wasn't interested in him. A connection was not made. Mm-hmm. Just because a dude, it's not, because I see this in the Duster sphere quite often. There's a dude with a briefcase that says the bag on the outside. They're supposed to walk around the mall and all the women, he's automatically qualified and they're supposed to jump and start giving him femininity. Doesn't work like that.
Nope.
The woman likes you or the woman doesn't.
So watch this. So let's do this. But see, the point is they made this guy seem like he was some kind of sick.
Oh yeah, that's right. That part.
And because the thing is, if he was a dump truck man, they wouldn't say that. What I'm telling you is the hype that they presented around that, because he worked on a nuclear sub, doesn't mean he was all that.
He was
that is true.
He was in the military.
Yeah,
so-
but
I'm confused. Right about, I'm a little. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, so I'm a little slow. So do it again because you guys are jargon right now. Go ahead.
Okay, so what
what
happened? What happened is this on YouTube. It was this guy that was in the Navy. He worked on nuclear submarines,
Okay.
and then because his job description said nuclear physicist, the whole black YouTube community is like, "Oh, this a high value man that she just let go."
Oh, talking about that guy with the that they pushed aside.
Yeah,
the one
yeah.
with the speed dating. Okay.
Yeah, and I was saying to everybody, no, just because that's what the title say. This guy probably was making 80K a year. He wasn't no quote unquote high value man. And because if it was a dump truck, like if you really know he made, it wouldn't have been an issue. So I got a guy who actually on nuclear submarines, and he can tell you that them guys is worker bees.
What's
But
a worker bee?
yeah, but
What's a worker bee?
Meaning that you work a lot and you don't get paid for how much you work.
Yes,
But why does that make him not? I still that is to in my opinion
because
that doesn't mean he's not a high value man.
Because it sounds like an
they
interesting
made
job.
it. They made it seem like he's making $250,000 a year, and he's not.
No, I
That's
don't
how
think
they. That's how they.
anyone- I don't think
That's what
anyone
they
was
made it
making
seem like.
seem like that. I think that people were shocked because this guy is only 27, right? And he's accomplished
27.
all these things. He's shown that he's intelligent. He's shown that he's hardworking. He's shown that he likes to learn and likes to try new things. He's shown that he does things that are challenging. And he presented himself very well. Like no one knows how much he makes, but it
But
was just
Janae,
Hey, he didn't connect with the woman.
Wait, y'all see, y'all ain't listening.
ahead,
See,
Logic.
y'all doing a woman thing.
He's in
The
the Navy.
whole
He don't
thing,
make that much.
it became a story because it was said, how can this black woman dismiss a nuclear physicist like that? That's the whole thing. If it was a dump truck man, if he worked at Amazon, it would not have been a big story. It was a big story because they perceived just by the title of his job.
It sounds big.
It sounds big.
It's big to me. I still think everything that you just explained to me, I still feel the same way about him because, like Janae said, there were other things that he stated that were very impressive.
But see, this is the problem with women. You're not listening to nothing I just said.
I am listening to what you're saying.
Well, Logic
He's
is trying to say,
27 though.
but what Logic is trying to say is that a plumber would make more than that, but a plumber don't.
But you're looking at income. We're not looking at income. Okay, so with women, sometimes, for example, it's the whole.
But look, you taking this. Look.
I just want to tell you about women, okay?
But ma'am, we're not talking about you. We was talking about the message. I can understand what you're saying,
okay,
but it wasn't that. The whole thing that black women don't know what they want. He just dissed this nuclear physicist and he's wealthy and all this kind of stuff like that. I was like, huh?
I don't think anyone claimed he was wealthy.
We knew he
He's
wasn't
only
wealthy.
27.
Okay, all right. So
No,
y'all
that was the way they made it seem, though.
I see
We're
what
not
you're saying,
terrorists.
but I didn't get that. I didn't get wealth. I look at your background and tell it's not. I wasn't getting wealth.
But ma'am, we're not talking about your perspective. We're talking about the perspective of black YouTube at the time.
Gotcha.
They made it seem like he was a pervert.
More than what most average black men make. So why is that not a respectable number? Y'all are like 80K.
That's
so
a lot of money for a
y'all come on
27-year-old.
here. Y'all come
We're
on
not saying
here.
it's bad.
Young black men keep doing.
He's making 80K at 27 years old.
So, hey, I
That
got
is
a
Wait,
question.
let me finish.
Can you sit right here? Hold on. Just listen. See,
No,
y'all.
let me finish. He's making 80K at 27 years old. So we want to talk about money. He's making 80K at 27 years old. There's a lot less 27-year-olds making 80K. And there's a lot less.
See, no,
wait. There's a lot less average people making 80K a year.
No, it's not that. It's that they blew him up as if he was making 280K.
All right, see, and what?
No, they blew him up as if he was making 280K.
I don't think
that's what they made it look like.
True. That's not true.
That's what Logic is talking about.
Did anyone mention it? I never saw.
We played the interview on our show and actually talked about it.
I don't think any video that I saw talking about that, I don't think anyone talked about his income. I think
yes, it was. It said that this black
impressive.
woman let down a high value man,
He's
she did. No, okay,
He's
listen.
high value
Why is he not high value?
Okay, listen. See, that's why. See, y'all some YouTube talking point fools. Because
no,
high value.
We're asking a question. Why is he not high value?
Listen,
It's not
according
that.
to
They
all
made it
these
seem
little
like he was making 280. That's the way they made it seem
and the
like.
narrative they said, this is what they said. The narrative they said was these black women don't even understand what they be laying down because she let down a high value man. And what I'm just gonna listen, just please hold up. What I was gonna show you that I can get somebody to tell you what these second lieutenants do on a boat. Hold up, 1 minute. Yeah.
Do you think
No,
in
no,
20
no.
years?
Wait, just hold
Do
on.
you think?
Wait. Show some. Let the man talk. Hold on. So what do them second
It's
lieutenants do on the boat?
irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Oh, one. Yeah.
01, they get trained.
They get trained?
They don't do anything. They get trained. We tell them what to do, so they don't mess anything up.
So what you got? Okay, can y'all listen?
Hold up, wait. Just let them finish. What? Show
We get
discipline.
that
Show
his
grace.
job description may not be so grand, but this man is making $80K a year and he's 27.
We're not talking bad about the 80K. We're just saying that the way they made it presented it was as if he was making 280K because they blew it all the way
That's
up.
not what happened.
Hey,
He
can I
said
have
his
a-
title. He sounded educated.
No. He's not talking about what he said. He's talking about how people who
How they made it
That's
seem,
y'all
how they
YouTube
presented it.
people. That's what
That's
y'all
what he's-
interpreted.
that's
That
what
is
he's
what y'all YouTube people
That's what
interpreted.
that's the
Yeah,
logic. That's the point
I
Logic's trying to
didn't
get at.
interpret. I didn't interpret that way.
Well,
I
who
didn't think that
cares?
others were interpreting in that way. But when you think about it, in 10 years,
cares?
in 15 years, could he possibly be a high value man?
No, he's gonna be. Yeah, he'll be sitting nice.
Just because he's at 27, which around her age, I mean, like young 20s, not too many 27-year-olds can say that they're on the path to that at that age. So he may not be making 280K now, but he's starting at 80K at 27. Do you think in 20 years
No,
he could possibly reach that
we
level?
agree with the 80. We agree that he's doing good. We agree.
That's any
He's a
man.
second
Why are you guys
lieutenant.
arguing what
his
people
POS.
interpreted online? Why is this even a
That's
relevant
just our.
conversation?
That's just our point. That the way they kept doing it, rotated all through YouTube, TikTok, and all this,
He's a
as
high
if
value
he was
man.
the one guy, and that was her only opportunity because
He's a
he's
high
making
value
all.
man to everybody on
No,
the
I think people were shocked
That's
because
our point.
he clearly shows more potential than most men that at that age. Period. At 27, he shows
You're
more
right. We
potential,
agree.
more intelligence, more his personality was very mature. He seemed like he'd be very mature in a relationship.
agree.
And so why would we were all just shocked that she would pass him up so
But
quickly. And nothing to do with his money.
But see, this is the problem. This is a problem how women don't listen. So for one, listen, women. This is how y'all. This is why people just say y'all just can't cooperate with nobody. I understand everything you just said,
We
but
agree.
that's not the point we're saying. The point we're saying is that how the black community is struck by titles. That even if they don't understand the title, don't know what the title means, they're struck by the title. All they were struck with is a nuclear physicist, which is a army term. It's not a conventional nuclear physicist. It's a term for an army, and it's in the Navy, in a boat. And then the guy just told you is these are du boys. So the thing is the black community, because we struck by titles, that's our problem. If somebody, a lawyer, will listen to
That's not what you initially
Listen,
said.
sir,
You said
I think that look.
This is what I said,
Let
man.
me just say, logic. Listen. You're speaking for women. We're telling you from a women's perspective what we're thinking, because we're talking about a man. Okay, we allow you to speak when it comes to women, what men want, but listen to women when it comes to what we heard.
We didn't say
That's
women.
not what we were saying is we look at the potential. This man is very smart. We don't care. At 27, we don't. It's just a point in his credentials. We know that he has potential to get to where he needs to be. So that's the reason why we label him as high value for us.
But
okay?
you started off by saying he wasn't high value, and that wasn't a fact.
No, you're missing what we're saying.
You're thinking about high
'Cause
earnings.
we agree with what you're saying.
Can I finish though? Can I finish, please? And thank you. You started off by saying he wasn't a high value based on what his job description is. We weren't saying that at all. She swiped on this man, and we said he actually had potential. It went viral because we felt he had potential. It has nothing to do with what his job description is. If he's 27 making 80K a year, that is way above most 27-year-olds that
and
are
I agree with you, but ask yourself this question: why did the video go viral, man?
The video went viral because he had potential, and
we don't know.
No, wait. Hold up. See, the video, the video went, but that didn't go viral because of his character.
It didn't go viral because he's a nuclear physicist. It went. That was the title of it. That wasn't.
But listen, ma'am.
That is why it went viral.
What I'm trying to explain to you.
That's what the men saw. Let's just not argue with them. That's what they saw.
No, it's not because this is not based on what we think on this
it's
panel.
It's not men versus women either.
Based on what the perception of the black
community. What we got out of
what we're saying is that
it's not men versus women.
What we're saying is that we saw the title of the video and we watched it and we gauged our decision based on how he communicated and what she pretty much swiped. When we heard her description of why she pineappled him, it wasn't because of his job at all.
That's the first thing I said.
It wasn't about his job. So, but Dusto, you're going in right now on his job. We just
we're not. Listen. I'm telling what I'm going in on. What I'm going in on is how simple and vain black people are. Now, and y'all keep taking it back. I'm not talking about your review of the video. The video went viral is because an average chick dissed a nuclear physicist. Is I'm not correct? That's the reason it went viral, right?
Average. She was pretty.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
So let's just give them that. So that's the reason why people clicked on it, why it went viral. So we
can because they said that it was said that she dissed this nuclear physicist, and they were saying they would pull up all these job descriptions, this guy and stuff like that. And I was like, wait, a nuclear physicist? Said, what's this? Said that's not true. I mean, I understand that yes, he's doing good for himself, but my whole point is how vain black people are. That, like I said, it can be somebody can have a crazy title and people will be associated with them titles and don't even know what the fuck they be talking about. That's my whole point. It's not about the whole talking point between them and that.
How old is he? How old was he?
No, he's 27. He's making a good 80 to 100K. Cool. That's a great thing. We're not discrediting that.
Well, if he's making that much, he's got to be at least be an 03 or 04.
Or even you know how military money works.
He's 27.
It's still doing good. Military officers gonna live a good life, but that's not the point. He's doing good. We rock with the dude. Cool. We're just saying the way they presented it. Just like it could have been another guy said, I'm a software engineer. They make good 80 grand. But because it was the words nuclear physicist, people thought that he was way up there making 300,000. That's the way that it was presented all over the internet. That's what we're saying.
When I
we're
think
not
nuclear
physicist, we're not discrediting potential.
Yeah, but I get what you guys are saying now. The way it was presented, nuclear physicist, like it's this big
thing.
Like
he's the only guy in the state building the first bomb to blow up. I mean, that's the way they present it.
Honestly, when I think nuclear physicist, I think someone who went to school and worked very hard. I don't know exactly the job description, but when you say nuclear physicist, I know physics, it's very difficult. I think that it's something that someone had enough discipline and time management skills and determination and ambition to accomplish in the first place. And then when he ran off his resume about the hard work that he's put in, like when you look at it, it's like this is a man who works very hard. So at the very least, that's very impressive. And so I think when you say nuclear physicist, it's like, wow, that's impressive because not everyone can be a nuclear physicist.
Yeah,
and he's 27.
But
that's cool. But at the end of the day, she didn't like him.
The only job he could probably get is at the nuclear power plant. And
I mean, he can step out of that. That's because he's there, but he's using that as training. We all know your 20s is entry level. Nobody said that.
I'm not talking negative. I think he's gonna be all right.
20s, all of it is entry level.
No, I'm gonna say he's a military officer. If he's a military officer, he doing good. He gonna be straight. I ain't discrediting that.
But why is the focus on this conversation?
Not only that, it's like he's a
we're just talking about the way they blew him up as if he was God, as if he was a surgeon, or as if he was
exceptional.
He's great.
No, cool. I'm rocking with it.
What
but the way they blew it up,
I'm like, I'm sorry. Like this is so crazy.
He might do better. Hey,
So what is your occupation?
But because
so look, watch this. See, look, wait. Let's start. Wait.
Hold on. Certified what?
I'm a certified dust technician.
Okay. Well, see, look. See. This is why I don't like to talk. Right. I got somebody. I'll show you his hands. He worked on a nuclear flood. Right?
He probably questioned him.
No, listen. No, I did not. Because y'all not listening. Just ask him. See, this is why I call Cap. Is it any position on a boat that's a nuclear physicist?
There's no position on the boat for a nuclear physicist. They just operate the safe operations of the reactor.
You're not listening to what we're saying. It's okay.
We
understand that. We got it.
I made my point. I told you, dude's gonna be very well off. He's good. Should be.
Yes.
Logic. As a PhD in damage control.
Just like an IT software. 27, 80 to 100 grand. That's damn good.
See, what he's saying is this is how, like I said, this is how not only did y'all get jacked, right? Okay, listen. Okay, all right, listen what I'm saying, right? He just told you it's no position on that boat that is titled nuclear physicist.
What if that's his major?
That could be his major.
God, lady.
If that's what he's working towards, and he's entry level because he's in his 20s. People say, do you think billionaires just came out the womb? Billionaires, black men?
Ma'am, see, this is how women talk about stuff they don't know. If he's 27 and a junior officer, he's behind the power curve, ma'am. Okay, matter of fact, you tell him.
Oh, he's on his. If he's a junior officer and he's going through nuclear submarine business, that means he's going on his first tour, which means he's learning how to operate the boat in general. He's
at 27 though. So what y'all know junior officers with 21, 24?
Yeah, he just joined later.
Yeah.
But that's what he
either joined later or he was enlisted first. One of the two.
Well, see, that's why I said you cannot negotiate with terrorists. Because guess what?
Like Janae, please say that again, because the man did explain that in his video.
He explained that in the video. He started off with a different career path and decided, oh, this isn't stimulating me. I want to try something new. And he explained that he was.
We're not discrediting. No, here's the thing. We're not
so look, wait. Let me do this. Let me put this in layman's term for the lady. This is what happened, right? He started off as a enlisted. Because this is, I can guarantee you, I don't know.
Do that man like that.
I'm not doing him no kind of way. I'm just saying.
Right now. That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
No, we're not.
Y'all are.
Why are we so focused on that?
No, it's just like a girl who's saying I'm a club model. She said comes some kind of great way to say I'm a club model, and all they are is a bottle girl waving them bottles and sparklers in the club. That's all we're saying.
Well,
she might make good money. But she might be in Vegas.
And we run with it. We were like, oh, we can work with him.
No, that's cool.
Someone in the chat said that we overreacted to his career, which I can see. Like, that what you guys are saying?
That's the only thing we're saying.
That's what I'm saying.
To his career.
That's my whole point. I said it a million times. Y'all overreacted to the title. Y'all I said it a million times. Look, I'm not arguing about he was a good potential. This not me hating on him. I'm saying black YouTube overreacted to a title that don't even exist. That's all I'm saying. That's my point. Case closed.
Okay, he made the point. Can we move on?
No, the other point was this.
Yes, because you're a terrorist. See, that's what terrorists say.
I still think the man is exceptional.
No, so do we. But here's the other thing. If she wasn't interested, she wasn't interested. We're not up here like the men are saying, no, you have to take this man. You blew it. She just wasn't interested. She can get a regular guy or possibly another high value man.
Okay, so the clickbait works. And we move on.
Yes.
Are we happy about that?
Yes, I'm just saying. See, this is what I was saying. It was no shot at. See, listen, y'all take it like it was a shot. I'm telling you. He used a term that he knew that was going to get clicks and that women would possibly like. And then okay.
What's new,
ma'am, can you please stop showing your terrorist tendencies?
But I think what she's saying is,
say that again.
Now that we have that bit of information about him, let's not change our mind to how we perceive him, like how we feel about him. Even knowing the information that you're giving us, do we still feel the same way about him?
That's your option.
He is in a relationship,
Yes or
so
no,
it
that's
is.
cool.
Yes.
Did it still
Just
go
like
on?
she
But
has
you
an option
remember,
to feel how she
for
wants to feel.
the 1,000. Look. You remember for the 1,000th time I said this wasn't about y'all discussion on it. This was about the title and how everybody was attracted to this black nuclear physicist. That's all we saying. And y'all keep saying, well, it's not going to change the way. I never said you to change the way you think. I'm just saying now you see that everybody on YouTube got clickbaited. Not only by that guy, because like I said, I tell him to his face, he a clickbaiter. He said that shit because he knew that they said, oh, I'm a nuclear physicist. No, nigga, you run around checking meters on a boat.
So your whole goal was to debunk him, and you've done that.
It wasn't to debunk him.
It wasn't to debunk
It's to
him.
debunk y'all to show
We
how
didn't call him
simple
a
that
dusty.
black people are. How
But
simple
I
black
honestly didn't care
people
what
are.
his
That
occupation. So the thing about it is that a lot of people probably didn't care about what his occupation was. It was that a man that was 27 who was driven to get married and actually had a legit conversation. He had a decent job. And,
yeah, that's a whole nother argument.
That was pretty much what we saw well, I'm only going to speak for myself. What I saw was a man who could articulate himself and actually seemed he was a little bit nerdy.
He was nervous.
And he was nervous. His conversation wasn't as fluid. I think our conversation was more driven on his communication, not so much his title. But it's been wonderful. I actually have to catch a flight in the morning and enjoy my real life.
yes, man. But how many times
I love you guys. Have a fantastic night. Tam dropped off too because I can't talk about any more debunking. And you guys enjoy the YouTube.
Dang.
I don't know.
It was like, we ain't got time.
Okay, well,
Y'all
I can hear
bad
you guys are
internet.
saying, but
What'd you say, Janae?
I can see what you guys are saying, but like also at the end of the day, it's like a lot of stuff on YouTube. Any viral clip is like viral because of the way it's presented.
That's that's proving our point.
It's just
Well,
got
that's
blown,
anything. I think we all do that, though. It's a clickbait.
It got blown
We
out
all
proportion.
do that.
Simple as that. It got blown out.
Yeah, a lot of times I don't look at I don't care about the Jada and Will. That was 2 weeks of me almost off YouTube because that's all they were talking about. I don't know who Lori Harvey is, and I don't want to know or hear her name again.
McDonald's
Oh wait, I have
chick.
a question for you guys.
McDonald's
Not to like
chick.
completely shift the topic,
Don't want
but
to hear about the McDonald's.
what do you guys think of that jazzy girl who was talking about being submissive to her boyfriend Cam Newton, and everyone's all mad because they're like,
I said something that was very simple.
That's another
No, Janae, I said something that was very simple, and it went through people's heads and went over their heads on Fight Club too. She said, at least this is what I got from the video. If you as a woman are doing everything for this man, and this man is giving the bare minimum, somehow all the men held their ears when the words bare minimum, man giving bare minimum, that went through everybody's head. The truth is, if he's giving the bare minimum, you need to move on. She's right. So then she finds Cam Newton and they're dating. I don't know who she is. I don't care. I just focused on those two things. What she said in the video was correct. Now she's dating Cam Newton and she's submissive. The rest is between them two. I don't give a shit.
What got me for a loop was why, like, what she was submissive about. Like that. Okay.
I guess she got the man she wants, and she's gonna submit
well,
to
she
him.
also said that she like does, you know,
Yeah, I know you're
backdoor
talking about.
stuff.
And, like that was.
Who does what?
Was like why
She
was
does
that your
like
example?
backdoor stuff, even
does
though it
butt stuff.
hurts.
She does butt
And
stuff.
she like still does it anyway, even though it hurts. But she knows that he likes it. And like people are like, "Oh my god, like you
That
shouldn't
was
be
a
doing
word.
that."
That was a word.
You
that was a
shouldn't be.
horrible
I don't know why
That
people
was
put.
a horrible example.
I don't know why she shared that.
I don't know why he shared it either. But like I said, after the submission and they together, they go figure that out. I never sit and analyze celebrity. When I think about marriage and all that, I don't go dig up Jay-Z, Beyonce, and I just don't care what celebrities are doing.
Why are people?
You don't know what
surprised
they're
that people
doing.
do that? Like people do that stuff. Why are people surprised?
Yeah, because they're not Jay-Z. Their women don't look like Beyonce.
I'm sorry. What was the question? I had to go.
We were just talking
Well,
about the
she was-
jazzy girl who's also
she was
submissive to her
talking-
man.
She said she is so submissive that she's willing to do butt stuff for her man, even though she ain't willing to do it, even though she ain't down for it.
Well, you know, when somebody finds somebody that so first of all, let's not act like she doesn't have a very desired man. Okay, so she got to play to win.
Why they're putting that all out on to the public, I don't know. That's kind of
She's playing to win. Now,
Hey,
there's also a sham booty too.
But that's David.
Shantae, do you want a mojito?
Do I want a fajito?
Yeah.
No.
I want one.
All right. Hey, can I get 2 of them? All right, go ahead, continue.
So,
somebody said, when does submissiveness become slavery and depression?
I don't think wanting to do things. So I think that there's one or two things. We heard her say she wanted to do it. She felt good doing it.
No. She didn't want to do it at all.
Force her to do it. It's things that she wanted to do for him.
No, but we're talking about the sexual stuff that she said hurt, but she did it anyway because he likes it.
Well, that again is going to be up to her. He didn't force her to do it. She's
That's true.
Trying to play to win. That's all I heard. She playing to win. I said, okay, so let's see if it works.
Well, I have.
But now she knows she got to keep that up now.
The only thing I felt weird about that was she's talking a lot about like everything that she's doing for him and like how submissive she is, but you know, I feel like it would have been better received if he married her, you know, because then it's like if it doesn't work out at this point, then she kind of looks kind of
Janae, Janae, that's how this works. Just like if I could snap my fingers and turn into Aaron O, you know what he would tell you. Women want everything, and they usually want it for free, or they want all these guarantees and all this stuff, and it just doesn't work like that.
Without zero risk.
You know,
I'm not saying what she should or shouldn't do. I'm just saying like her talking about it on such a public like platform and like airing all that business out. I just hope for her sake that it works out to the end.
Janae, women can't get everything that they want.
But here's
You
also
can always go take the dude at the post office.
But this is also another thing too. Is like, why do women feel the need to talk about everything?
I don't know why she did that, but let me just tell you this. You know what's so crazy is everybody looks at, you know, that relationship. I like Sham Booty and her husband. You know, they go through, they document their trials, they document the and they're unapologetically themselves, but I like their chemistry with each other, you know?
I don't know who she is. I don't know what her husband is. I don't care what they do.
I heard they have an open.
Now that was on Sham Booty with the Sham Booty interview, her saying that with the sexual stuff, it makes sense.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a high profile man you're talking about. Is it really wise to put your business out there or put his out there? Is that really?
That's what I'm trying to say is that sometimes women talk too much.
Like I could go get me a woman, put all my business out, and I get 15,000 subscribers and some money, and I could be lying the whole time. Yeah, that's who people are.
But see, it's bigger than. This is the thing, right? It's bigger than talking too much. And a lot of times we see the flaws of, I hate to say it, with black women, we see the flaws of black women. We would tell black women up front, hey, these are the flaws. These are the things they hate. And you know what they'll do? They'll do it still. Look, this is crazy, right? We was talking about cooperation, right? Even we was talking about that nuclear physics conversation, right? The two women on the panel was like, no, well, I'm not. Look, lady, we're not talking about you. Just shut up 1 minute. And it's no cooperation. They got their shit. They got their mind made up. This is why they will blow their community up. That's why I call them terrorists.
Because they
don't care. Say that again?
No, because they made it a men against women thing for no reason.
No, it's just what you got out of it versus what they got out of it. So you can't take away.
But we were even agreeing on the same thing.
What you're not getting, Shantae, is we had said multiple times. No, we're not talking about your perception of it. We was just talking about what was said, and you know they still were saying, "Well, this is what I think." Look, wait, man, we're not talking about you. I didn't even know you covered that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the perception of what the black community perceived, and you saw how they were still adamant on. Well, no, I just want to talk about. How about you do? Now, if I was to say this, if I was to say, why don't y'all shut the fuck up and just listen? You know what? And what I would, they were like, Lord, you're such a bad guy. And then it took like for Janae to say, well, now they just talking about the labels that how black people is in they captivated by labels, but they already mad now. You see what I'm saying? They don't listen. They don't cooperate. They're terrorists.
But you want to know why, Logic?
Why?
Because a lot of people are more focused on how they feel versus what's being actually said.
Facts.
Well, maybe they were just trying to defend him.
Well, Mike Dub, there are other women who focus on how they feel, but they still actually be quiet and listen.
You say who?
Yeah.
There are other women who are also emotional and thinking.
Oh, don't give me two. Don't give me two. I was just playing.
Listen, we absolutely understand, and we know that you have those options out there. We're not going to, go for it. Go for it.
But we're talking about the ones where the emotions get the best of them and they just end up going complete left. Like you can't even have a decent conversation and critically give them constructive criticism without them all of a sudden you win a boxing match over something that needs to be fixed.
Mike,
and actually help us later on in the relationship, but because you feel some type of way, because how dare you say I did something wrong? We can't even have that discussion. We can't even go any further than that.
Hey, look, to make it, I like to use analogies. It's like this, right? Shantae, if you told me, Mr. Logic, I talked to multiple of my friends and they say they like you, but they don't like when you wear jerseys and fitted hats, right? And every time you come around, they say they like you, they like your personality. We just don't like when you wear jerseys and fitted hats. And I continue to wear jerseys and fitted hats. And you keep saying, hey, look, they don't want to fuck with you because you wear the jerseys and fitted hat. It got to come to a point where they listen to what we say. If they won't change, they have to listen to what the men say. We don't like the bad attitudes. We don't like them not being cooperative. And if they show that on the live stream, think about this. If they show it on a live stream, do you think they will not show it in real life?
So let me. So I think that goes in both ways. Like, I think that women argue we don't like saggy pants. Stop wearing those basketball shorts under the pants.
Stop getting pregnant by these dudes.
You said what?
Yes.
Stop getting pregnant by these dudes. Then that shows that
I never got pregnant by a dude with some saggy
not
pants.
you.
No,
I didn't say you.
No, wait. Don't, because she's right.
So what I was about to say was, I was going to piggyback off that. So in the same sense, it's like Dusto is saying, don't get pregnant. Meaning you feed into that. You give them your vouch by still dating them, even though their parents are saying.
No, hold on. There's a difference. Right? There's a difference. When a woman goes and gets pregnant, that means they're letting the dude bust raw, and then they're going through with the baby.
Yeah, but hold on. She's making an analogy. She's making an analogy. Dusto, she's making an analogy. But think about this.
No, I know what she's saying, but I'm just saying they go all in for the dude with saggy pants. But
no.
John over here, all he's doing is sticking the weave chick, and then he's leaving. He's not going all in.
Look. Wait. I don't want to lose this point, Shantae. It's just like when it's said out here right now that men need to go do the bag, chase the bag, right? And they say women want men with the bag. What do you have a insurgent of men doing? They're chasing the bag. So that means men are listening. Men are listening to what the women say. Chase the bag, this and this and this and this.
But they also say they want marriage. They ain't married.
But why aren't they marrying?
But wait, you cannot marry.
You can't marry unmarriable women.
Exactly.
Men are doing their part. Women are not doing theirs.
Hold on. I want to make sure she understands this point. The thing what I'm showing you is how when women say these are the things they want, men look, observe, and they execute. Men have been saying that they want cooperative women for the longest. They do not submit. They do not execute. They do not do nothing. They still say, you got to take me as I am. You don't think that's a big disconnect when women can say one thing, I like this, and then men to conform who they are within the baseline, and women will say, I'm not changing for nobody?
So I think that they will. So to understand women, and I'm going to be very frank with you, if the men that they desire tell them to change, they're going to change.
Lie. I knew you were going to say it too. There's dudes getting ragdolled in the system for that very reason.
Listen, you see how that woman changed when Cam told her to, or when she got with Cam, right? Because that was the right man to make a change.
No, the point is they'll get the one celebrity out in Memphis, the one, and then they'll blow them up on social media. But go to the gym. Come down to Tampa and let's go to the gym across the street. There's no black women in there. They're not. But I can take you to the buffet and show you where they really are.
But if the man
The wig you're in Atlanta, you've seen them wigs in Atlanta. My God.
But what I'm saying to you is
they're not doing it, you know it. That's all I'm saying.
Because that the right person isn't telling them to do it. The woman
there's a
will move for
difference
the right person.
But there's a difference between a celebrity and just an everyday man.
Okay.
No, every woman will conform to a celebrity. Let's be for real.
Mike Dub, celebrities are getting divorced too. They don't even work with the celebrities. No, my point is, but Shantae, you just proved the point. So you're gonna wig up, burger it up, go pop out kids with raw dog Ronnie. This is what the women are doing. Then they're saying if the right man comes along, then I'll get myself together.
Hold up, wait. I'm sorry. Oh my God, this shit delicious.
That's the point.
No, I'm sorry. What the fuck did you put in here? It's crack.
I said we're gonna stay wig-tacular baby mamas until the right guy comes along. You got to practice. I mean, don't you practice before the game? Prepare yourself to be a wife for the husband. The men are already preparing themselves to be the husband.
Let me just say this. I'm gonna say it again.
If the right man came along,
it doesn't have to be a celebrity. It can be a guy that she's just really into.
This is why black women are the least desired. That very point you just made. Because they say stuff like this.
I'm just being honest with you. Do you want the honest truth?
Is that not true, Dusto? You don't know. You don't think that there's any woman who's ever changed something about herself because she was with somebody?
Do you understand what you're saying? That's pretty much telling the men, go over there and get wig Tisha, 48 tattoos, 4 kids, fat, sloppy. Then when you get there, she's gonna change. How has that been working out for the simps?
That's not saying that. That's a separate point than what Shantae.
Janae, they're not changing. Look around. They're not. They're getting worse.
Because obviously the people that
the dudes aren't right. That's right.
The people who they are talking to are accepting that from them.
She's saying that individually, when a woman is with a man, she will change if she really wants him.
Yes, they'll change and they will get worse. You're right.
She will change if he's asking her, hey, like for instance, you guys.
Y'all never had a woman change for you, like who will bend over backwards for you? Y'all never had that?
The women who done the changing had something to work with already.
Wait, let me.
There was something there. Not a woman who ain't doing nothing talking about I'm gonna change.
Well, we can't do that, right? Everybody.
Me personally, I've changed women for the good and for the bad. Like when I was younger, I've changed a lot of women for the bad. Like there was good girls that I did wrong, and they changed. Like I saw them, change to and conform to what I might like at that time, and so it was a bad move by them. But then there's my wife now who changes for me daily. Whatever I need, she changes for.
Hey, Billy, was there a foundation there already?
Like I said, look, my
was it an enhancement or a change?
Look, no. Listen to this. My girl's father has 4 daughters, and all of them are engaged or married. And he did something right. Like you would have to ask him, like, what the fuck did he do to make all of his daughters desirable to black men? Matter of fact, no, one of them. One of them.
That means the foundation was already there.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you a real example.
But you need a balance too, because she was raised by both, and I was raised by both, and everybody.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
you be getting emotional, but sometimes I get emotional because look, that's my mama in me, and a nigga need to be emotional sometimes. And so look, you got to have a balance. Like I'm not a robot. I'm a strong, strict man, but at the same time, I'm able to like get outside myself and think outside myself.
That means she had a foundation, Billy. She already had a foundation in her. That's what Dusta was saying. She already had that foundation.
Yeah, definitely.
So it wasn't like
before she married me, she was married to another nigga for 8 years. So she's obviously like marriage material. Like something about her, you know what I'm saying? Niggas want to marry.
So
okay, I'm saying there's a difference in bringing the best out of somebody.
Look at Kim Kardashian. There's a reason why she gets married. Like, the moment she goes onto the market, niggas is quick to snatch it up. Good women ain't hard to snatch up.
Let me give an example, okay? So, and you guys can, I know you don't watch this show, but you guys can all look. There's this, on Real Housewives of Atlanta, there's this young lady by the name of Kenya, okay? Kenya is very combative. She goes off on everybody. Well, anyway, one day Kenya got married. And so this guy came into her life, and all of a sudden, anytime he says, be quiet, she really obeyed. Like it was, people were like, wait a minute, we like.
Shantae, we talking about TV. Something
this
scripted.
Is real. Like they said, this is their.
No. But it really happened.
Real
This
life.
the examples we got to go to.
This is not
She really did change, like her personality.
Yes, she changed
on
for
this
her
show,
husband. She wasn't
like,
like this with anybody else, but for her husband.
That's though. Look at Sierra.
We always got to go to celebrities.
All right, okay.
All right. No, Billy, here's the deal.
All right, I'm gonna give you somebody that's not a celebrity.
You can go back and
No, Billy, if that was the case, why aren't black people, why isn't it a 90% marriage rate?
Okay, we cannot, I'm sorry, we cannot continue to, we cannot continue to.
Why are black people at a 90%?
Right, let Janae
speak. Yeah, because they'll just change, right?
No, I'm trying to understand
go
the
ahead,
question.
Janae.
He's saying, why is it a black percent? Why isn't black people?
Yeah.
Why isn't it a 90% marriage rate?
I'm not discrediting what you said, because what you're saying is the woman had a foundation and you were able to enhance and build on what she already had, which is a good thing. But I'm talking about dudes going and trying to date a woman with no foundation, reckless, ratchetisha, baby mama.
Why would you do that? That's like a woman going to a Pookie.
Then saying she's gonna change, but then she's gonna change when the right guy comes along.
No, we're not saying you're gonna be able to change what Keisha, whatever y'all called her name was. We're not talking about them. We're talking about regular women on your level. We're not talking
regular
about
women with
the
foundation.
Trying to change Pookies and Ray Rays. We're talking about people.
A woman on your level, Desta, who can sit and have a normal conversation with people, who goes to the gym and works out. Like, you're not gonna go to Wig Keisha on the corner and try to change her. No, you're going to try and be with a woman who you like. And if she likes you and there's something about her that you don't like, then yeah, she will change it if she wants to be with you. That's if she wants to be with you. If she doesn't care, then like she's not going to change. But if she does,
so y'all basically talking about really, like how y'all basically talking about like really like the resistance of change. Yes. So if someone is already basically not hard to get along with, that basically, have a certain foundation, then they can easily don't mind changing into certain thing that you may want. But then when you're dealing with a woman that give you a lot of resistance, she's not going to change
for you. She's
we ain't never going to
change all women. We're not talking about that. We're not telling you to go down deep in the hood and get a woman out and make her this. We're not saying
that's what was implied when you said you can get her and she'll change for the right guy. That's what was implied.
Talking because you were saying black women are not desirable. That's all of us. So we're not talking about these women. We're talking about the ones who, like us, we want to change. So what are you? So my man came to me and asked me to change something. If this is my man, I'm going to change that because I want to be with him and my job is to please him.
Okay, here's my question.
That's what I'm talking about because I'm a black woman. That's what we're talking about, black women.
Okay, Shantae, are you and most of the friends you're around, are they changing these things already? Like, can you show me in the last 180 days?
Well, different men require different things. It's not a one size fits all. So if I find a man, what one man like, let me just give you a case in point, okay? There's a guy in my this newly, well, he's not new in my life. I'm just now, but it's a new guy in my life who's shown intent for a while, and I was like, you know what am I doing? So I'm giving it an opportunity, a chance, okay? Now he is of high value, but he does not have the same thoughts as other people who are high value. Okay. His thoughts are very different. For example, I hate to put his business out there. He said, if I have a woman, I want to open, I'm doing this over here, but my goal is to open a restaurant. I want her to run that restaurant. So he doesn't want me to be at home. He wants me to run a restaurant. Okay. That's not what other high value men are saying they want.
Shantae, I think you're missing the point.
According to y'all.
Shantae, here's more point trying to make.
Okay.
There's 5 men over there and they're single and they want spouses.
Okay.
One of them's fat. He already know he got to go to the gym. He doesn't have to meet the woman. He knows he's fat. He knows. The other one is broke. He knows he got to get a second job. He doesn't have to meet the woman for him to tell him. He knows. The other dude got 6 teeth. He knows he got to go get some rental teeth and put them in his mouth.
Gotcha.
They're doing the things and they're doing what they can to get better. Other dudes don't have to.
There are no snagger-tooth men walking around. There are no overweight men walking around.
I didn't say that.
But
that's not what I said.
We understand that there are women who are overweight. We understand that there are women who are missing this.
That wasn't what I was saying. I'm talking about the dudes who are actually trying to go and be husband. Just dudes who are still
trying to do the same thing.
Where they at?
You may not.
We're saying is as a whole, they're not doing the things. That's why people.
I went to 3 weddings just last year. Well, one was this year, actually in March, but 2 and 1 this year. 2 last year, 1 this year.
What we're saying is overall, we're seeing more combat, more wigs, more recklessness, more going downhill. That's what's been going on over time. Just like Mike Dub said, he's married. He definitely don't want to come back out here in this market. He's grandfathered in. You've been married, what, 6 years, 7 years?
Mm-hmm.
Was it better 7 years ago or better now?
It was easier 7 years ago.
Right. That means the women are failing. They're getting fatter. That's the most obvious that you can see.
Is your wife fat, Mike?
No.
I didn't say his wife. I'm talking about overall what's been going on over the last time. They're going downhill fast.
Gusto, I when I look on Instagram and like the Explore page, I see a lot of women wearing their natural hair. To be fair, I see wigs too, but I'm seeing a lot more women wearing natural hair, getting in the gym, especially with TikTok and fitness.
It's about the attitude,
Janae.
It's all about
go to the mall tomorrow.
Back in my day, dudes used to get with bigger chicks because they had great attitudes. Like a chick like Lizzo in 2002, like she would have been like the best friend homie type chick, and she would have infiltrated the dude group, and she would have been getting hit on by all kinds of dudes. She would have been a chameleon.
Cause she made you feel good.
What you call nowadays, like back in the day, girls used to be chameleons. They had their own like agenda, but they used to like
they know how to play the game.
I know I'm fat, so I got to be funny to guys.
They know how to play the game.
That's gonna be my stick to get what I want. You know what I mean?
We're
like
talking about
women
Instagram.
Nowadays automatically think that they're great, that they're queens, and they deserve it. And I'm like, nah, it don't work like that. Like everybody got to get in where they fit in, and everybody's trying to fit into this small space, and it ain't gonna happen.
But Billy, answer me this question: why are these women still getting pregnant?
Because
who are they getting pregnant by?
They're still getting pregnant. Some of these guys they're getting pregnant. Some of these guys they're getting pregnant with are not fat. Some of them are good-looking guys. All of them are not ugly. They may be lower tier, but
that's my point. They're
talking about these fat women. They're still getting pregnant by these dudes.
But here's the thing, though, bro.
Like I said, what type of dudes are doing? Do you see corporate CEOs raw dogging Bonitasia Jenkins? Is that what's going on?
Yes, actually, on the low, they do like them,
and they're getting pregnant.
But we can't say
most of these men are married.
There are some men.
They're not leaving and going 30 minutes out to get with Bonitasia Jenkins.
But we got to put this out.
I mean, I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying I do see the overweightness in the black community. The more that I work out, I see that because I'm a workout junkie. I do see the overweightness.
Lamar, what city are you in?
I'm in North Carolina.
What part?
Are the gyms packed with black women? And you see results?
I would say this. It depends on what gym you go to. I would say more if you go to like maybe a Planet Fitness, you may see more black women because it's easier. But if you go to like Punch Fitness and stuff like that, you will see more white women. I will say you will see either more white women or mixed women than black women.
Let me just tell you this. I work out every single day. That's why my hair looks like this. And I refuse to get it done because it just frizzes right on up. And a matter of fact, before I got on this live, I went and worked out, took a shower, and then I came. That's why we was late. Sorry, y'all. That's
I'm just saying. I'm in Florida. I go to the gym. They're not in there. They're not. I go to Ybor City, and Anton was just out there in Tampa. Go to Ybor City, go downtown. You see Wigatasia Jenkins. Go to the beach. I don't know what it is about Tampa because it's bad.
Because
they're getting so big, I'd be scared to take my kids. They'd be like, "Daddy, what is that?" It's bad. And they wearing size 3 bathing suits.
I want to emphasize that it's important for men too to get in shape. I just want to emphasize.
Hey, if a dude is fat meat slab, he needs to get in the gym too.
It's important for anybody to get in shape.
Yes.
But we don't get the same grace as y'all.
What do you mean?
We're expected, we got to change everything about us, but we're expected to take you as you are, flaws and all. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And as soon as we say something about your flaws, all of a sudden we're wrong and we get criticized to the grain.
I think it's just because you're because I'm a little harder on white men who try to hit on me than I am on black men.
Well, my thing is
that's what it is.
For Justo specifically, why don't you just like, is it just that you want to be with a black woman, or like why don't you just I'm sure there's plenty of fit Latina women, white women, Asian women who wear their natural hair out in Tampa. Like I'm so beautiful, and like you don't have to just be with the black woman if they're all wearing wigs and they're all fat.
No, I'm just talking about it as a whole. My thing, because there's a bunch of Spanish women out here. I speak Spanish. I dance salsa bachata. And the gym is across the street. I thought, okay, I'm moving to Tampa. I stroll up in the gym. I see us talk some game, English or Spanish. And I thought it was me. Now I'm taking my boyfriend. Then I noticed she working legs and he over there working arms. And they walk out. I was like, oh, damn. So that's how this works. They're not letting these women get away. They don't play them games.
Sorry, y'all. When my phone drops past 20%, it'd be tripping.
But if you want to be married, Dusko, at this point, it's like you're always talking about the wig Tishas and the fat women. It's like
conversation.
Hey, black women. Clearly, black women, beautiful, fit, natural black women are not in abundance in Tampa. So I would think that you would just find some fancy.
Hold on, Dusto. Janae, I want to speak to what you're talking about now. Me and my girl was talking about this earlier today, and we said that 2 of the main YouTube talking points are extremely wrong. Number 1, everybody always be talking about go across the seas, go leave America, go find you a woman, this, that, and the other. Those women are just as bad. Like people don't think that
I can speak to that.
That just because you leave black women alone, that's the cure-all. You know what I mean? No, you're going to deal with the same problems in other races as well. So with this being said, the second YouTube talking point that is very incorrect that I want to get on Anton ass about all the time is that there's a female divorce attorney for 20 years. And she said that the main career of a woman, the most divorced woman, you know what it is?
Flight attendant?
No, a housewife. Housewives get divorced more than anyone in the world. Women that stay at home and do nothing because the man becomes an ATM and the woman is all about her duties. Like she's so involved with the kids and so involved with, her life and what she feels like she's not getting out of it, that she wants to fulfill a void that she feels like she doesn't have.
But I thought that they said that was the most. Like I think that
exactly a lot of men.
No, it is the most because
they want their woman barefoot.
It's a bunch of YouTube talking points,
but that ain't what you want. You're gonna have the most problems with that.
No.
When she's sitting there scrolling on Instagram, she's sitting there looking at all these better options that she could have. She has all the times in the world, and then she's sitting there, looks at all this stuff she sees on social media. Then she looks at her man and say, "Why can't you do that?"
Exactly.
Well, Mike, a lot of dudes are marrying women who aren't housewives and making them housewives. That's one. Another one is my cousin told me this, and I'd never heard this before. She's been off and on housewife, but she's assistant principal. She's in education, but they got 4 kids. So
they said that's the second. That's it. They said that's the second
education.
Divorce. Yeah. Women teachers and women in education.
Yeah, but probably because there's so many women.
The third would be nursing. The third would be medical industry.
But do you know why? Because there's mass numbers in those fields. There's so many women, of course, they're going to get divorced.
Right, because they sit around and talk about what they're not getting.
Yeah, the most common I used to date when I was in Houston was teachers and nurses. But anyway, what she said was this. If you work a job, teacher or whatever, all you got to do is not get fired. You got a supervisor you don't care about, you do your job and you go home. It's not that critical. When you go home, duties can be split, or you watch the kid, you got some help. As a housewife, got 4 monsters running around. You wake up first, you have to prepare your husband and the 4 kids, monitor the kids.
And
The
everybody feels
expectations are higher.
underappreciated.
Right. And if you mess something up, it's not like screwing up on your job. You don't care about your soup, no way.
Right.
But you screwed up, and it's a reflection of you. And as a mother, as a wife, is that critical? And women are emotional, not built to take that level of criticism.
Right. Basically, what
that.
it boils down to is that.
So a lot of women are saying they want to go back to work, but that was something.
Tradition of what we used to have, what our grandfathers and our grandmothers used to have, that don't work nowadays. Everybody's going to be different. Everybody's going to have different qualifications of what they need.
But there's also
Billy, you had a good argument the other day, but everybody was fighting for the microphone. But like, it was funny that you said, it was talking about, if given a choice, if you got a briefcase of $488,000 in it,
exactly,
would your woman want to stay home? The answer is hell yeah. But honestly, the dudes want to stay home too. They don't want to go to work either.
Right. Me and my girl talk about that all the time too. Given the chance, I would not want to work.
Exactly.
I don't want to go. I don't want to be on the roof burning up all summer long. I don't want to do that.
I work from home, and I don't feel like doing that.
Let Shantae say her statement.
So what I was going to say is there are different types of housewives. There's a housewife who has young kids at home. And so, yes, because that's a 24-hour day job. Kids get up, they go to sleep, they, depending on the age of the child. So, yes, she can feel overworked because her job is never done. She can't come home from work because she's at work all day. But then you have the housewife who has school-age kids. And the kids, so she gets a break because the kids are at school. Maybe she's a PTA mom. Maybe she's and those housewives may be reluctant to divorce because it's kind of a gravy job. I mean, the kids, you just getting the house prepared for the husband to come home, the kids to come home. And you're like, I've been all day watching soap operas. Right. And
it's funny that you say that, Shantae, because the median to all of this is that everyone feels underappreciated.
Yeah.
The woman does not feel like she like the mother that runs around after the 4 kids all day and cooks dinner and this is that and the other. She feels underappreciated. And the man who goes to work and busts his ass 40 plus hours a week, he's looked at as an ATM. Like the more money that I make, the more value that I am. And so, like, he feels underappreciated. And the point about it is that we all want to be wanted. Everybody wants to be wanted and needed and be more than, just a role. We want to be admired. We want to be revered. We want to be respected. We want to be loved. And you have to pour into your relationship all of those things. Like you have a duty, yes, but you also have a duty to put your ego aside and do what's best for your partner.
But hey, Billy, you want to know, and I want to spin it on the other side of the spectrum. You know why a lot of men get divorced?
Because they have that happy wife, happy life like syndrome when it's supposed to be happy spouse, happy house.
Not even that. Is that a lot of women have been brought up to, they have to be superwoman. They have to be the CEO of the job. They have to be the best wife and the best mothers.
Right.
And they realize that's a lot on their plate. So what's the first thing they sacrifice?
The man.
Yep. The man. Exactly. You're right, bro.
So one of the things that hi Shan is in the chat. Hi Shan.
What up, Shan?
One of the things that
Happy
he
late
mentioned,
birthday.
and I agree, is average women don't want average men. But I find that to be the truth. The other way around too.
Mm-hmm.
I think that
no, not necessarily. Dudes know where they stand.
We just want someone
and
who
dudes
likes
are
us.
they're actually dating down and taking bad deals and getting scammed left and right.
But if they're dating down, that's really the level they should be dating at, because that's the only person who said, okay, yes.
No, but the reason they're dating down is because the ones on the level want something that they can't afford.
That's
the
the
go ahead, Billy.
It could be that he wants something that he can't he can't
Hold on,
have two.
Shantae, watch this. I heard a joke today. A female comedian said it. She was like, I'm in my 30s, about to be in my 40s now, and I want a man. So I asked my homegirl who was married, like, what did you do to get a man? She said, believe it or not, I made a list, girl. And she was like, for real? Is that easy?
She said,
was
what?
like,
She did what?
She made a
She
list.
made a list.
She said, now put on the things of everything that you want from a man. She said, oh, he got to be good looking. He got to have a 6-pack. He got to,
nobody says all that.
Look. He got to have his own hair. He got to have, he got to be. I like muscles, so I want him to be muscular. And she was like, "What age he gonna be?" She was like, "He got to be like 28 to 30. 28 to 40." She was like, "No nigga that's 28 to 40 look like that." And she was like, damn, that's fucked up. She was like, well, now put everything that you need in the relationship on this side of the list. She was like, I need him to be caring. I need him to be loyal. And I need him to be financially stable. She said, do you realize that this nigga don't look like that nigga?
I get it.
She was like, the dude who financially stable, loyal, and, faithful and this, that, he don't look like the dude with the 6-pack and the good hairline and all those, the 6 foot and all that type of stuff. They don't match. They don't look like the same dude. And so she was saying that the dude that you need don't look. Women always go for the dude that
you're
they
missing
want.
something, and I'll show you.
And they miss the dude that they need.
I understand what he's saying.
Because
you're not going to have both
superficial
worlds. You're not going to get you're not going to get both unless you're just exceptional. I get it.
No,
But
go ahead.
But there again, sometimes the nice, kind girl is overlooked. The woman that you need in your life, you overlook because you want the baddie with the bad attitude. You just want
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Right.
You
That's
can't
where
change
the
her
Lizzo's
attitude.
come in.
There's
That's
a
where
nice
the old
girl who's there
Dudes who
for
do
you.
that get burnt and ragdolled.
Lizzo's come in at. The girls who
Or I'll
was
say
funny.
this: you have
The band girls. The girls who was in the band that played the clarinet and she was cute and you know what I'm saying? She got married back in the day because she played that role. You get what I mean?
But what I'm saying to you, I think that both can be delusional at times.
But
fat girls ain't playing clarinet in the band no more. We need more fat girls to be playing clarinet in the band. That's all.
But here's the thing too. There's also girls like Janae, who we never know are good because they're too shy to come up and see.
That too.
Well, but she's a woman. It's okay. That's not
But the thing is dudes gotta find them. Dudes gotta find women like Janae. Janae, like good dudes are a prize, right? Now you're gonna have a whole bunch of women flying and throwing themselves at you. But the ones that you need is a woman like Janae, who is willing to mold herself around your needs.
But they don't really present themselves out like that.
Like Janae is young and impressionable. She's young and impressionable, and I'm pretty sure that ring is still tight. Like y'all can do something with her. You get what I'm saying? She is moldable. You can make Janae into an ideal wife.
Billy, one, she's dating somebody, and two, we see them feminist comments in the chat. Let's be real.
First of all, I'm like a car salesman, and Janae is a really good car. She got good tires. She ain't got no whole lot of miles. She got a good color. Look at that color. Look at that color.
Billy, you see them feminist comments?
You ever see the Mustang that color? You like Mustangs, nigga? Come on.
And you can rest assured that when she's 50, she's gonna still look just like that.
Exactly, Dusto. Look at you. Look at you. I'm looking at your shoulders, brother. I'm looking at your shoulders. You got strong shoulders. You can support this woman.
Let me tell y'all this. It's a real story. It's a real story. I gotta
support this woman. Hey, Dusto and Janae. I'm trying to team Dusto and Janae. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Give me a second.
Let's make it
I
happen.
also met her boyfriend and I see the feminist comments, number one, and also met her man in Houston. So
I was gonna say that's you met me, so
and and her boyfriend.
Got no man.
Not anymore.
And Billy, and I see the feminist comments probably about 3 times a week.
But the thing about it is that for me, like when I'm in the comments, I will like type my thoughts because this is my thoughts. But like even in like real life, like my boyfriend, you met him, and we would like disagree on things. I would just be like, okay,
knock him out. That's dope. Knock him out.
Janae, it's like your alter ego.
Yeah, like I don't really care that much in real life, like about things to argue. But in the comments,
that's dope. How cool would it be if you knocked her boyfriend out at the meetup? Like you gotta not. We hitting.
How about
But
absolute no?
I like the chat and I like
he
being
gonna pick
on
up.
here
He
because
gonna
it's
pick
good
you up.
intellectual conversation. It's always great to tackle on, debate each other because that does great things for your brain, though.
Nah, some of these things people will never say in real life.
Actually, a lot of it is rather dusty. I gotta honest.
That's dope. Let me tell you my secret to get submission. What you gotta do is you gotta grab her by the face like this.
That's what they're doing in the duster sphere.
And then you kiss her.
I want to tell y'all what happened. Okay,
And then you kiss her real hard. You grab her by the face like this, and then you kiss her real hard, and then you smack her one time like this. Bop.
Black Billy out. Forget he just said
Billy,
that.
No,
I don't
smack her
like
one time, and then look deep in her eyes and say, "Don't fucking play with me."
the women that I dated that were cooperative and submissive. It was because it was who they were, and we didn't argue, and everything was peaceful.
Yeah, some people are naturally.
I want that
All
again.
I had to do is hit my woman one time. I'm telling you, all I had to do is hit her one
It
time.
was naturally who they were. That's what I want.
Discipline.
I don't have the energy to try to force a woman into being somebody
even
else.
though she was married before, she was single for about a year. So I had to knock that single shit up out of her.
Y'all, this is real talk. I went to a wedding, right?
I went to that hood rat shit about her.
Billy,
You know what I'm saying?
I got a question for you. And I hope you answer
okay,
this.
go ahead, Mike.
Hot girl summer.
Why do and I hope Shantae you can enlighten too because it involves women. Why do women make their femininity a man's responsibility?
What did he win in?
That was part of something I was going to ask Shantae.
Let me do
in
one
regards
question
to
at
what
a
she
time,
was
Mike.
saying.
Let me do one question at a time. Mike, go ahead. What was the question again?
Why do women make their femininity a man's responsibility?
I don't think that's true. I mean, I don't find it true. I think submission and femininity are two different things. To be
they kind of go in line with each other.
To a man is very different from being a lady. I think of femininity is like their Southern belle being ladylike.
No, they kind of go.
Being a servant, massaging your feet, doing that stuff. That's for your man.
Shantae, you're missing a part of it.
But I've heard like I'm not going to be
about the delusion
until I see that he's worth it.
You said what now?
Going back to what you were talking about,
I want to finish
the delusion.
I can only do one thought at a time. Like, give me a second because I don't want to miss what he's trying to. I want to answer his question. I promise I'm gonna get to you, Dusto. What are you? Okay, so that's just my opinion. I don't feel like they're the same. So if a woman is feminine, she's gonna be there. If she's ladylike, she's gonna be ladylike.
But we hear it all the time, and I've heard some of the women on the panel say, "I'm not going to be feminine for the man until he proves it to me that he
right."
can."
So I think that what has happened is a lot of people have been bamboozled. And I think that's for women and men. I think a lot of women have played men, which have made just with like Dusto gave us a situation where, people have gone through some things and it has taunted them. And I think women have gone through the same thing. So now you put a barrier up and you're like, I'm not going to trust you until I feel comfortable trusting you. You understand what I'm saying?
Here's the problem.
You being your feminine energy, as soon as you find out he's not worth it, you cut that shit off and walk the other way.
Oh, they savage.
No, Shantae, here's the point. The point is you were talking about people being delusional.
Okay.
These men ain't this and these women ain't that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Happen to be a man who is, and I happen to know men who are. They took 15, 20 years building to become who they are. They open the front door and they go look for something that looks like them, and they're not there. 80% of the women overweight. That's called failing. That means they ain't doing it.
So let me just say this.
64% of them got somebody else's kids. This is where we got to start.
So let me just say this.
So there's a shortage. There's more men in positions to go ahead and marry that you can just grab this man, put him in a microwave, and get a husband in 5 minutes. There's more of those men than it is these women.
So
we hadn't even got to the attitude. That's just waiting the kids.
I'll be thinking you're done. My apologies.
Oh, no, I'm just saying that's just the waiting the kids. We didn't get to the attitude. To the we didn't get to that yet. Then you're saying the men are delusional, and the few very women want to date because in their 20s, hot girl summer, they do too much to the point where their expectations are through the roof to the sky to the men that don't exist. So and if one of your fingernails ain't looking right, they say, "Oh, I'll go grab another man. Oh, I'll try another one." That's what they're doing.
Are you done? Okay.
We're listening.
I didn't know if the pause was just a comma or was it a period. Okay, so So this is so my next week's episode, I'm gonna go in more in detail because I have done a lot of research on this, and I think that I'm so excited. I'm really gonna reach out to these people and see if they'll talk to me, but we'll see. Anyway, what I have learned is that I tried to research the most successful Black men. And when I say I researched them from middle school up until where they are now. And what I paid attention to was the partner who was with them through the entire that process, because all of them were married during that process. And then what I did was I took that individual and I researched her to see the person she was, what was she doing, blah, 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 blah. Because you'll be amazed what the internet has it all. Okay, so especially when they are up a higher status of that situation, because it's important for us to know if we want to get to where other people are, you have to see how the walk that they, and you'll be amazed that many of them had some of the same things. They were all in common. So I'm going to tell you this without telling you a lie. These men were married, meaning they were not focusing on you. So I think a lot of times when you are on your purpose, I understand listen, when you're single on your purpose, there's noise, because at the end of the day, men are sexual creatures. Okay. So what ends up happening is you do it with the wrong person. Shanae outside slashing tires and she's throwing you off of your purpose. You understand? Because it's noise. You're messing around with the wrong person, but you gotta, you know, whereas when you're with somebody, and we're going to go into the characteristics of that somebody next week, but when you're with someone and that person sees where you're going and your vision and they have like mind with you, it's much easier to move forward. I think the word help me is there for a reason. We'll talk about it next week. If you guys want to research it yourself,
you just proved my point.
But you said that and then he came back after he got success, and then it was watered down. They were all fat. I'm telling you, don't wait. We're not saying the same thing.
But here's the point. You said I'm going to research the top most successful men. Number one.
Mm-hmm. This is before they were successful. We're talking about their process, their journey.
But here's your point. The men that you're going to bring, first you went and got probably millionaires.
No, I got people who listen.
What the biggest problem today, and this is a good majority of women, not all, is that they don't want to go through that struggle. They'd rather wait at the finish line for you to get there.
Some of them do.
And you're talking about top 1% men.
Stop going after the toxic female. There are great women who are in school who are focused, and you want to run after the girl with her booty like this.
Shantae, that's not even true. Not even close to true.
Yeah, it's true.
Not for me, it ain't.
Okay, not for you, but that is the common trait, and that's this is the thing. I don't really partake in these conversations too much because I think a lot of them are laughable. But here's the thing: I'm a very balanced person. That is true, because when we come on these panels, and not just these panels, just in real life, you will hear other men say, "Don't focus on women," right? And they'll say, "Focus on school," right? But in the meantime, smash women. Not focus on school, and you're not out here smashing women. You're just focused on school, and then once you get your success or whatnot, and then you find that woman, and then you marry her. They're telling them to focus on school, but still smash women. So you're still going after what Shantae said, all these other women. But by the time you get ready to settle down, you done overlooked the other women that was actually marriage material. But then by the time you want to settle down, now you think you're entitled to a woman to be feminine and all that. It doesn't work that way. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work that way.
No, you're missing the point. But you're just saying, because that's another thing YouTube does. There's a dude who's single, and they come with all these false narratives of everything he's doing. Oh, you in the strip club. Oh, you over here. That is not true. Now, the dudes who are doing that, they can go. They have to deal with court and deal with the garbage because they're doing some wrong thing. What I'm saying is, you're talking about one, trying to find a spouse at 22 or 25 in the younger building years. Those marriages are totally different than somebody 40 trying to find a spouse. You're talking about marriages back then when there were more marriable women versus right now when there's less. These are
But
totally
there's a
different
reason
things.
why there's this why I'm gonna have to cut you off again, because there's a reason why there's less
Less
marriageable
women?
women. The reason why there's less marriageable women because both parties are out of order. Both
Okay.
parties are selfish. One party wants what they want, which is usually I'm looking at women as a sex object, and that's all I want it for. So they don't mind the woman being toxic.
I'm
They
not
don't
talking
mind
about
her
those dudes.
attitude.
They don't
They
count.
don't mind any of that as long as they can smash her, and that's it. And then you have the woman. She's
Lamar,
coming
I'm
into the
talking about
relationship.
I'm talking about marriage-minded men only.
You're not listening. You're not listening, Dusto.
The point he's trying to make, Dusto, he's like, in today's society, and that goes for men and women, who is actually marriage-minded today?
There are more marriage-minded men than there are women.
Let me just say this. I have a son who is 20 years old. One of the reasons why I research these men is because I want my son to, one of the majors is what he's going into. So I was like, I'm going to research. It's not just for this channel, but actually for my son. And I gave him, the book and all that kind of stuff because I wanted him to research it as well, since this is your goal. And so one of the things, and I pointed the same thing out to him, but he falls into that trap. He's the smart guy, but guess what? He likes toxicity. And I keep telling him, listen, you are at an Ivy League school. You are around women who have focus. I mean, great. And we're talking about Black women.
Shantae, he's young. You don't start realizing that shit.
Listen, what I'm saying is you had to stop yourself from getting in trouble. You don't want babies around. You want a person who's going to be there for you to get you through it, to have a common goal. This is the best time to meet it because she ain't out in the streets. She ain't had enough time to be that 304 that when they're young, and she's focused. This is the time to get her and you guys together.
Shantae.
But I'm gonna speak.
Hold on, Shantae. I'm 41.
Not as a 20-year-old, but what I'm saying, when he graduates, 23, 24,
Yes,
I would rather him take that route.
These women are not being built to be wives. Look at their parents.
Listen, I know a few of them, and I know their parents.
They're not.
The one in particular I'm talking about. Not only I know her parents, and yes, she is.
They need you need to hook that up now because there's not that much out there.
But the point I'm trying to make is that. But here's the thing, though, and I'm gonna speak for myself, and I'm pretty sure Lamar and Dustin can agree that we love toxicity in our younger years.
I disagree.
Actually, we might even realize
it gets you in trouble.
We didn't even know.
I can only speak for myself. I never looked for toxicity.
She doesn't have the same goals as you. It's gonna get you in trouble. You have to go with people who are like mine, who's gonna see your vision and like, what, I believe in that. Let's, do it together. It keeps you out of trouble. Let me just tell you, it's so many people out here. I mean, that's how men end up with these baby mamas that they won't.
Shantae, you're looking at a 41-year-old man single with no kids, and automatically, same thing, Lamar, 78 false narratives. Man, I know what them dudes is doing. You over there, but why is that automatically the thing that see a Black dude, he must be over there and doing the stuff that's not?
I mean, that's not an automatic thing. That's not an automatic thing. You personally probably are not doing it, but the dudes that come on this panel and unless they're lying.
Oh, I agree.
They're saying.
That's why I call it the Justice Spear.
Unless they're lying,
don't want to communicate with a woman.
Well, they
want women to think like men.
Lamar, I'm gonna keep it realistic. In my younger years, I was horrible.
Exactly. We have to be realistic. You're saying these women aren't being being taught to be wives. Well, when women are in their young 20s, what are the men doing that are in their young 20s? They're not looking for wives. So what are the women doing? They're adapting to the environment. They're getting the attention because listen, when you're a young person, young people want to connect. They want to have like intimacy. It's a natural human thing. But when you're not connecting for marriage, when people, especially, I'm not saying that it's just men's fault, but you guys always say that men hold access to marriage and relationships. So when the men are not interested in that sort of dynamic in their young 20s, the women are going to take what they can get. And that's how you turn in. That's how women turn into like these 304s and whatnot.
It is. Listen, if a woman gives you her body, she's found interest in you. But the problem is she thinks she can change you into make you that man, and it just never works. He just wanted you.
Shantae, they're getting bent over. They're walking out of relationships to get stuck by useless dudes that don't have a car.
Shantae, I never understood that concept. You still think you could change him, even though he
We
told
know
you
can't.
front.
I think that women don't understand that. We know you can't, but it's women out here who think that they got that power.
I know, because a man can sit there and go, "It's like, I'm not looking for a relationship right now."
And they will still try. Yes,
but in her head, she's going, "But we be
it's
so
delusion,
good together."
but yeah, they will.
So in reality, y'all be playing yourselves.
Well, no, because I think that they listen. I think we're not talking about the Lorries and all of them. Okay.
No, but I'm just talking about the average person.
Girls want to be married. They just do.
No, they don't.
Good. I said good girls. Good girls who have listen. And my daughter, if you raised by the dad and the mom, and they instill those values in you, they want to get married. The women want to be married. They do. The average woman wants to be married to the man she wants to get married to.
And who is that man?
That's why women be in these long relationships. A lot of women aren't happy from man to man. They're in a relationship that just didn't go nowhere. How many of y'all been in a relationship that went on for years and didn't go nowhere? Any of y'all?
Years, off and on years.
No,
but I was the goal was marriage.
And
she actually is married now.
If I was just busting down, I was intentional about busting down. Once I actually wanted a relationship, I was intentional about it.
If I was trying to knock something down, I was brutally honest, and I even would let them know why I didn't want to be with them.
I'm mad I'm mad that men don't think that some I didn't say all. No, but here's some women, some black women don't want to be able to like listen to yourself.
Then why aren't they in relationships?
But here's the thing. We are in a lot of times we are
actions speak louder than words.
They are in relationships. So
How come they're not in the gym?
There are.
Do you know what's in the gym?
Is Janae overweight? No, I just told you I go to the gym. Like,
do you know what's in there? Single men and no women.
Listen, some people don't like the gym. See, for me, I have a gym in my house. My basement, there's a gym because I prefer to do
my point being, you can go ask about 50 women. You said you want to be married. Yeah. What are you doing? Show me what you've been doing for the last 180 days to make you a potential spouse. You'll hear crickets.
That's
actually,
a good point.
But I can tell you what they're doing to make themselves worse.
That's so
but here's the problem, though, is that a lot of people want relationships for the wrong reasons.
Right. Okay, now that's possible. Yes.
They just want it for the sex.
That too.
To be there. And for someone to cuddle at night, but they don't want to do the work. I think
that sometimes women want to be married, so they go for the person who, you know.
No, they just a lot of times they just want the title of marriage. They care more about the wedding and this title of being married versus actually the actual person.
But what I'm saying to you is what I've noticed is when I go to college and I go to homecoming, all of the people who met in college and they get married soon thereafter, they are all still married.
I see the opposite. The ones from college, very few got married.
Go to?
Norfolk State. Mm-hmm. There's Norfolk State, ODU. A lot of them, Hampton, a lot of them did get married, and they disappeared. But Norfolk State, some of the other colleges, they got bent over, stuck by a raw dog run, and it popped out some kids. They went to Burger King every day and they're fat. Or they're angry on Facebook, mad at the world. This is a repeated cycle. This is a good 70%. And this is college. So what do you think the ones who ain't in college, who just work regular?
So let me ask you a question.
When these people have kids, and that's who your son is out here trying to date. A high percentage.
He's not dating people with kids. He's dating college women.
No, I'm saying their kids.
Okay.
The 43 to 46, the one that got stuck in college by the dude who ain't had no job. Now that daughter is 17, 18.
And you know, it's even more weird.
And what were they raised to do? Were they raised to be a wife?
No. And so most of the women, that's why I said most of the women who are at his school have their both of their. I mean, I know it's hard for y'all to believe that some black people raised by most of their mom and their dad in the household.
I was raised by both parents. It was a norm where I was
raised by both parents. That's why I'm like, you know, so that it does exist. And so those kids, they are out there. There are little girls out there who have their mom and their dad. And let me just tell you, we talked about this last week. It is so important. It is so wonderful when you have that dad on the daughter's side or the wife's side who can assist you, who takes you under their wing and can assist you throughout the marriage process. I think when men have other men, whether it be their dad or her dad, helping them, it helps the marriage. And the same thing for the woman. When you take guidance, when you accept guidance because you want you want to be in a successful marriage, I think that is a wonderful thing.
Well, Shantae, according to you, there's all these, and they're black too. There are a bunch of 120-pound women out there. Just the women aren't overweight. They're weighing 120 pounds. They're wearing their natural hair.
I don't weigh 120 pounds. And if I ever wore 120 pounds, I promise my head will look so big. I would look like a bobblehead.
You know what? 140. There's all these women. They're slim and trim. They're packing out the gyms. They're fit and they're feminine. They're just smiling at every black man that they see. They don't have any kids. And they've been waiting and preparing themselves in the best wives schools from Boston, LA to Memphis. That's what you're saying. That's what's going on out here.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the women at my son's school in particular, and the women at other schools. They're not all pregnant. You're not going to feed that narrative that all these black women who are in college are pregnant, because they absolutely are not.
I'm saying anybody married.
But here's the thing.
I have a question.
We're not saying that all of them are pregnant, but it's enough for it to be a problem.
I'm saying the last time I went to homecoming.
So listen to this. Listen to this right here. We all know the people who got pregnant in high school. You know, it wasn't a vast majority, but you know that one or two girls who got pregnant in high school. Okay, I teach at I hate to even say that, and I may see one or two throughout the entire year. Okay, so we all know
you teach high school.
So listen. So did you just? That's the truth. Okay, so what?
No, I didn't know that.
So what I'm saying to you, because I don't like to put that, it's not anybody's business, but fast forward when you're in college. Now you may have people who have idol lists going on and they're not anywhere and they're in between or whatever's going on. They get pregnant by Johnny down the street, or they living together and they go straight into, they want to be shacking up and they not married. And then it ends up being like that didn't work out. Now she's pregnant, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Or she's banging people and she gets pregnant. We're not talking about that. Okay. We're talking about people, you're on a college campus with people for the next 4 years. You guys are getting to know each other. You have similar goals. It's kind of like what white people do. They meet each other in college. Oh, we're dating each other. We're serious about each other. We date with intent. We get married. Boom. You have less time to mess up because you are with somebody and you're on a purpose and you're moving forward. When you wait it out and you're saying, oh no, don't get married right now. Get married later on. That's more time to fuck up. You understand?
And you get
we agree.
Do y'all really think white people are out here dating with intent?
White people are getting out of order too.
They oh my God.
Blacks are already out of order.
Okay, but I have a question for the men. And Mike, you answer last because you're married. But I want to know, you guys, there's a lot of emphasis on women black women not being raised to be wives, and they're not doing this, they're not doing that. But I also want to know, in what ways are men, or you personally, have been raised to be a husband, and what does that mean to be a good husband? Because I'm curious, since you guys have like all the, not to say this respectfully, you guys seem to have like, well, black women aren't raised to be wives, and this is what we expect out of wives. But what do black men do you see en masse, especially in their 20s, which is when you say that black women should be ready to be wives? In what ways are black men prepared to be husbands? And what does that look like?
I'll take my brother-in-law, since he married my sister in his 20s. Countryman from Alabama, raised with his mom and his dad.
Them Alabama folks.
My sister went to school in Alabama. She was raised by both parents. They ain't had nothing. They was in school. They met in class. They dated. They worked some jobs. Then they moved in together. They had some car. They decided to be together. Hey, let's get married. All right, cool. She was 22 and he was 21. I came out the army. Hey, I'm engaged. Cool. I met him. He was cool. They was married. Got married in June. They graduated in July. They stayed together. They got 3 kids. 17-year-old starts college in the fall, full scholarship. A year ahead in school. 11-year-old, talented. They eat good meals. They're abbed out. Yeah, 0% body fat. Main thing they did is made a decision to be together. We're going to work hard and we're going to be together. She never called the system on them. She cooperates. Do they have issues? Yes. End of the day, they know we have to be together and we have work to do. That marriage has been tested, yes. But they made a decision, we're going to stay together.
What came before that? What she's asking is what prepared him for that. Do you think there was a strategy that prepared him for that?
My dad was a husband. He did a lot. So it wasn't, a lot of conversations weren't needed to be had because she saw who he was.
Gotcha.
The behavior was modeled. Because I see people on YouTube, man, I'm going to teach my daughter, I'm going to teach my son. Okay, the best teacher is what they see.
Absolutely.
I've never came home and the lights cut off. I never came and not saw my dad or mom not working. I never seen tables flipped over. So I was like, you know what? This might actually work. Problem is, me, my brother, who wanted to go find spouses, the world changed. They told us it was Disney, and this is how it was. We thought it was like my mom and my dad. Then we go out and we go to college and like, hold up, what is this? These ain't wives. What you mean you got bent over at the Q party last night?
What's your acceptance rate?
Strong independent. Huh?
Well, I guess what I'm asking is what qualities are nurtured, because my mom, she was married at 18 to my dad. They've been married for 27 years. Like everyone, so there are lots of anecdotal stories that we can say about Black people who married young and stayed married. But my question is, what if Black women are not raised to be wives? What is different about the raising in Black men that prepares them to be husbands, and what does that look like?
I didn't say all Black men were husbands. Not all of them.
I can speak for someone who's married is that you are never going to be prepared because you will never foresee the issues that you're going to go through.
Of course. And you have to be loyal. You have to be in it to win it at all costs.
It's the same thing as like for me being in the military. It's the same thing for prepping for combat from actually being in combat itself. Two different situations. You can sit there and prep all day and you can freeze as soon as you get into the situation.
That's true.
Because you can sit here and prep for marriage all day, and as soon as emotions and arguments get involved, you go completely left and you threw everything you just learned out the window. So why in the hell did you just waste all this time prepping for it then?
Yeah.
And so it goes to the whole thing of like, is anyone really ready for marriage? The point is whether you're willing to stick it out or not.
Yeah.
Because you're going to go through complications.
Yeah.
You are. I hate this whole BS thing. It's like, oh, I had the perfect marriage. No, the fuck you don't. You have issues.
They be capping.
Yeah, you have issues. You just don't want to share them. Every relationship has issues.
Which I don't think people should say
that they don't have issues. Most of my people are very transparent, but
it's
if I get married, I'm not making my issues public.
Some people's issues may be greater. Some people's issues are lighter. Because I do know some married couples, and their issues are very minimum, and a lot of people don't believe. Like they don't really argue and stuff like that, and it's hard for a lot of people to actually believe that. It's like people expect for you to have a hard time, and I'm like, no, these things don't have to be hard. We make them hard.
Exactly.
But people expect because you're human, you have to go through the mud and you have to, no, not really. You don't. But I think we just expect that. We expect the negative or the worst. Instead of like thinking positive, like, hey, I can have a healthy relationship or a healthy marriage. And
people assume I'm super negative about marriage, but I'm absolutely 180 not.
But this is one thing that
I don't think that you are.
The only thing I say is what I see. If I walk to the mall, go somewhere tomorrow, I do not see potential wives.
But this
you got to hunt 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, when I go out in the street, I don't see potential husbands either. But I don't think that a husband is just like an easy, maybe what works for somebody else just doesn't work for me.
It's hard to spot out. That's the problem. Because some of the good women can dress kind of like that the hairstyle can be the same, the nails are the same, and they can be good women, but it's kind of like you have to approach them because it's kind of hard to kind of tell if they're blended in with them as far as like their attire and stuff like that, but they can actually be marriageable women. So when you go into the mall, like you don't these days you don't kind of know because it's like it's such blended in. It can be a little difficult.
So I'm finding out that the ones that are wives is when I ask them and I couldn't see their left hand and they raise it and it's a big ring, or either how they talk when they're responding and they're so polite and feminine or whatever, politely responding that they're dating, they're engaged, or they're married. So yeah, they're wives, but somebody else got to them before I did.
But Dusto, my question is now, like, you do say you do salsa and stuff and like bachata, which is good. That was actually going to be my question until I just remember that just now. Like, do you do things like hobbies and like activities where you can meet people?
Janae, I'll tell you about Friday. This weird. I'm out there saucing it up. Go and grab the first one. Start dancing with her. She was really nice. Okay, so I shoot my shot. Oh, I'm married. My husband's right over there. Oh, really? Yeah, he's dancing with my friend. A couple minutes later, she's over there kissing and talking to her husband. Oh, she really was married. Then I'm talking to this one. She's from Venezuela. Talking to her about country and culture and stuff. Oh, my husband's over here. Then when they start doing the show, she goes over, holds hand with her husband. 20 minutes later, I'm dancing with another one. And she's talking like, oh, she's pulling up on me. And sure enough, she had a husband.
Wow.
And he was at the table and she went to go sit on his lap after the dance.
Aw.
Yeah, you keep missing them, huh?
I'm just saying.
That's actually kind of sad.
I got no problem shooting the shots. But the women, it appears the shortage of wives, those who want to be married and be wives, they got husbands. Especially over here where it's a bunch of Spanish.
Oh, yeah, they
And
married.
these men are not letting these women go. They're walking them into the gym because I guess they know I'm coming for them. They're not letting them in the gym. She's working legs, he on arms.
But Dusto, I think the biggest problem is a lot of broad people get married so late now these days is they have the fear of missing out.
Spanish get married young.
You are right. What I'm talking about in today's culture is that there's a lot of people as that, oh, I don't want to get married too soon. And then I have the fear of missing out in my younger years. And I could have did this at the third. I know a lot of people who got married young and regret marrying young because they missed out all the fun that their friends were talking about.
We always say you missed your 20s.
I'll pass it.
And those are the lies that unfortunately, because even that happened to me. Those are the lies that unfortunately are told. You're missing out on this, you're missing out on that, so go out here and do this, and then they go out there and they do it, and then they are lonely.
No, I disagree with it because it's you're preparing yourself. If you're a dude and you're knocking down all these random chicks, there's this level of drama and trauma that comes with it, a level of being off track. And you're supposed to be preparing yourself to be a husband or preparing to be a spouse. You don't prepare in the streets to be a husband or be a wife. You prepare for the streets in the streets. A lot of dudes come with all bad habits, all this stuff, or they're fearing the karma because they didn't smash 3 wives, jumped out of 2-story windows. They've done so much dirt they can't trust women.
Yeah,
women been stroked out by so much meat. They got 1 wall left, and they can't even get turned on by a man no more. They're using machines, and they did too much.
Not machines.
No. Dusto has a point for the women who have like.
They've done too much.
For the women who are very sexually active in their early 20s, they lose their sex drive once they get married.
I don't think that's well. Okay, I don't know because
they've been stroked out by Big Tony, 19 inches wrapped around the building somewhere. What can they do with a regular man?
Well, I ain't never met.
Oh my gosh.
Then they had one guy who was rich. Now they can't handle a dude making 50,000. Then they had one dude who was I don't know, talked all the sweet game. Then they had a dude who can sing. Then they had this. So the regular dude who wants to marry, they don't know what to do. They can't communicate. Well, I wish he had this. I wish this.
Yeah, because then it's like he got to try to make up for all those other, and it's the opposite too. It's like they got to try to make up for all those other partners you done had. Like I done heard men say, if she doesn't give me oral, I don't want her. What? Some women don't believe in that. They just don't. You know what I'm saying? Some women don't do that.
But here's the thing, though, and this is why I'm glad you brought that up, is that you don't want to get in a relationship with somebody. If that's a deal breaker for you, don't enter that fucking relationship. Because here's the thing. You may sit there and say, oh, that's not a big deal. Yeah, but I bet you that'll become a problem year 2, year 3. Mm-hmm. Because you're going to deal, make it up front. She ain't going to want to do it. And guess what? You can go find it somewhere else.
You like it is so crazy that you said it. And I hate to even mention this because he watches this show. But I met this great guy. I just want to pump him up. He's such an awesome guy. He is at high, he has a really, really good job. He's the man. But I don't want no more kids. And he be trying to influence me. When he tried to pursue me, he tried to influence me to have children. And I tried to tell him, listen, he go, no, I'm talking about him. Listen, you're going to want to have children and I'm not going to change my mind. So please just, let me go.
Two questions. Number one. First question.
I talked to him today. He's so wonderful. But we're just not compatible. We're at 2 different stages in our life.
Yeah, first question, why are you wasting this man's time if you know you're not going to put out kids?
I'm telling him, how is that wasting his time if I'm being transparent? I'm sorry.
He's wasting his own time. Anything beyond that, if she's being honest, he's wasting his time.
The second question, why is it when he's talking about how great he is, the only thing you said is a good job?
No, he's a great character, raised by his mom and his dad. He's a good dude. He's a great catch. He's a great catch.
But where's the butt?
Introduce him to somebody who's 30 that wants kids.
We're compatible. We are in 2 different stages in our life. I don't want any more children. He does. I would not take that away from him because he definitely needs a legacy because he is thebomb.com.
So hook him up with Pam or one of them other girls then.
See, this is the
thing. Hook him up with one of your friends, Pam or.
I can't hear one person at a time. What did you say?
Hook her up with Tam or what's the other one's name?
Tam.
Or
I invite him to my stuff and I be introducing him to my friends, but he got his eye on me.
See, this is one thing I never understood about women these days.
I'm honest.
That's maturity though, Shantae, because
so he still ain't got over that hump yet. He still ain't got over that hump yet.
Who?
The one you're talking about, he still haven't gone over that hump to get his eye off you and go ahead and finally admit, hey, she don't want kids, so it's time for me to find somebody else.
But is he a good man?
Listen.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that seems to be the problem. I want a good man, but that's not the good man that I want.
You wouldn't have one baby for him, Shantae? Mm-mm.
I think that listen, I'm not going to put myself in a situation that I know it's going to end up being, because I've had kids. I think that there are different stages of life. Personally, me, I want to be able to raise my children and then become a solid grandmother so I can assist them. I don't want my child and my grandchild to be the same age. Grandma, sisters, auntie. like that's not what I want. I think there are different phases. And so I have my children. I'm 44 years old. And I want to be an old mom. I want to be able to enjoy my grandkids. I want to be young enough to be able to assist my child when she has kids. Yeah. So no, I don't.
So I got a question. Do you think that women really think? Because I never stood to sit there and say, when women sit there and say, "Oh, I don't need."
And you know what's so funny? Jamal said I'm capping, and I want you to leave a comment after this show airs, and I'm gonna have him respond. He probably won't though, but I'm gonna try to have him to respond because he'll have my back. Like I know he will, because that's my dude. Like
they're saying he's boring. That's why
he's not. Listen, if I gave y'all his resume, he's not boring at all. This dude is
okay. Why is he wasting his time dealing with you if you don't want to have kids?
Wait a minute. Wow, geez, listen, you're thinking about me on here, but I really am a kind person.
But you're not having his kids.
I'm gonna go above and beyond for you, and he sees that in me.
If you're going to go above and beyond, have his kids.
Listen, don't have a conversation with him. I can't.
This is what men. This is what
y'all
men are.
Not gonna try to belittle me, and I'm
not.
No,
I'm not trying to belittle you. I'm not trying to
but
belittle you, but I'm
he
trying to
wants
make the point
kids.
is
You
that
said
women
no.
complain all the time that they want a good man, and then that good man comes in front of them. It's like, yeah, he's good, but this, that, and the third.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I don't like to tell people my business, but I'm gonna go ahead and tell y'all my freaking business. Okay, so y'all ready for this story? It's gonna be kind of long.
I'm all scared.
I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty. So there's a little traumatized thing going on. When I had my daughter, there was some drama in the delivery room. The sister almost didn't make it, but by the grace of God.
Okay. You talking about health-wise?
I was at a great hospital, and it's so crazy because when you have an opportunity, go look at Google Judge Hatchett's daughter-in-law. She gave birth the week before I did, and she experienced the same complications I experienced, but unfortunately, she lost her life. The only difference between her and me is her doctor was not attentive. And that's the reason why her husband goes on, and has these conversations about choosing the right doctor and how Black women are treated. My doctor was the bomb. He checked on me and he knew that I had went through some drama. He checked on me every 30 minutes on an hour. Like, he did not play, and Emory Hospital, Midtown, like, they are the bomb.
I used to live over there.
And so I went through drama. So I'm not going to lie. Like, I'm just a little traumatized too. I don't want to go through that again.
Oh, yeah. No, childbirth is very difficult on a woman.
I had to have 3 pints of blood, 2 plasma. I lost 2,200 cc's of blood, and the body holds 6,000. Like, It was, it was traumatizing.
Okay. With you saying all that, I understand.
I didn't want to tell y'all my business, but voila, maybe it'll help somebody.
Okay, so why y'all still dealing with each other?
He's we're still cool. If he call, I still check up on him. He supports the show. He looks at all the shows. He's like, yo, because he was already a Lapeef follower, and that was some of the things we would always call each other. Like, did you see that episode? Even before I did a Chic critique. And
so he probably can't stand me then.
Huh?
He probably can't stand me then.
No, I gotta ask him. I never even asked him. I'll ask him.
Sounds like he got friends with like a motherfucker.
But he is.
Yeah, why is he still around? Why don't he go grab him a 30-year-old and keep him moving?
What is wrong with people being in people's lives without? Come on, y'all.
So Shantae. So
then you
I'm
talk
on Mike
about
Doe saying something earlier. So is there a
right?
chance that he think that there's still something there?
No, I'm very honest with him. I'm very transparent.
No, I know you are, but I'm talking about him. Does he think that there's still something there by you even entertain? Because you know how just like women, if you even you can say, yeah, we just friends, but if you even entertain it,
we had a whole conversation.
Okay.
That's where y'all be fucking up, is that y'all be friends on the people. Y'all be entertaining them like a motherfucker.
That's a reason. Like, I have a legit reason, and I just feel like, he needs to have I just can't do it for him.
But I just feel like if you've been honest and you've said this is where I'm at, and he continues to reach out, and obviously, like, if he's a good friend and you like each other, like, you're gonna keep talking to him. Like,
listen, ladies, if you look good and you got your stuff going on, I'm gonna hook y'all up. Like, he is the bomb.
No, she ain't.
No, we got to talk about this since we own this subject. Is that
she ain't gonna hook you up? She ain't gonna do it.
I will.
I got to speak up for the man for this one. Is that y'all know that y'all be using your men that you put in the friend zone?
No.
How?
Well, Mike Dub, have you ever had friends on buns though?
Shut up.
That's not friend zone. That's not friend zone though.
No, hold on.
That situation should.
No, this is what I mean. Like a dude having a chick, you're just gonna knock it down. You ain't gonna commit or whatever. Everything cool. But you're not gonna give a relationship. But kept along the bun.
And then half the time y'all be surprised when he wants to bang y'all. But y'all knew all along.
Times when I've done that.
It's like, oh my God, I didn't know he felt that way. You knew it.
Yeah, but times when I imagined that I was doing that, because I'm a virgin, of course, incel. But times when I have imagined that it was me when I lived in Houston, and because I'm innocent, I told the woman the truth. So I thought it was fair. But I guess what she's saying is she told the dude, look, man, it ain't gonna be no more than this because of this. So at that point, I guess it can be fair game.
Right.
So she's not just stringing him along. And it's on him if he wants to keep stringing along.
I'm not stringing him along.
Fair game. No, fair game.
No, I'm not. We're not talking about you, Shantae. We're talking about
I had to take another break. I've been drinking a lot of coffee.
No, we ain't talking about you. We're talking about the ones who know that this man wants to be in a relationship or get with them, and they're gonna take complete advantage of that.
Mm-hmm. And won't give him no buns either.
How many women, and y'all know this is true, so y'all cannot deny it. How many women have a guy in their phone labeled as food guy?
Oh my gosh, this is a myth.
That's cheap, girls. Child, I don't waste my gas trying to get a child back. I'm a homebody. If I get ready, I like you.
These men only want to take you to like Applebee's these days. I can take myself to a much nicer restaurant than food guy.
Okay. What's wrong with Applebee's, man? What's wrong with Applebee's, Janae?
I don't want to take him nowhere. Most of the time, I don't want to take him nowhere.
They got Applebee's. What's this? This is a true story. Another story. I know y'all told me these stories. I had a guy, not that guy. Like we're cool. Had a guy who's in the friend zone, but because I've been talking to y'all for the past few weeks, I was like, you know what? Why don't I like this guy? So I'm trying him slowly. Like I'm a snail. I'm a Taurus. We're snails, but I'm slowly,
Cap.
See.
You're ragdolling that man for validation.
It is super slow, but I'm trying to get see.
Shantae, you're ragdolling that man and you know it.
Someone in the
you're
chat.
Ragdolling him and you know it.
Someone in the chat said, "How many men have women saved in their phone as big booty?"
I don't have a cell phone.
What?
But see, here's
honestly, I don't do that no more.
But see,
it gets to the point where
here's the thing. There's a difference between that. All right, you will lead a man on in order to get what he wants, in hopes that he get what he wants, and that way you can say, "Oh, can you come up here and hook up my TV real quick? I don't know how to work its DVD player." He'll do all this stuff, hoping that one day you'll have one vulnerable moment
and
where
it can
you
happen.
crying over your boyfriend because he broke up with you.
Look at the guy. This guy has been. Let me tell y'all. When I met him what was it? No, it was pandemic because I remember mistaken. You know who mistaken on the show? She. Oh, now I'm telling my business. She hooked me up with him, and I met him November of 2020, and he
still ain't pounded yet. Has he gotten any buns yet?
But I'm a slow bun giver anyway. So
hell no.
You can't be with me.
His name is Dry Meat Dan.
Baby, it's Snail. I'm Snail with the buns. Okay.
Dry Meat Dan out there.
Look at only the strongest survive.
Well, honestly, that makes them like kind of want you more. I'm not gonna lie.
They do.
If you just decide
oh my God, these simps. You gotta stop.
They kind of just want you more. Like that's not a lie.
Janae, somebody else is getting it. He's over here doing this. Somebody else is getting it.
No, sir. No, wait a minute. Who are you talking about? My life? Or are you talking about somebody else's?
She's telling me you ain't had sex in years.
But sweetheart, I only in a relationship. Y'all think I'm capping. No, sir. I don't do. Do you know how many times I get on here talking to women about having sex and why they shouldn't? Look how often I do that.
Okay, I'm not talking about you, but you know how many.
No, Dusto tried it.
But I'm trying to say this. You know how many women will sit here go on a date with a man, get some free food, and then go back and fuck the ex?
Yeah, they ratchet.
But Chantel also said
that. Video. Listen, I saw
if a woman got kids,
listen,
and they're saying they're going dry. The answer, go ahead.
Listen, you said what now, Dusto?
If I meet a woman and they already have kids, and I'm trying to date, and they go, well, I don't give up the box for 9 years, and 9 years. So you gave it to Raw Dog Ronnie or some other dude. You get a whole kid.
I never understood that. Raw Dog Ronnie. I never understood that. Raw Dog Ronnie can come in here and get it for free, but someone like Duster comes in and he has to pay for it and do all this extra shit.
I won't do it, bro.
Not getting anything.
I'll hang the phone up. Just know.
I ain't never met him before.
So Dusto, if you met the perfect girl, she's fit, natural hair. Well, everything you want. She's like, no.
Shamar, you think is listen here. Let me just
I'm waiting till marriage.
Let me tell you, Shamar.
If she's perfect, I'll wait till marriage. But if she had kids, then nah.
Fuck that, I ain't
If
waiting.
somebody else hit it already, then nah.
That's false information, Shamar. You better be glad they talking over me. But go ahead.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I had sex with my wife 2 weeks and knowing her.
Good.
2
I mean,
weeks of us
that
dating.
works for some people.
Yeah, everybody's different.
I just don't move that fast. I just don't.
You're wasting a man's time.
Well,
You know if you like to do it or not.
Time.
You know if you like to do it or not.
I do, yes, but it takes
Then
more.
hand over the bun.
Everybody else
Here's
start
the
talking.
thing. Here's the thing.
Talking too much.
And here I'm gonna speak for the women on this. Don't have
It's good,
sex with
Harrison.
it. Don't have sex
What
with him
up?
if you know emotionally you can't handle it. If you be surprised if he ghosts you later.
Okay, see.
Oh yeah, I ain't about that life.
I'm not giving.
Oh,
That's
her
it. I'm
feelings
not giving no
real
more good
bad.
performances. No more good performance. I'm gonna just rub it around the edges. That's it.
I always tell people, don't do it. At least for me, I'm 26. Like for me, it makes zero sense to be sleeping around.
So this dude truly from Virginia, yo.
Married to.
Oh, you from Virginia?
Yeah, I'm from I was born in Norfolk, but I live in Chesapeake now.
Oh
I'm
shit.
I'm from Chesapeake.
My wife's parents.
Welcome.
live in
I'm sorry,
Newport.
I didn't greet you. So
What, Newport News?
Yeah, Newport News.
Okay. Listen, is she on the section where people get shot or what?
I
Downtown.
think they are.
No,
Yeah.
I hope not.
That's tough.
Hey, what high school you went to in Chesapeake?
I was at one white boy that had no problem.
No, I went to
walking down the street.
Norfolk. I went to Booker T.
Oh, okay. That's about. Well, I say Norcom is the worst in the 757. Booker T is up there.
It's one of those ratchet
I
neighborhoods.
went to Indian River.
Wait, Mike Dub. You
Indian
said
River is
that
right around the corner.
women
Yeah.
shouldn't be surprised, disappointed if they sleep with the man and then.
No, I'm
ghost
saying
them.
I'm saying a woman, if you want to do it and you're emotionally able to handle it, if the consequences of him ghosting you later, if you're emotionally able to handle it, because you're both functioning adults, right? You're gonna do what you want to do.
Right.
So if you want to do that, go ahead.
Yes.
At the
He's not
same
going.
time-
If he likes you, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm not ready. I already know how my feelings are set up. So nope.
Yeah, I'm good.
And that's the reason why I tiptoe the way I do, because I know once that happens, I'm
Hey, Harrison, somebody in the chat went to
I'm
Lake
also
Taylor.
super paranoid about pregnancy.
Because let's be for real, a woman seems to get more emotionally involved, especially when sex get involved.
I don't know. These new women, they just ruthless.
They are.
Man, they lied to themselves.
they lying.
They didn't
They
train
lying.
themselves to be like this.
These women.
They
No,
lied.
the problem is
back.
they don't heal. They just jump to another one trying to heal,
Right.
have that one heal.
Right.
Their healing process is just jumping to another man, and they're not actually doing the healing. So they just jump around.
That's called
Have you guys noticed women who
That's called
sleep
coping,
around a
Chantel.
lot?
It's
Women who
called.
sleep around a lot tend to be more masculine because when you're sleeping with the man, you're absorbing his energy. And so if you're a woman sleeping around with a bunch of men, you're just you exude more masculine behavior. Have you guys noticed that?
Yes. But here's the thing, and I think this is where women get a lot of disconnect from men. Men can have sex with a woman and feel no emotional connection. It's nothing but a pleasurable experience.
We know, but I can't do that at all.
As much as y'all sit here and talk and ask questions, y'all be surprised oh, why are so men stuck on sex? Because it's our nature.
Men have a good job of turning it off, where it doesn't affect them. But women can too. They just normally don't, because it's more in their nature to be more emotional. But they can, i.e., prostitution. When women prostitute, that's the same thing men doing. They just having sex and send the men out the door.
But it's also for benefits too. Women don't have a problem having sex as long as there's benefits involved.
Mike Dub, they're having sex now with no benefits. Raw Dog Ronnie ain't offering nothing.
Okay,
He offering that
liability.
That's what the benefit is. Is that Raw Dog got it
argue with you on that one.
Well, dog, you got to patent
that. I don't understand.
They've been stealing. Yeah, they've been stealing a couple of my phrases in these YouTube streets.
Hey, and you know Raw Dog Ronnie don't mind microwaving those thought pockets either.
What?
Raw Dog Ronnie.
You gotta.
Was that you that came up with the thought pocket?
Yeah, Raw Dog Ronnie from Diggs Park somewhere.
So women will sleep with Raw Dog Ronnie, but then the guy that
Come
she
over there
really
on Campostella.
and once
Oh shoot!
she'll
Out
make
the true hood.
You said what now, Janae?
So you're guys saying that women will sleep with Raw Dog Ronnie just for sex, but then the guy she really wants, she'll like make him wait and make him court her and
Janae is the opposite. The one she really wants is Raw Dog Ronnie, but she makes Simp Jenkins wait and say, "Well, I got to
agree with
my dog, my precious heart."
No. You want to know why she gets with Raw Dog Ronnie to begin with?
Why, Mike?
Because she would not be able to handle a man like Dusto. Because Raw Dog Ronnie, she can control.
No, sometimes it's physical. So sometimes those guys who look like that, I mean, the Raw Dog Ronnie, it's the physical, let's just be honest. The men kind of stay in shape. They got the little back, them back muscles that make you want
I'm in better shape than Raw Dog Ronnie is.
So that really is what it is.
Well, I think in today's generation is that women care more about sexual appearance than anything.
But Shantae, I meet
That's
some
how
women.
Raw Dog Ronnie happens.
I meet some women who find that say, "Yeah, I'm 41, single, I'm doing good things." They get scared because they know that.
Run that by me again. It's 3 o'clock.
Okay, and I use the famous YouTube talking point. They meet a guy like me who's on his purpose.
Okay.
And they already know, and especially when I start talking, there's some standards over here. You ain't come over here and talking any kind of way, doing any old kind of thing. They run. They don't want to do the work.
Oh, wait, scam. Can we just role play for a little bit? Because I want to know what you say to these women in the gym. When you see a woman and you're trying to...
We're going to help you.
Oh, this is easy.
I want to know, just what you say. Because what do you mean, standards and all that? Why are you talking about standards in the gym?
All right, first I go in there and just,
Now, you're not wearing that white beater, are you?
Excuse me, I was sort of watching you, and yeah. Now, excuse me, what is your name? Is your name Janae? Janae, folks like to let you know I'm on my purpose. Did you hear what I said? Follow me out here to the parking lot. I'd like to show you that I have the bag.
I'm going to school to be a dating expert. I really am going to take classes. I'm going to help y'all.
Now, I've been taking the bag for 14 years.
You forgot I get in the bag.
Sometimes that date, because sometimes
not only do I have the bag,
the date.
I'm looking for a nice, young, feminine, cooperative, submissive woman who's fit and feminine, friendly. Would you know where I could find one of those?
Hey, how about this?
I would like to lead, and I would like you to get on my program. Now, can you read this script and show me the femininity that you have? Say, I am on my purpose.
Can you tell us she's feminine within the first 4 hours?
No.
I can tell in the first 5 minutes.
When you speak, I think you can when you speak.
Now, I'll put it this way. When it comes to sorting and vetting women, 80% of it you can vet right there on the spot. Then another 80% you'll get within a very short period of time. But it depends how you're vetting a woman. I'm cheap. I don't spend a bunch of money. So I'm going to find out about the money thing real soon. I don't have those problems. I don't even talk about money most of the time. I don't get that to spend all the beers and the drinks and the $188 tab. I ain't never, no. We ain't doing that.
So you're taking her to Applebee's?
If we're just meeting, I might just say, let's meet up. If they can't rock with let's meet up, I'm not taking them anywhere.
Is this off a dating app or after meeting her, talking to her in person for a little bit?
If I meet and talk in person, if I meet and talk in person and there's some kind of connection, if it's just a quick, I got your number, you got mine, talk to them some more first. But if there's an actual established connection, if I'm willing to or I want to, then say, hey, let's go, let's meet up, let's do something or whatever. Let's go to, meaning I don't mind spending the $20, $30, $40, $50, whatever on a date. Just charge it again, it's whatever. But I'm not going to spend something and go do something to where afterwards she disappears in the sky or says something stupid and I don't want to talk to her no more. So I'm thinking about the money that I spent.
Yeah. What I don't get is that women sit there and say all the time, like, oh, I ain't going on a date unless it's a 5-star restaurant.
That's her telling, I translate to, I don't like you. That's what she's really saying. I don't like you.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is all the time they be saying that on YouTube. I guess it's a YouTube's talking point.
That's them young people.
Yeah. They say, when they say that, it means they don't like the guy. Because if they like him, they'll be there. They say, hey, meet me in the Walmart parking lot. They'll be there.
For sure.
If they don't like you, you got to do everything. And they're still going to get bent over by Raw Dog Ronnie.
Now, I can tell you this as a dating expert to be, and as a person, you know, who is dated, but I'm a picky dater. But let me just say this. So if I like you, first of all, if I talk to you and I initiate phone calls and I talk to you during the day, like I check up on you, I text, I'm showing interest in you. Okay. That means if I actually get in my car and meet you somewhere, especially in Atlanta, and you get me out of my house, that means I really like you. Now, if I go on a second date with you, you're in the game. Okay. Because I don't waste my time. I just don't.
But you don't give away no buns. You leave them sitting there dry meat for 6 months.
I'm dating with intentions.
But
the intentions, give them the bun.
Let me just say this,
Shantae. This is one thing I never understood. It's like why are women so concerned about their time, but they don't give two fucks about the man's time?
About his money.
I don't know what other people do. I care about your time and I care about my time. I'm not about to waste your time. I'm not about to. This is a key. I promise y'all.
The man wants vagina.
If I don't like you,
that's what he wants.
Listen, if I go on a date and I find that you don't look like you look on the whatever, and I don't like you, or you said something, I'm not even ordering a full meal.
Oh, what is this all the way around?
Some sweet tea. I'm gonna order something light, like real. I'm gonna look at that menu. It's gonna be real light, and that's gonna be an indication that I don't.
That's
I'm not here to waste your time. I'm not here to waste your money. I think all of that is precious. It is not a game to me.
Okay. So I got a question.
Okay.
And this is hypothetical, all right?
Mm-hmm.
When can he actually?
I don't watch Steve Harvey. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't care about Steve Harvey. But
I was talking about in the chat, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But please don't tell me on that 90, 80 day rule, whatever the hell he's. Yes,
no. I'm on when I'm ready rule. I'm just a slow. I've always been like a slow mover. I've always been very cautious. It's just who I'm a slow mover because for me, for something like that, you have to grab me. It's an intellect. Like I have to have a conversation with you. You got to get in my head. Like a psycho. You know, it's so many things that go along with it than just physical. Because I can be physically attracted.
I don't know, man. I've been on a woman I've been on dates with women where we talk all night and by the morning we're fucking.
You said what now?
We were having. I'm
not knocking you for. It's just not me.
No. I'm saying we've had conversations all night. Like we met at 7:00. Mm-hmm. We were still talking by 12:00. By 3, we were with each other fucking.
Oh, I know that happens, just not with me.
Right.
That's what you're not hearing. It just don't happen with me. So you have a choice to make. You can either take that it ain't happening with me and move on, or you can ride it out. Okay.
Shantae, I've received some customer service complaints out of the Atlanta area. The first one I'd like to read from Dry Meat.
You don't have to believe me. You're not dating me. It don't matter.
Harrison had a question.
Oh, go ahead, Harrison. Harrison, do you have any customer service complaints you'd like to file with Shantae for leaving these guys out here with dry meat?
So let me just say this. Can I be very transparent with you? Why it's so easy for me?
Oh, before you say that, I just want to say thank you for having me on. I gotta go though.
Oh, thank
all right.
you.
Good night, bro.
Go ahead, Harrison. I apologize. Go ahead.
I'm with customer service complaints. I have a legit question.
Okay.
You say you go to the gym quite often, correct?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
No, I say I work out. I didn't say I go to the gym. I have my own gym in my house.
Oh, fair enough. Mm-hmm. When's the last time y'all been to the gym?
Y'all want to see? Look, I got a tracker too to prove it. Let me show y'all what I worked out because I keep a tracker. So if y'all think I'm cap, I got receipts.
I haven't been in like a month, but I work out at home because I'm trying to I've been like,
look at that history. I keep that history going. Boom, 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 boom. I got myself on a goal, and I make my goal every. That was real ghetto when I did.
So my question is
a recipe.
So my question is it possible to be a fit woman and not dress in the tightest things known to man?
Yeah.
So I think that fitted and tight are two different things. You know,
I mean, they darn near look the same at the gym.
Oh, you're talking about at the gym. Oh, let me tell you, I got this thing called if you on my listen,
That's
if you
my
are
motivation.
on my Instagram, I'm gonna post it tomorrow. My friend, she has a little body wear thing on, baby. I went to Piedmont Park, and the man was just like, I don't care what color you. I was like, okay, I like these little pants.
I used to run in Piedmont Park.
Harrison,
I
I
used
ain't
to
gonna
live
lie.
right there.
That gym attire with the right body.
Bro, it's disrespectful, yo.
Hey,
I'm out here trying to be a disciplined man, and I'm trying to focus on my
Is your
game.
friend single?
And I'm about to gain an aneurysm
What I'm
trying
gonna
to
do is I'm gonna post it
ignore
right now, but I'm
this
gonna take
thing.
it off, so you gotta look at it right
Especially
now.
when they're doing
Is she
deadlifts.
single?
When a woman's doing
I don't like
deadlifts and some leggings.
I didn't hear you. She's single?
No, I'm with you, Mike. Like Mike,
If she is,
it'd be
tell her I'm on my
disrespectful. I'm in mid lift, and I look to the right, and I'm like, yo, that thing is real.
You got this fat ass and some leggings doing some deadlifts. You're just like, oh my god,
So
No,
you can't work out anymore. You hear that?
if she ain't single, don't post it. You're muted, Shantae.
What, Shantae? You saying women can't work out anymore?
Oh no, they can. What are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying, like, women can't do, and we can't lift, we can't deadlift, we can't hip thrust, we can't.
I mean, y'all can do that stuff, but you can't expect lions. Like, all right, you say that men are like lions, or like men are like the kings, right? Like, say that men are lions. When lions see meat, they eat. So if we're seeing genuine meat that we naturally like, we're trained to go after it. We just as people, we've learned to try to back up from women to try to give them space. But
what I never
That's because of where you are. Virginia is a bunch of predator wolves out there.
But
Move
I
to a
never
big city is not like that.
Janae, here's the thing. What I don't understand is women know men are visual creatures, but yet at the same time, they complain when they look.
Oh, I don't mind men. I mean, then nobody gets mad at that. Well, I don't know,
Man, there was a whole thing on Instagram.
Wait, listen.
Where a woman was working out and then she complained and made a whole big scene.
She was delusional. She was trying to get likes. She thought she was gonna, but she ended up looking stupid because the man wasn't even. He just looked over there. I mean, anybody who takes their shirt off, people gonna be like, "What you doing?" I'll be looking like, "This what you doing?" So I didn't get that. That was crazy to me. That whole ordeal was so crazy to me, and I think it was crazy to a lot of women.
listen,
So I understand what you're saying, but that
I just try to focus at the gym, and I've learned how to be like, hey, that's a really nice thing right there, but I'm at the gym. Let me handle my business. But it's just like it's tough.
I worked with women all my whole career, so I already know.
Visions.
Looking, already trained my eyeballs and been disciplined and not mess up and end up in some he perved to me, he's looking at me funny situation. Me personally.
Why you gotta have your own gym in your house. I just do it in the privacy of my own when I go to the park. And the only reason I went to the park that time and I posted that was because I was actually, my girlfriend was like, hey, work out with me, and she has her own brand, and she's like, put my brand on. I took the outfit and I did like a little modeling. That's the video I was gonna post, but
Were you at Houston?
I was in Houston.
Supposedly all of them were there.
But here's the thing, though. Me and my wife were sitting with Scam.
Who is that? Oh, Scam.
Me.
I didn't see Scam. I didn't know y'all at the time.
I didn't see you. I didn't see you in the event. I didn't see you that whole night.
I was the only white person there.
I saw you like variations of black. We probably thought you were light skinned.
Apparently, you weren't white
like,
enough. They couldn't see you.
I saw you at camp that night, but Scam, Gusto, I didn't see you at the event.
I didn't put the video.
I was there the whole time.
I didn't put the video up.
I remember asking my boyfriend too. I was like, did you see Scam? Because I just didn't see. Because remember,
the only white thing that was there was me, the napkins, and the salt. That was it.
Him and the seasoning.
No, I didn't see you guys because I didn't know to look out for you guys. But this
hey,
time,
Mike, you going to Atlanta?
Make sure we.
Nah, man, I'm actually packing up. I got search and rescue training gonna go all the way.
Yeah, I forgot you can't make.
It's gonna go all the way till the September. I'm gonna be
Janae, you going to Atlanta?
No.
Oh, me?
You're not coming, Janae?
Aww.
No.
I know, and everyone's going to this one. I'm like super bummed about
Oh no, your boy, he got to work. You know what I'm saying? He's got stuff to do.
That's where I'm at too. It's just the most responsible thing.
Somebody said JB was there. That's two white guys.
JB is cool. I mean, JB is cool, dude.
We went to dinner with him and Cam.
I just don't get why in all the YouTube streets, why is JB the #1 most hated?
I don't understand that either. I like him.
But I don't get it though. I was kicking it with JB. I was kicking it with Trill from Cruise Season. Like I was kicking it with everybody.
That was a good night.
That was.
Atlanta fun.
Which night? The first night, Janae?
No, I ain't gonna lie.
After the event. Well, you guys remember, and this is what I was gonna bring up earlier when you guys were talking about where your person changed, because that night at the event, if you guys remember, Shantae, I came up to you. I was super drunk that night, so drunk. And my boyfriend was like, "You embarrassed me. You're embarrassing."
Man, fucking.
No, you better pack that drinking up.
Faking man and JR kept feeding me bottles, and I wasn't gonna say no.
I don't drink at all. So.
Party.
Facts. I don't drink either. I ain't got the time for it.
No, I went to the after party. Some of my Houston friends, I used to live in Houston. Hell, I lived in Houston, Atlanta, Maryland, DC, Washington, just a bunch of places. But me and Houston friends went to the after party, and we had us sitting in line forever. So it was like, man, forget it. We just left and went home.
Oh, I got with JB, and I cut half the line. So, oops.
Was good, JR.
JR was in a party tonight.
JR was partying hard in the after party in Houston.
Rojo at work as usual.
The brunch party, the brunch after party. I didn't go to the brunch, but the brunch after party the next day was also really fun.
It was a nice weekend. It really was. I flew to Houston.
I couldn't do it.
It was awesome. I did not like the flight back home. I had a little talk with the pilot. It's cool. But
I had to get back to work.
No, I drove. It took me 16, 17 hours to get back home.
Seriously? Oh my goodness.
Yes, it was
How many
raining.
hours it took you?
To get there was 14, but back was 16, 17, and 4 hours of straight hardcore rain in Louisiana.
Oh,
that was pouring.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That sucked.
That sounds about right.
Well, it was fun, and we're gonna have so much more fun here in Atlanta, the 5th and the 6th, and I'm gonna keep on working out so I can be extra fine.
Yes.
So how many guys do you got, Shantae, at this point? You got 4 or 5 in rotation?
No, I need rotation.
You'll see. Go to Atlanta. You'll see one dude pulling a chair, one dude paying for the drinks, another one washing a car in the parking lot.
I do not do that.
And they all gonna be angry and miserable.
If I'm dating. But if I'm serious about something, I do not cheat.
But here's the thing: don't piss these dudes off. These some angry dudes because they got some super dry meat. You don't want to fight.
Well, they can get it from somewhere else.
2 people you don't want to fight. You don't want to fight these MGTOW dudes. God, are they miserable? Don't fight them, and don't fight any dry meat simps. I'm telling you, these dudes got built up frustration.
Well, I don't know any simps.
So, Shantae, let me ask you a
I've
question.
been drinking coffee burner. I have to because I can't. I'm using the bed by now. But go ahead. What was your question, sweetie?
So, if you said that, if you're kind of talking to people and there's a guy you really like, and you just said that he can go get some from someplace else.
Yeah.
If you find out that he's getting it from someplace else, how you going to respond to that when he talks to you about being serious?
Good question.
Oh, then he just has to cut it off. I'm not understanding that question.
That was the question.
If I'm not in a relationship with him and we are just getting to know each other and he has somebody, that he was banging or whatever on the before me, but then he decides, oh, I want to be serious, I want to court you, as they say, then I don't care about the past like that. It doesn't get serious for me from him. Like me, I'm not doing that because I just feel like ladies are a little different from men. But I would want him to stop. Like once that we just established the fact that we're gonna be in a relationship with each other. But let me tell y'all this. I ain't gonna tell you. Never mind.
So he gotta go cold turkey.
You said who, him? No, because if we're in a relationship with each other, that's different. If I get to the point where I'm in a relationship with you and I accept being in a relationship with you, then we can be intimate.
But how far? But how long? But that's the question though, and that's the question he's trying to ask is like, how long does it take for you to be intimate?
Did you talk about past relationships? How long it took them?
That's a good assessment.
Because I mean, this is what I'm saying. We're not programmed to just turn off some shit unless we're not feeling it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if we're interested in you and you're not giving it up, and you're saying he has basically the thumbs up to go and get it from somewhere else. Obviously, where he's getting it from, if he's continuing to get it from there, he enjoys it. We're not going cold turkey on where we're enjoying it just because now you want to give it up.
Possibly so.
I mean, guys weigh the pros and cons. Like we try to play this idea that guys don't like, we don't drop people and stuff like that. But listen, if she offers something enough for you to be like, yo, this is worth it, he'll stop messing with a whole bunch of stuff just to deal with that one girl. Just like
this is different though. You're talking about another girl over there is handing over buns. And there's probably something you have to do or some energy to go and get those buns. Time, gas, food, listening to her talk. Then you go deal with this chick. You're supposed to come with some more energy, more listen to what she got to say.
Because I talk a lot.
Deal with her with the wig flapping and whatever she might say.
I do not wear wigs. This is
and then go home with dry meat.
I'm so glad I got married in my time. Back in my thought days, all I had to do was show up.
I mean, don't let the other chick be fired. Like you might just miss out on the good dude because you wanted to hold out.
The chances we take.
Hey, listen, I'm fine with women holding out only because
guess what?
I'm not.
I can give it up and then he end up like, we ain't doing that.
Well, I'm fine with them holding out because the simple fact of the matter is like we don't want women that are used up. So if we don't want women that are used up, why are we going to keep using all of them up?
But you know,
I would rather use up than use
Harrison, that's like a double-edged sword because we don't want women to use up, but yet at the same time we want women with experience.
JS Shantae does not want any more.
No, I'd rather used up than useless. One's used up, but she's giving buns away. I can get some buns. This one here is useless. Ain't no buns out today. I'm gonna run out here, deal with stress, and can't even get a stress reliever. Still got to go home with dry meat. But my natural assumption, if you're leaving me out here with dry meat, my assumption is either you don't like me.
I be looking good when I go out with you. I make you look real good because I get all real nice for you, honey. Head turn.
What good is it? By then, I'm like, you know what? Just keep it.
Listen,
Raw Dog Ronnie's still hitting it. Or she's gonna try to trap me into a sexless marriage.
Think that? Listen.
Hand over the bun.
Look, case in point, I'm here with y'all every Friday night. I'm the only one who's here every Friday night. I don't be going nowhere. I don't even want to go nowhere. This is where I am.
Shantae,
and if I were on this show, I would probably be in the chat somewhere else.
Shantae, schedule Tam or somebody else to hold the panel down.
Okay.
Let Abs Jenkins knock on the door about 2:30 in the morning.
Abs Jenkins.
Yeah, he's abbed out, got glow in the dark abs with Vaseline on them. He comes through there, give you what you need, because you don't act like you don't need it too. Then go back to the panel. You might be stuck, be like, yeah. Would you say Logic, Geneva?
For me,
then go to sleep.
Listen, for me, I think that I just view that in a different way. It's an intimate experience for me. I just don't want to. I'm sorry. It's just it just is.
Shantae, the man's meat is dry.
Men are putting in the time, but you just not. you know, you scared. That's what it sounds like. You
I'm
scared.
scared. Oh, what?
You're leaving your man with
Not in a
dry
negative way.
frozen
I'm
meat.
saying
being
it sounds like
abandoned
you're
after
scared
you
of
get
getting
over
hurt to
coochie.
the point where you're not letting a man get close enough to where
That's
you get to that
possible.
point where
You're right. You're right. I do have walls, brick, cement, concrete.
And that's good. You know what I'm saying? It's good that you have walls.
I'm very particular about my,
No,
my.
that's not good. There's a difference between cautious and having your walls up.
Well, I think that I just don't
I
think
was talking
that.
about different walls, but okay.
I know
You
what
right.
you was talking about, man.
I'm not doing this with you. Shut up. I'm not doing this with none of y'all.
Shantae, I'm just saying, if I meet a woman and she has kids,
Mhm.
and there's no buns on the table, there's nothing to talk about. Somebody else got everything. And she didn't tell me I don't get nothing.
Not nothing. Not a damn thing. But let me just tell you this, Dusto, you don't have children. So what as a soon-to-be dating coach, you guys, I'm serious. I'm in class, like I'm serious about this. So I make sure I date in my market. The men that I date are not looking to have children. They're on a different stage in their lives. Okay.
Well, that's congratulations.
I
to you
enjoy
and
dating those types of men because we're on the same page. So of course you're not going to want the men I date have children.
Well, I got a dude for you.
Age,
I got a dude for you. Listen, I think he's in Georgia.
Okay.
He's about 50 or 51. No, he's about 50 or 51.
First of all, Sean, what's wrong with me being a dating coach?
I'm telling you, I got this dude for you.
It is a hobby of mine. That's why I'm here. I think I'll be excellent.
No, I just hope you don't quit like the rest of those dating coaches.
You say, you hope you don't do what?
I just hope you don't quit like the rest of the dating coaches.
This is my expertise. Okay, y'all ready? I want to cater to men. So I will go, we will do, like if you are under my direction, listen, because there are men who are great men, but they suck at going on dates. Like they're great men. They just can't, they're just not good on the dates. You understand?
Y'all don't even understand us. How y'all gonna help us date?
No. I know I don't have to understand you. I have to understand you. I want you to understand women because the whole point is you want.
There you go. That's where you're gonna make your first mistake.
How you gonna help us when you got a whole batch of single women?
You gotta understand.
They're all single.
Listen to my goal, y'all, please. So I want to help the socially awkward guy go on a date. Okay, walk me through it. I want to see what you're gonna wear. I want to see where you're gonna go.
You want to be?
I'm gonna help you find a cheap date, but the ambiance gonna be straight. She's gonna be like, "Oh, what is this?"
So you want to be the female version of Hitch?
I was thinking that. I was 100% thinking of Hitch.
It was so long ago, but if that's.
Hey, Shantae, if you want to be a dating coach, there's only one thing you have to do.
Yes.
Find women who actually qualify for marriage. And put them somewhere where they can be seen within 500 meters of some of these type of men. All we got to do is be there.
One thing about me is if you're under my direction, I'm gonna be very honest with you. So I feel like if you're pitching out of your league, I'm gonna be nice about it and I'll pump you up and I'm gonna be like,
But
okay, but Shantae, what you gotta understand is
it's gonna work.
What we're trying to say is that there's
you're gonna take every decent man and throw a 300-pound mule at him.
I would never do that. I would never do that. I'm gonna get you the finest of the finest that you can get.
Traumatasia and Wiganisha.
But there's
6 and 7 kids.
But there is.
If you don't want the men that you
let me answer this real fast, Jamal. I'm not trying to change men. I don't want to change you. I just want you to go in. I want to bring out your strengths. Like I want you to show me you, so I can be like, oh, I like that.
But here's the thing, though. The people who quit dating, they had no complaints about the men.
What do you mean?
It was the women.
So again, when a woman likes you, you will know. First of all, I'm going to tell you up front. If she's not, first of all, up front, if she is not if you have exchanged numbers and she's not hitting you up in a decent, I need to look at that phone. If you are in the blue, she ain't for you.
But this is the thing, and this is what I was about to say. If you don't want the man that you trying to hook up If you don't want the men that you trying to hook up, what make you think other women gonna want these men?
Well, it's different women. That's because listen, I know I'm kind of like it's different women. That don't mean that everybody's got somebody out there for we have to find them. Like there's love.
The first step is you guys gonna have to understand us.
There have been women who married the love of their life.
Rojo, they don't care. It's not about understanding. It's about caring.
There was a whole YouTube video about a woman who married the love of their life, but because he didn't make enough money.
Sean, I'm gonna tell you up front. If she give me red flags, I'm gonna say, okay, you go at your own risk, but you give me red flags. You need to stay away from her. She give me
Shantae.
I smell fish.
Shantae,
are you aware that come 9 o'clock on this panel, there was nothing but red flags?
This is definitely a red flag.
But
all the cap from 9 o'clock until you dropped the link, it was nothing but red flags.
So what would I really don't want a cap show. What do you think was cap?
Shantae, I'll put it this way. Shantae, the easiest way to tell, like on these YouTube streets, that a woman is capping,
okay,
her mouth is moving.
Just don't get out of here. I'm done.
Man, you fell for that one hard. It was really
somebody said I need therapy. You guys are my therapy.
Because
I think that'd be so good. Y'all don't think that's a great idea? I am going through classes. I promise they are legit classes. I will be legit certified. But I really do want, because I when I do something, I like to research it. I like to know about it. I like to, you guys are teaching me things. I take in everything the men are saying. I really do.
Shantae, I was even thinking about paying, because I talked to a lot of people, and people are like, look, you're doing all right financially. Use your resources. Some people say, hey, you speak Spanish. Take a look at going out the country, which I go like vacation or whatever. Take a look at outside. What's up, JR? There's a friend of mine suggested a matchmaker, and I go on and look at the reviews. All the men are complaining.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing but men, and they're all complaining.
Right.
I look at the average at best girl.
Mm-hmm.
A couple years ago, I want this, I want. She was ragdolled through social media, which she should have. Now she's older, coming out here with the same thing. Goes to an Atlanta matchmakers, and they was charging somebody $25,000.
I would never do that to people.
She on TV. They're talking about, oh, I'm gonna get you a man. Now you said you want to date out the race. Oh, I'll get you as a white man. She's single.
Yeah, I don't. First of all, I think that's way too much money to give somebody to meet somebody. I would not do that. My goal is not to play.
They will take your money.
Wait. What I don't get is that you're spending money. The person is still saying you're fucked up, and you still don't listen to them.
What do you mean?
So the point was, a decent matchmaker would have told her, look, man, keep your money. Get out my office because you're delusional. That's what a good match would do.
But I would have lived, and that's what I would do. I would listen to
you. Instead, they take the money.
Your expectations are a little.
And it's the second matchmaker, because there was another one like a year ago.
Or I may say you
took her money.
The women that you go after, those are not, I give advice like that. Because I see red flags.
So Shantae.
Interest if she likes you. She just will.
But the biggest problem is that with dating with women is that they are so gung-ho.
Mike, when was the last time you dated a woman? You married. This is new generation of dating. It's not, these streets are not the same.
They're worse.
That's so you think no matchmakers are gonna deny money?
Don't change.
No, I'm saying this is why I wouldn't go that route. I'm not gonna take a risk. $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, and all the reviews are men stuck out here with dry meat. Why would I take that? But if my thing is this, I can put out some grands. If it had something to do with me getting a result, I would take that risk. Because at this point, these streets are so bad. Look, man, what works? Because all, like Anton is right, and my dad says the same thing. You only got to get it right one time. You only need one person.
Right.
I just want to get one. Then I'm gonna have after my house is built, I'm gonna build a bunker, and we're gonna hide under there for the rest of our lives. Because these streets, just no,
Fair enough.
I want out. If I got to import, fine. Or I might just say throw it in. I'm done.
So Shantae, I got another question.
Okay.
How do you determine if somebody is out of somebody else's league?
So
Thank you.
listen, I'm not gonna stir you away from shooting your shot. If you feel like you got it, I'm gonna give you some things that may come your way. It's like dodgeball. I'm like, I'm trying to help you a little bit. I'm not gonna stop you because you never know. Women, women are funny sometimes. Sometimes you look at a woman and you're like, so have you ever seen that girl who's so attractive, but she with that guy? And you're like, how did he get that girl? You know what I'm saying? There are women out there that works. They're not the majority.
Sometimes the other way around.
So I would never stop you from shooting your shot. Okay. But we must be realistic about the situation. I like to see you guys match. Do you match that person? For example, I look at like people like Spike Lee and his wife. They look like they match. Have you seen people that just look like they go together? Like LeBron looks like he goes with Savannah. It's like
we're talking about celebrities.
I'm giving you an example that you can refer to. You understand? It's not about because Savannah is not like the normal wife. Like, she look, if you go and Google billionaires and their wives, it's not what you think it is.
Shantae,
they are all
we ain't billionaires.
But most of those men upgrade those women, and those women become that they look like that because the men upgrade them to that level.
No. These women don't.
No,
you see them next week.
Okay. Dusto,
we ain't billionaires.
Dusto,
I'll give LeBron and his wife because they grew up together. But
Who?
LeBron and his wife, I get them because they came up together or whatnot.
Right.
But at the same time,
a good example because
it's some women that literally get upgraded.
Oh, I agree. So when you're saying upgraded, meaning the looks and the money,
meaning that. Okay, so some Black women usually age well, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they also age better when they have less stress.
No, they get fat, bro. Let's be real.
No, he's right. He's absolutely right.
I'm keeping it real right now.
They're getting fat.
They age better with less stress. Absolutely. So these men that provide a certain lifestyle for them, they're able to provide a level of comfort to where they're not stressing as much. And what happens? They look well with the man who's providing that for them. So that's what I mean by they're upgraded.
So this is what I want to talk about this next week. But I'm going to produce the pictures for JR, but I don't know if I should because I don't know how that goes into the legality of putting people's stuff in there. But this is what I want y'all to do tonight. I want you to do what I did. I just want you to research because there are less of them, the billionaires. Now I want you to look at their wives, and they're not the wives that you think they are. They actually look like if they didn't have that money, they would still be together. It's not that Barbie chick that you think only one did the Barbie chick, and that was his second wife, not his first wife. So that whole vision that y'all got in y'all head, like the Barbie chick, that's not billionaires. And one billionaire said it the best. His quote was, rich people scream, wealthy people whisper. And that speaks volumes. They're not the flashy. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry.
We ain't billionaires.
Yes,
and
but
your clients ain't gonna be billionaires.
I get it, but you gotta date the right partner. I think that people get so on that superficial thing. Even I've done it myself. But you have to date what's right for you.
Right, that's the point. So why we're talking about billionaires and their wives?
What I'm saying to you is that's what they did, and that's why they're still married.
Well, because and two, like she said too, because I think sometimes we're thinking about the present. Some of these people with their wives were with them when they was broke, not when they was rich. So he may be using the billionaire analogy, but some of them was with them when they was poor. And then they grew, and then he became a billionaire, and they're still with them.
And he's still with them because that's a true relationship. They didn't leave it; they knew that was a true relationship.
Okay, Shantae,
you see them, they look like that. Like, I get this. This makes so much sense.
This is what I'm saying. Dating at 22 to young people that don't have nothing is way different than dating at 40. Total different.
I agree with that. So
just like me, I make $6 an hour. I'm broke. I live in the back of the car.
Just don't stop with these stupid. Come on,
I'm broke.
It's 19 in the morning. I ain't got time for that.
I'm saving up to work at McDonald's. I'm broke.
Okay.
So I'm a dusto, and I work in the dustosphere.
Okay.
So it's a little bit different trying to date when you only make $6 an hour. So me looking at the billionaires who got married when they was 18, and they got married 25 years ago when the average woman actually weighed something.
So
under
first
300.
of all, if you are $6, you need to not be coming to a dating coach. You need to be going to life to get that together right first.
No,
That's not fair, Shante.
I got a Dusto settlement check covering
You know,
Atlanta.
I do this
so.
all the listen. Let me just tell you this. I try to get people on track. I do that for a living with young people. And I try to give them predict the future. They don't listen. I'm like, listen, the decisions that you're making right now, people who work hard in their young years work less in their older years. If you put in the work when you're young, that's the less work you have to do later on. They don't listen. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that. They got to learn the hard way.
Because we grew up in a society where you're supposed to just be given it.
Well, I think it's interesting. It was two things you guys mentioned. The first thing is that you look at a good number of these power couples, they were with some of these guys when they didn't have much.
Absolutely.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And,
every single one of them, except for the one who remarried.
And so I think that it's like, the thought process is that even women that are broke, they'd be like, I don't want no broke dude, right? But you hear these successful guys, they were broke at one point. Now that this is not the case for all of them.
They help me. That's
So, but the thing is I think this is one of the issues that you're going to run into, and that people across the board are running into, is that just like you talk about the young people, they don't want to put in the work. Like, they don't understand that stuff builds over time, right? So the same thing is that the women are like, yo, I don't want to do that. Don't make this amount of money because I don't want to have to go through these things, as he's continued to try to figure things out. So that's another reasonable reason why I understand why people say, like, hey, guys should marry older, women should marry younger, because this what you women are
women
looking
should marry
for.
older, men should marry younger, is what you're trying to say.
Oh yeah.
No, what I mean by men should marry older, meaning they should get married when they're older.
Because she's there to guide him through it.
No. What I'm saying is that I think men should marry when they're older, and women should marry when they're younger.
But that's what none of them did.
I think they should all marry younger.
I think so too.
I mean,
if we're going off the research that I came up with, what I saw, they all had one thing in common. They did it at a younger age. They didn't wait it out. There were two
I disagree
who are
with
still
the
not married,
about.
but for the vast majority, and all of them except one is still married to the same woman.
Yeah, but I think that also, like, money, like the environment was a little different, and I also think that, like, we are taught and we teach, like, even in these spaces, like, hey, you're too young to get married because your brain hasn't fully developed. You haven't experienced this. You haven't done this, and you're not financially stable. You don't want kids. Like, you're still trying to figure stuff out. So it's just like, truth be told, whether you get married early or you get married late, you're going to have a number of issues that you're going to have to try to make a decision to work through.
Younger.
So, I mean, I think younger works because then you have,
less distraction,
more time to, like, really, like, learn a person before you decide to have kids.
And plus,
versus if you marry them in their 30s.
and we'll talk, like I said, we'll talk about this next week. I think the commonality is they chose a person with the like mind, they were on the same path.
But the risk you run into,
that's important.
But the risk you run into when you're older is that you have come with, because we already know when people are older, they're already set in their ways. Good luck trying to change them at that point.
True.
I agree, but you got to understand that in your 20s, like, if you get married at 21 or 22, right? Yeah, you just got out of college, y'all get married, right? At 25, you're going to change. At 30, you're going to change. At 35, and I think that what happens is when you get married, at those ages, people don't understand that people are about to change. So you're like, oh, you should have like-minded this, that, and the third. But you can have a like mind and then eventually change your mind as you continue to grow. So I think the big thing that, you know, people should do is like understand, like, if you're saying, because I believe that marriage is supposedly holy matrimony, right?
Mhm.
So if you're not trying to live out the purpose of God's intended purpose of marriage, then what's the point of getting married?
That's
Like
why we got the
it's
numbers. We
holy,
got the
it's holy
point is
matrimony.
no, because the point
I
is
still say
that's
marry younger
why.
if you can.
Listen, so if you say that, then you can't complain about wedlock being the way it is, especially if you want to have children. If you say that, you can't. The problem is you can't debunk the fact that kids in the environment kids do better when they have two parents in the household. You make a sound, you got the yin
I
and the yang
agree,
in
but
the
you don't
household.
need to be married to have two parents in a household.
But
If
we
you're
all
gonna
know people
be
jump
married before you have your
faster.
kid.
Listen, people jump ship faster when you have the when the going gets
Do
tough,
they?
you can
Because
get going
there's a
faster.
lot of women that are talking about they've been talking to this dude for 5, 7. Some people marriages don't even last 5 years.
Listen,
So how does a marriage last if you're never married to begin with?
exactly. You
What's the baby mama gonna tell you about?
And you know, and let me just tell you this.
They were never even married.
How about the respect of your kid growing up? Like, you know, when my parents were married.
I'm not arguing that people should marry.
married.
I'm just saying that the reasoning that people use for marriage, I don't think it makes much sense. That's all
Most
I'm saying.
people aren't married-minded people. But the thing of married younger versus older is this: as a man, the biggest concern with most of the dudes who are older, the system. Some of them are complaining about the system, or some of them, like me, just say, "Hey, man, where the wives at?" Like, built up, became somebody, and you're looking out where the women who did the same thing, and there are none. They're either married, or you can choose from what's left over that didn't get picked,
Or who
and
got
they've been
divorced.
failing for years. Yeah,
Or
but even divorced,
or widowed.
no, ain't no widowed women. One per state.
No, it's this widow women. Have you looked at this? Yeah, y'all. People not look. You got so many. And
My whole life,
I don't even
I've
like to
talked
speak on
to.
it because I feel like I'm bringing that energy. No, there are people.
No, I'm just saying. My whole life, I've met 2 women who were widowed that were dateable or whatever. 2, like phone number conversation. 2, but most of them, baby mama or divorcees. Either way, there's a decision that they made with someone else and no longer there, which means they'd probably be willing to make that decision again. They're divorced, they're already 0 for 1. They've quit before. They know the process. They know how to divorce. So yes, they're probably willing to do it again.
But you know
anyway,
what? So
younger is better because it's better to get somebody when you have nothing. If you get her when you have nothing, you know what you'll do, what she will do when you do have something, and you don't have to have them problems or those questions. They rock what you do. You're actually growing together. When you're younger as a man and she's younger, y'all are both moldable people. You adapt and go through the changes together.
And you're very fortunate if, like I said, if both parents have the fathers to guide them and the mothers to guide them, that is a great setup, if that's possible.
Yeah, my sister and her husband, they had that on both sides. But the most important thing they did, they made a decision to stay married. That's what they did.
Yeah, that's the big one.
Said we're going to divorce. And they both have common sense to know there's nothing out there for you. Yeah. There's 3 kids.
And let's be honest, people get divorced today over the most pettiest reasons possible.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
And there's nothing waiting out there for them.
No,
nothing.
But the problem is they think there's something better out there for them.
They think what I find is that
the justice sphere always takes applications.
What I find is that when kids are thrown in the mix, there are stresses that comes with raising young children. But what people don't think about is this is temporary. The kids are going to grow up. It's just going through stress for that little time. I mean, it's not a little time. I mean, it's some years.
Not only
you
that.
can stick it out. Don't get a divorce. Understand that you guys are going through a rough patch. Get over the hump.
Well, Shantae, divorce and go to what? The kids are still going to be kids. Now there's just no man there. Now you got 3 more problems.
There are
Am I
some
right?
women who actually
I don't
got
think
to
people
vote.
are thinking like that though.
No.
There's some men who are unhappy because she's putting all her energy into the children, so he feels neglected. Because we hear about men going off and running off and sleeping with other
And
women.
she does not feel like changing because she thinks those children's priority.
Some
That's
men are unhappy because the woman is not putting time or effort into the man or the children. Can't forget about those.
Then you find out you got a woman who you thought, because so men think that all women are nurturers. And you find out once you have a kid that she is not a nurturer at all. Not every woman is meant to have a child. Well, not meant, but they shouldn't have a child. We see it every day in the news.
So let me ask you a question.
What
You just said get over the hump, right? So my question would be, because you just said get over the hump and stay married, right? So once you find out that woman is not a nurturer or qualified, that's the word I want to use. She's not qualified to really truly be a wife, and you don't find out till after the marriage has already started. Is that a reason to get divorced?
Well, so no, but there is a reason to get her help, because sometimes it's something like postpartum depression.
But what if she don't want the help?
She needs to get it. Because that can be real bad at times.
The only thing you can do is change it.
So
Go ahead.
listen. Now you have a decision to make. You can either say, okay, I'm gonna get her help. It could be postpartum depression. If we find out it's that, it can be, get the help that she needs, move forward, and they can keep her, Or you can say, oh, she's not a great father. I have this one child. I know that she's not a great father. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more with the kid, or we shouldn't have any more children. I shouldn't have any more children by this woman. Or you may say this is just not for me and get a divorce. I mean,
Shantae, this happens a lot in marriage, and this is one of there is a lot of horror stories that men fear of reason why they want to get married.
They don't want to get married
or want to get married.
Okay.
For one, and every man has ever heard this, and y'all can put a 1 in the chat if you ever heard this. Men said this, they take your time because the sex will reduce or stop.
Oh, sexless marriages?
Yep. Sexless marriages take up 70%.
Y'all ready to hear this?
I'll divorce over sexless marriage.
Y'all ready to hear this?
Let me guess. You did. Tell me you didn't do it, Shantae.
Let me finish.
No, I'm going to give you I'm just going to talk to you about what's going on here. And the women can vouch or they cannot, but this is just the side of it.
And a lot of times is that women feel entitled to the neglect of their man because life happens.
Okay, so first of all, I agree that they should not do that. But men and women are very different. When men are stressed, they like to do that. When women are stressed, they don't want that's not what they want to do. So we handle that particular duty a little different. So if she feels overwhelmed and she feels stressed, that she's not in the mood to get on top, or to do whatever.
Even when we're willing to help out, y'all still say no.
But that doesn't mean she's still not stressed just because you're helping out. It means
and you can even Google this. This is not a big thing. A lot of women lose their sex drive over time in a long-term relationship.
So let me just talk about this sex drive you're talking about, okay? Because I be trying to tell y'all, and y'all don't be listening. Y'all let these women look. The challenge. It makes a woman like, oh, she's all into you, blah, 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 blah. Once that excitement fizzles away and she got you, guess what's going to leave? Because she got you. You feel me? I keep telling y'all sex for women is different for sex for men. But y'all keep listening to these women saying it's not. And I'm telling you that it is. Because if it were not, if it were the same, and they these little horny creatures like they claim they are, then guess what they would be in that marriage? Still horny creatures.
No. Because here's the thing, and I completely agree with you, Shantae.
That means you're not fit for marriage.
There are some women.
I think it's a duty. The women who do that know it's a duty, and they know they have to please their.
There are some women who actually.
I'm saying men and women. Both parties need to know how to spice it up.
No, but here's the thing, though, Rojo, is that there are some women who actually admitted to it doesn't matter what man you throw in their face, don't matter the dick size, they are no longer interested in sex.
It's just not the same for women as it is for men. Now, I do agree that when you're in a relationship as a woman, if you are married, it shouldn't even be not even negotiable. You're in a marriage. Your man, You already know that's a necessity of his. Like you have needs that may not be that. You understand? So you should just already go in before you accept this man's commitment to you. You should go in knowing that that is a part of what's going on.
But
okay?
here's
So
the problem.
The misconception comes in. Listen, this is the problem. The misconception: women lie in bed. They lie. They tell
They
you
lie out the bed too.
because they know that's what you want to hear.
But also, here's
Get you.
but Shantae, you're speaking from the moment how you feel now. You're not projecting how you feel 5 years from now.
But Shantae, just admit it. They're selfish.
Women are selfish.
They're lying. Yeah, you're talking about they're lying. They don't want to do. Okay, they're selfish. Those aren't wives.
Yes, they are selfish because here's the thing.
Y'all gotta have a foundation.
Yes,
That's not a wife.
They are selfish because here's the thing. You can't touch me, but at the same time, you better not touch nobody else. That is selfish and immature.
I think we kind of mixing different statements up or whatnot. But I understand what Shantae said. I mean, as you grow and get older, your body does change, and because basically what I'm hearing is men need to learn how to understand women, and women need to learn how to understand men. And I think that's the problem. The problem is we don't understand how our body works, how our body functions, and we get into these relationships expecting what we want. She gets into the relationship expecting what she wants, and then when you're not getting it, now you going separate ways. And that's what the issue is.
But
the point is that some of these things are mandatory. Like the dude's not quitting his job. The dude's not doing it. Like not giving up this beloved vagina. You can't do that.
Well, I wasn't speaking to that. That's why I said I want to make sure we're all talking about the same thing, because I think we kind of throwing in all different things in the mix.
I'm just putting the vagina on a point to where it has to be done.
I'm speaking to the women who know they have a problem, but they refuse to seek help about it.
What's the problem, Mike? What are you talking about? They have a problem. What is the problem?
Shantae, if a dude ain't getting no vagina from his wife, that's a problem.
So listen, that is a problem with your relationship. That's a conversation.
Stop it. Get help.
Yes, but
that is an immediate
that is a
problem.
conversation that you need to have. You guys need to talk about your relationship and your needs. Okay. Period.
Yeah, but
that's a relationship issue. Okay.
Right.
So
No. Here's the thing. Majority of the time, they will blame you first before they blame themselves.
Well, maybe so there are things that go on in relationships that maybe turn her off. For example, I mean, if she may not be attracted to you the way she used to be, kind of like men sometimes are not attracted. I mean, there are other variables that can definitely take place, in a relationship that could deter the moment. I would say spice it up, go on dates with each other. Do like little fun things with each other to spice it up. Make time for you guys to renew that once, situation you guys had in the past. Don't forget to date. I think it's important for people when they're in a relationship with each other to date.
And also eliminate all opportunities for excuses. I told y'all a few weeks ago. What I said just now was eliminate all opportunities for excuses. I told y'all before, I think it was like 3 weeks ago on a panel. There is no saying no in my house. I don't tell her no. She don't tell me no. We do not tell each other no. When I get home today, if I'm tired after a 12, 14-hour shift and she want it, I'm not telling her no. Same thing in reverse. If she's tired and whatever, had a long day, whatever, you're not telling me no. So that's one way of getting rid of all these lazy excuses and all these selfish excuses. There is no saying no.
And Shantae, I want to speak on this.
That right there.
Shantae, I want to speak what you just said right there.
What'd you say, Scam?
No, I was saying I can rock with that.
But Shantae, you know what you just said? You said take her out on dates and all this stuff, right? Spice it up. If she's not mentally there, none of that's going to mean a damn thing.
Well, that means you're too far gone.
You gotta get her there. You can't let her fall off that wagon.
No. See, here's the thing.
No, I agree, Rojo, but still need a little bit of okay. There's a problem in the marriage. We ain't been connecting, we've been arguing kind of, but here's the deal. While we're working it out, I need some vagina.
you guys.
It can be sour.
See,
It
that's
can
where
be
you mess
stale.
up. See, that's where you
I'm
mess
not,
up
look,
at.
look, let me just
Rojo,
say
We
this.
can't do this
thing.
for
Here's
4
the
months
thing.
with no vagina. That
I
ain't
am
no.
She
not
going,
a
We ain't doing
relationship
that.
she had the
expert.
shit that she's going
Yes.
through may have nothing to do with you.
All she
Yeah.
has to do
I
is
don't want to
lay
be a relationship
down.
expert. I'm
That's
a
it.
dating expert. Two different things. But what I'm saying to you is, I get what you're saying, but I think that we both have to understand each other. It's like we have these conversations, men, women. Men need to understand women, but it needs to be an honest conversation. First, she got to stop lying. Okay? She has to. I know we'd like to boost the man's ego a little bit, okay? Because you need that. And I know you don't want to get rid of that, but sometimes it's going to take y'all having an honest conversation to understand, to talk about the needs and true problems so that we can move forward and have a harmonious relationship and be Black, beautiful love that'll last a lifetime.
No, I agree with that.
Notebook kind of
You
love.
want to know? You want to know
But
why
there are some
majority?
deal
You want to know why
breakers and some
majority of these
stuff you
sexist
can't do.
relationships happen in the first place? It's because there's resentment, and it's majority of the time it's resentment that hasn't been discussed or resentment that has been handled, but it's no longer happening. But at the same time, you still feel some type of way about it.
I'm just saying there's certain stuff that has to be done. It's like mandatory.
Right.
The electric bill has to get paid. Safety has to be established. The kid's diaper must be changed. Just like the vagina must be open.
Let's just say, let's use
If
better.
you want us to work it out, I need to be able to work
After
something out.
about, I'm saying, after about 4-5 days of dry meat, eventually I'm like, all right, come here. We need to have a little talk.
Listen, Dusto.
I need some buns. So I'm gonna run over to the liquor store and catch something outside.
Again, you guys, I am not a relationship expert. I'm just saying, try dating. We can take steps. Try dating. Go to counseling. Go to a relationship expert, not a dating expert.
Yeah, I'm on board with all of that.
Relationship expert. Have them talk it out, have honest conversation, go to the table. Both of you gotta want to work it out though. The problem is if one person won't work it out, another person don't want to work it out, then it ain't gonna be nothing going on.
Ain't no vagina in between there.
No.
You
That's
talking
why
about
I'm on my second marriage
with no
now.
vagina?
Hey, Shantae, here's the problem. I've actually heard some women sit there and say that they would prefer it if they never had sex again.
What?
You said women?
Yes, because they were fine with it until they had kids. After kids came, for some reason, they
It's
just
like
not
a
feeling it.
passion killer.
Yeah.
No, I think that's very.
See, she just need to be introduced to new things.
Most
She
of these
need
women been
erotic
introduced.
massages man, y'all gotta understand women more. Well, I don't know this woman if she belongs to any of y'all, but it's certain things you can introduce to women to where they change that mentality of, oh, I'm not a sexual person, this, that, and the third. Bullshit.
I think
If
you just
I'm
have to get
dating and
your
she's already
relationship
saying that,
back.
I'll
You
just
need to
pass.
find out whatever listen, you need to get your relationship back. You need to find out whatever the problem is. Get to the real problem. Okay? So you can get your mojo back. Because listen, don't ever think that people been together for, I think that, who was that? I think it was you, Mike. Don't ever think that people been together for 50 years that they didn't have drama along the way. Sometimes it's okay to talk to couples who have done it. Have you ever talked to old people and see how they got through certain situations? You'll be amazed that they probably experienced the same things that you had experienced. Talk to people who've been through it.
Yeah, I had this one couple that sit there and said that she sit there and said to me that it was nothing wrong with her man. It was all in her head.
All right.
And you know what I would have asked her?
Good
When the
night,
last
people.
time
I'm
you
about
let
to
your man
crash.
give you a massage?
I'm on East Coast time. I had a crash.
I'm on East Coast time too. You guys, I have to get up out of here as well. As much as I love this conversation with you guys.
It's only 1 o'clock here.
Who said it's 1 o'clock?
It's 1:42 here in California.
Oh
no, man, we in Virginia, player, and Atlanta, and Florida, and other places.
Man, I miss Florida.
Let me just add this because T Show made a good point. It's for women, you'll be amazed at how that part of your relationship is in the mental. You got to get in her head for that to take place. It's more than just physical for women, which is why I take so long to get to that point. Because
No, we're aware. I'm just saying that it still has to get done. That's all I'm saying.
You saying you got
But see, Dusto,
A husband with
that's
dry
selfish,
meat
bro.
is a safety hazard.
Dusto, it has to get done for you, but what are you gonna do for her?
No,
It's
hold
give
on.
and
You're
take.
gonna put it in.
No,
When he has
Rojo.
sex, it's for both of y'all.
No, I agree with all the communication, counseling, by any means, doing my part, even
Right.
going above and beyond.
I
But
think that's fair.
with no vagina from a woman that I married, that's not gonna work.
Right. So would you like you said the key points. You're willing to do whatever it takes, and she's got to be able to meet you do the same thing.
Yes, meaning
And
all
that's
you
your
have to do
only
is get on all
complaint.
four and just sit there for a few minutes. I'll take the transitional meat. Look, I'm gonna just pound this out. We're gonna figure it out. We got a counseling session on Saturday, but let me knock this out on Thursday.
The problem with that is that comes and it goes. That
It
physical
can be a
attraction,
garbage
people get
performance.
older, it comes and it goes. The whole you want to have a good companionship to where it doesn't matter, like you are attracted. I know a panelist who was on this panel, but she was not here. She's married. I love her relationship with her husband. She thinks they've been married for 20 years and she's so attracted to him. She attracted him like she just met him the week before. Like, I love that. She gets excited. She's like, oh girl, we got a date night tonight. Like, I love her excitement to see her husband after 20 years. And so we need to have this conversation again. And she needs to be on here and you guys talk it out with her because she's better at it than me because I've never been married. But again, I'm the dating expert. The things I can assist you on, not the marriage expert. Sorry, y'all.
That's it. I'm gonna just be a Dusty and call it a day.
You're not.
Okay,
go ahead, Mike.
Honestly, I'm saying this because it's like this sexist marriage shit is like so common. It's not even fucking funny. It's like you have a high percentage of it happening.
Hey, Mike. A lot of the dudes in the Dustosphere, by the way they talk, I can see why they would be in sexist marriages. I can see why. Like I said, they're walking around with a briefcase.
Yeah, you want her to
they're
stay.
walking around with a briefcase with the bag, and the woman's over here dangling the vagina, and there's no connection. They don't know how to talk.
Let's use code words. Listen, but let me tell you this: you want her to stay fit. There are certain things that you have to do too for her to keep interest in you. So y'all got to figure out what those things are.
Can I keep it all the way real? And I don't want to
real.
I don't want to disrespect the panel, right? Or not the panel, but the platform, right? And get too graphic. Mm-hmm. A lot of the men that are having problems with their women, that they're not getting it like they want it and stuff, and it's just real. Some of the time, and this isn't a marriage or a relationship type status type situation. Some of the time, the problem is y'all fucking these women like they y'all wives and girlfriends. When before you, they was getting bust down in ways that that blew their mind, right? Now they done got with you and they bored because you don't randomly fuck them in the car no more. You ain't taking them and doing stuff just in random places no more, and they're bored with you.
Well, I mentioned a part of that.
The best sex of their life.
I'm not going to.
No, hold on. Just hear me out. The best sex of their life came from people before you because now you're boring them. And oftentimes that's why they drying up and they ain't got nothing for you because you're boring them. It's really just that simple. Sometimes you got to bust them down like you would jump offs from back in the day, even when they're your wives. Let's just keep it real.
Rojo, it's a lot of these women that did too much.
I'm already an advocate of not having that many partners for that. If that's the situation that goes with that whole not having that many partners, maybe that'll help out the situation.
Rojo, some of these women find stability boring.
You said what?
That's true.
Some of these women find stability and peace boring.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, some of them
one thing about women, they want to know that they have a prize. They want to know that somebody else wants their man. Like but of course he doesn't move on it. They want to know that he's a man that like, oh, I got a good catch. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like men do the same thing. Do y'all not?
No, but that's dumb shit.
Oh, I know what you're saying as far as women, because sometimes when a woman flirts with your man, it'll turn that woman on.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Yeah,
they
that's
get off
chaotic.
on that. You know what I'm saying? And that's
That's
fellas,
toxic as hell.
Yeah, that's
it's
that
not
chaotic,
toxic,
crazy
bro.
stuff.
You'd be surprised. It's not toxic. It's just them knowing that you are desired like that. It keeps their desire for you strong.
But why does it matter what other people?
It's just
If
it's
that's
just
the case, why
attractive.
don't they
It's
just date that other women then?
Not
It don't
all
add
women,
up.
obviously. And once you get older, that dulls out because now you're in a different part of your life. We're talking about younger group. At my age, I don't care
Like,
about
you making
all
it seem like you only find your husband attractive because other women want him.
No, that's not what it is, Mike.
I mean,
that's not what it is. It's something. Okay, let's say your wife go to work, right? And you didn't tell her that her hair looked good that morning, but every dude in the office or whatever is complimenting her, right? She feels special because of that. But if she would have heard it from you first,
It's about her feeling special. Like, I got him, even though all these women want him. I'm the one who got him.
Yeah.
But this the thing though. If you saw it first and complimented her first, every time them other men compliment her, she's reminded of you said it first. That's a mental stimulation that ain't got nothing to do with you no more once she leave the house. But she's hearing it from these other men and you already told her. So she's reminded of you. And it goes the same way with you as a man. When other women are seeing things about you that they like and your woman see it too, that does something for her more so than you because we're just built different, but it does something for her too because she looks at that woman. Women are very competitive. She look at that woman like, yeah, you notice it, but I notice it too, and it's mine.
Rojo,
You know what's so crazy? Let me just
women
say
are
this.
competitive and they're
Let me
losing.
tell you this. Let me
Let's
tell
be
you this
real.
too. Think about it this way. Have you ever seen
They're competing and
situations?
losing.
This is
They're
not one
very
size fits all.
they're very
Listen.
attention-seeking.
This is not one size fits all. So chat, the women in the chat, please don't jump down my throat. But have you ever seen that situation where she found out her man was talking to another woman and she get mad and he cheated, but all of a sudden she step up her game a little bit because she feel like,
Yo, the sex will get so much better. She will step her game all the way up.
This sounds like a book of how to make a toxic woman into a wife. That's what this sounds like.
It does. I know it does.
It's not about being toxic.
But here's
I told y'all I wasn't a relationship expert.
I'll take the dry. You know what? Dry
Rojo,
meat doesn't
here's the
sound so
thing.
bad
Here's
after all.
Here's
Give
the
me the
thing
dry
I don't
meat.
get. Here's the thing I don't get is that why did he? Here's the thing that I don't get.
Hey, I'm
why
out.
did he have
Good
to
night,
cheat?
y'all.
Good
Why
night,
did he have
Justo.
to?
Hurry up, Mike, so I can close this thing out.
Why did he have to cheat in order for you to step your game up?
I don't know the site. Listen, that's you need to talk
Because
to
women are crazy.
women. Look, you gotta
Like,
talk. That's
if you would have stepped your game up, he would never had to cheat in the first place.
I don't think you're missing the.
But okay, so let me ask you a question, Mike. Do you go to the strip club with your lady?
Yeah.
Do y'all not have better sex when you get home from the strip club than you do?
I cannot believe I'm having this conversation with y'all.
Actually, I'd be kind of jealous because she'd be pulling more women than I would.
And that don't turn you on?
Yeah, it does actually.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, bro. You got to do different stuff to spice it up. It's not toxic. Introduce each other to new things.
But what I'm
Mike. When I get my certification, I want you to log on so we can talk about you and I'm gonna work this out with you. You understand what I'm saying? And because I like you, I'm gonna do it free of charge. Okay. So if you have any issues just for the first week, you can come to me and ask me unlimited questions. Okay.
I think
I want to be your assistant, but just for the sex stuff.
Okay.
I consider myself to be a sexpert.
Okay. But I need you to get your certification.
Some of the scenarios I got for you will probably be blank on. I promise you.
Oh my, I'll pray for it. But tonight we gotta close this thing out because it is almost 5 o'clock on the dot. I ain't got nothing else. Okay, cool.
You can always rhyme drop top like Usher did.
Yes. So, you guys, thank you so much. You guys are very, very awesome. Thank you for staying up this late with me. I truly appreciate the conversation. Like always, I hope to see you guys next week, 9 o'clock. Everybody in the chat who hung in there, our usuals. Thank you, moderators. You are awesome. TheBomb.com and then some. As to everybody else, we love you. I'm grateful for you. Remember, August 5th and the 6th is the meet and greet in Atlanta. Make sure you get your ticket. It's for the weekend. And this is me signing off for a Chic Critique. Thank you, guys. Good night.
Y'all have a good one. Good night.
Good night.
Y'all too.